Yeah, I can see. Yo. Hey, that's a very serious stretch. Yo. Can we start? I'm not sure if the sound is okay there. Please check, because there are buttons who are refusing to go off. Yeah. I don't know. They good morning, colleagues. Let's start. Good morning, colleagues. Let's start. Today, it's Wednesday, the 18th of July. We are meeting with the Auditor-General of South Africa on the assessment of Department of Higher Education and its entities for the 2025-2026 annual performance plans. Then we'll also get a briefing from the Department of Higher Education and Training on the responses on issues raised during the oversight visit to the 3 provinces we have visited this year, which is the Northwest, Gauteng, and the Free State. So that's what we're meeting about today. Last week, I did indicate to members that, or members earlier on in the meeting, wanted to get a sense if the minister had responded to the deadline we had given her, which was the 11th of June 2024, on the release of the independent panel that assisted her with the SITA board chairpersons. We had indicated to members that she was within the time frame, as we had not reached close of business on the day. And then she wrote to us just before close of business, requesting a postponement. But her letter was not clear, which the letter that I shared with members, on why the minister was requesting a postponement. I wrote to her asking her to explain. And then she did respond. I wrote to her on the 13th of June And then on the 14th of June, she wrote back to us indicating that she had initially asked for a legal opinion surrounding the matter, so that whatever she does, she's not accused of whatever. I did share with members. Yesterday she wrote to us just after 2 or just before 3, giving us the list of the panels that would have assisted her in appointing NSFAS board, NSA, the CITA board chairpersons, and I can't remember the fourth one. Our council to universities, ministerial appointees to universities. I then forwarded the minister's letter to yourselves, and I released a statement informing the public of the fact that we had received the letter from the minister well before the 30th of June that she was requesting, and we had not granted her because I had said in the letter, I think that was written to us by Honorable Khachau, asking that we rather summon the minister, and I responded to her saying that I don't think we're at that point where we can summon, because if you look at Section 56 of the Constitution, that gives us the powers to summon. It indicates that it's only when they've refused to furnish us with information. But in the letter of the minister, she was not refusing. She was just asking for more time to consult with the panel. But we did say that we will discuss the matter this morning. So I'm going to note you guys. I know I've also received now in the morning, I've also received a letter from Honorable Msezane of MKP. So I was driving on the way, I could not read it. I've not been able to read it. So I'm going to note you members, just put a few minutes on this subject so that we put it aside. I know that you members would have said a mouthful. A number of you would have commented about the names that the minister would have released. So I am going to I am going to note you guys. So I will start with you, Honorable Khachau. I'll follow with you, Honorable Khabo, Honorable Msezane, and I'll close with you, Honorable Law. Press the mic. I want to see if it's working. Okay. Yeah, this one is working. So just less than 5 minutes, Honorable Khachau. Let's hear.
Okay, let me time myself then first. Hold on, Chairperson.
Yeah.
Allow me to do so that I keep track of my own submissions.
1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah.
All right. No, I want to track myself. Now the JNU is still fine. All right.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Chairperson, and greetings to yourself, colleagues of the committee, the department, all officials, and the people of South Africa who are viewing today's committee. Chairperson, one, even though the minister has revealed at least 5 names of the people that she claims served in her committee. You would have noted that in the letter that she sent us, there's one person that is concealed. There's one name whom we do not know who that person is. And simply the reason the minister states that that person is uncomfortable with them being known is ludicrous in my understanding, particularly because we've maintained the point, Chairperson, that it is not up to the minister and whoever her Casper the Ghost is to decide whether or not they're going to comply with the requests of Parliament or not. It is up to Parliament to dictate those terms, and therefore, although you said that we don't have to go through a summons process, I want to move and urge the committee to consider the following action steps, Chair. The first one, Chair, should be that the people that have been revealed, whose identities have been revealed, all of them must come before this House, this Parliament, to furnish us with a full detail of the minutes of the meetings that they held, as far as the selection and evaluation process is concerned, fully so. And equally, we'd also like to have, in addition, the report subsequently that was compiled and sent to the NSA for the final consideration of the appointment of those names. The people I'm referring to, Chairperson, are Advocate Terimutau. Advocate Terimutau, who the Minister communicated was the chairperson of this panel, however, says that never sat in any meeting. Particularly, the reason why this is a point of interest is because you would know that Advocate Mutau currently has a 2 million rands tender with the city of Johannesburg that comes directly from MMC Loyiso Masuku's department, because MMC Masuku is currently the MMC for cooperative services within the city of Johannesburg. The reason why that is a point of consideration for us and an interest is because the same Loyiso Masuku was appointed as the Food Bev board chairperson. So we want to know exactly what that relationship is, if it exists, one. Two, the second person we're referring to is Asisi Postolani. Asisi Postolani is a former SASCO member, a leader, a former ANC Youth League in the Western Cape leader, who currently serves as the advisor to the minister in her office. Number three, we want Nelisiwe Simane, who's currently the chief of staff of the minister, to also appear before Parliament to give us her contribution in the panel that the minister says she sat in. We also want Mabuza Ngubane to come here, who's the chief director of SITA coordination, to come before this committee to directly account for the contribution they played. The same Mabuza Ngubane, you would recall, lied directly to my face when I asked him whether he knows anything about the process in the panel, and he unequivocally said no, he knows nothing. So he must come and tell us whether he lied then or whether it's the minister lying about him now. The last person would be Rulani Ngwenya, chairperson, who is currently the Deputy Director General for Corporate Services in the Department of Higher Education. These are people that the minister says served in this panel, in addition to the concealed other name. I call him Casper the Ghost, because the minister still does not want to give us. Those people must come and account accordingly. But equally, I want to refer, chairperson, to the criminality of lying to Parliament. Equally, we've cited this as a committee before in the past, that it is a criminal offence for anybody to lie to Parliament. And equally, I would like to move, chairperson, that you as the chairperson of this committee must consider to go lay criminal charges on behalf of this committee for people who lied before this committee. The evidence is there. Hansard provides us with that information, and we should be able to get legal advice accordingly to get that process running. And that's on behalf of the committee. You would also note concurrently, chairperson, that the Democratic Alliance referred Minister Ngabane to the Ethics Committee for violating her ethics of code. There's an affidavit that will be readily made available to the rest of the public in that regard. So that's where I am. Did I miss anything? No. Okay. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Khao. Honorable Khabo.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. Thanks for the opportunity. Chair, let me firstly start by probably agreeing with the proposal that the panel that has been presented, as the report indicates, of the minister must appear before the committee, so that they can take the committee into confidence in relation to the process that they had followed in appointing the chairperson or recommending those suitable candidates to be appointed by the minister. But with that being said, Chairperson, I equally want to propose that we must run this process both politically and administratively. You'd understand that before the meeting of the 30th of May, Chairperson, in our interactions, the DG, as he's leading the department, he also indicated that there was no way that he was involved in the process as the leader of the department. On the meeting of the 30th of May, Chairperson, where the minister could not respond to some of the questions, one of the officials also confirmed, I think is the coordinator of the sitters, who had confirmed that he was involved in the process in a form of receiving your applications and also processing those applications, Chairperson. I think we must not take that thing lightly. We must also find a way of processing this matter. And I think, Chairperson, it's also important that the DG, including the minister, in their responses and when they also appear, I will also propose that we should have a separate meeting, Chairperson, that the minister must come before the committee, including the DG, so that they can clarify some of these things as and when we are also calling the panel. Meaning that, Chairperson, the panel must not only appear alone, the DG must form part of that panel, the minister must form part of that panel, Chairperson. Part of the things that the minister and the DG would have to explain is their interpretation, and would plead with them not to refer us to Google or encyclopedia. It will be their interpretation of an independent panel. Because what we are seeing here is nothing independent, but rather an extension of an administration office of the DG. In fact, to a large extent here, Honorable Chairperson, the impression that has been created in the society is that the minister was at the forefront of all of this. But in actual fact, when you look at the panel that has been presented, it's actually an extension of the DG's office. And as much as we are also entertaining the issues of the minister appearing before the portfolio, this ministry has a minister and deputy ministers. Both the deputy minister, Buti Manamela, and deputy minister, Goni of the Democratic Alliance, must also appear before this committee. It is...
Yeah, it's fine.
Can I be protected, Chairperson? There is a sudden energy that we do not know what informs it.
Desiree, let's, we don't have to like what Honorable Khabo is saying. I'm sure there are some times where we don't like what each one of us are saying, but let's remain calm. Honorable Khabo, continue.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me re-emphasize what I've said earlier on. The minister, as and when she's appearing before the committee, the minister must be accompanied by the Deputy Minister, Buti Manamela, and Deputy Minister Goni of the Democratic Alliance. That's what I've said, and that's what I'm going to re-emphasize. I'll never be threatened to withdraw what I'm saying. Chairperson, as part of moving forward, I also proposed, I would want to propose the third item, Chairperson, of us to conclude this matter and make sure that the minister, including the panel, they appear before the committee within 7 days so that this matter can be resolved once and for all, Chairperson. But in the same breath, Chairperson, I will also propose that as a committee, we must begin to look into the legal framework that is there. It is not for the first time that the DG has misled this committee. It's not for the second time that the DG has misled this committee. It's not even for the third time. You know, Chairperson, it's in Tate Zungu. We have been in Parliament for a year now, but it feels like we have been here for 10 years. You are subjecting us to unnecessary trauma. You are abusive to us. From where I'm sitting, I don't understand why are we still having the DG as the DG of this department. Moving forward, you must explain to us why is he not resigning as the DG of this department. Because out of everything that we have encountered as a department, all of these things, they boil back to the office of the DG. The failure for us to spend money accordingly, the failure for us to hold people accountable, the failure for us to implement, even including in investigation reports. I mean, the Duja report, we have spent more than 100 million, I mean, more than 15 million on the report, on the investigation. But up until today, nothing has been done. That is my proposal as part of the recommendation on closing this matter, Chairperson. The DG must be taken on account, must be taken to task. I'm happy he's present today, and I'm glad that he's in a good mood. He's even smiling. I'm also in a good mood. That is my proposal, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Khabo, Honorable Msazan.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I've been largely covered by the two honorable members that spoke before me, so I will not attempt to perhaps repeat what they've already submitted. Maybe just, Chair, for record purposes, I'm going to just highlight the contents or the points of the content of the letter that we've sent to you on behalf of the Home Condolences Report, as mandated by the millions of South Africans. Chair, The letter only has 5 points, at least the first letter that is of subject to this matter. The first point being a request for the minister to submit to the portfolio committee the process, the criteria in which the minister followed in identifying each of the individual members of the panel. The confirmation and correspondence exchange between the minister and each panel member, including their acceptance to be included in the panel. The third part, Chair, obviously is the one part that is making South Africans very furious regarding the submitted names of the said individuals who are panel members, where the minister only sent just a name and a surname. I suppose that the minister is still referring the committee and South Africans to Google again for them to find the actual profiles and credibility of these said members. So we also request that the minister finishes us with the profiles of these members. And the fourth point, Chair, is the explanation as to why the chairperson of the panel has never attended any meetings, including whether the panel did meet its quorum. Because if it did not have a chairperson, then who was then presiding over those meetings? But a final point, Chair, which I think is a point that was also indicated or highlighted by Honorable Khagao, is the point of the minutes of each meeting, including the attendance register, so that we are able to be taken into confidence. I think we require this in a space of 7 days, but even shorter, because obviously the minister and the panel will have all of these things while we await that particular session where we'll then be able to interact with this independent panel. But Chair, I mean, if you could allow me as well just to pose one question to the DG as it relates to another very important matter, which is also a letter that I sent to you. But I'll only ask the DG if he has indeed finished the minister with a report. The minister confirmed in Parliament on the 28th that the DG would have given her a report on a very serious matter. Obviously, it's concerning because the DG is implicated or rather alleged to be implicated in the subject matter of a report that relates to illegal appointment of a regional manager of KwaZulu-Natal. So the minister said that he would get a report from the DG by the 30th of May. So if the DG just can confirm that indeed he's finished the minister with that report. Obviously, it's not the report that we're looking for, is the Umkhonto Wesizwe Party, because the report we're requesting from the minister is a report that would have been done by an investigation or an investigative body on the subject matter, not the DG. But in any case, we just want to know if the DG has finished the minister with any report as it relates to that critical matter. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sozana. Honorable van der Walt.
Chairperson, I just want to reiterate something in the last.
Thank you, Honorable van der Walt. Honorable Law.
What is dog?
No thanks, Chair. Chair, I think we
Apologies, Chairperson.
Hi.
Come down.
So, sorry. Take zeker water. Yeah, zal recht is. No, it's fine. Thanks, Chair. What becomes much more of a concern is that we would have anticipated this particular issue to come in this way. And I'm saying this because we would have seen a gap or would have been confronted by a huge maladministration that we have been confronting us. And I want to say this because what we are faced with is not only misleading or taking South Africans backward, but it means the problems that are facing our students, the failure to pay their allowances, the failure for NSFAS to respond to issues, it's centered from the department. Nothing, nowhere else but at the department, because failure for these entities or in either way people to respond to issues, we are confronted where a point where a panel that happened to have supposed to have been volunteers today are employees of the department, whom happens to directly account to the Director General, who happens to say in any institution, if you second a person to any political principal's office, the DG should have known that I have got this response from the minister to the letter that requests that 2 of my directors or employees will serve in panel, and then I will give them this time off, and then they will be able to deal with the matter. It will take us back to check and say, Chair, did we really scrutinize the 573 applications? Did we really do justice for the South Africans and for the people who could have applied and who could have met merit and said this is the criteria? So it says to us, one way or the other, there must be a distinction between the Director General and Deputy Ministers. I'm going to assist you here. In the presence of the minister in all of the oversights, the DG is always there. We get confused to check, is he a deputy minister or a DG? But at the helm of the problems, we've got maladministration in the department, where things, they are acting vacancies, where there are issues of non-payments, where entities are failing to account and comply. And yet we are confronted with these problems. So we must look onto those things, and we must bring the minister here to come and account for everything she said in this committee. She must come and tell us, where did she get the responses where she was giving us to? Because we told her that this panel that is talking about should have had the people of the department and the same people who lied in front of Parliament, who came in front of us, who are always coming here and filling up and wasting taxpayers' money. How much are we paying? How much are we paying for people to come here and we only have 3 people who are responding to us? It must come to an end. At the next meeting, we must have the DG, we must have the DDG, and we must have the PLOs, and the rest must not arrive here. We must save the money for our students and start focusing the money somewhere. So I'm raising all of this because we are playing with South Africans here. We are playing with the emotions of South Africans, and we are failing the government because of our incompetencies. We can't even run the department because we must every day deal with a mess. Every day we are dealing with damage control as members of Parliament. Every day we must try and see how we put issues into perspective. So I want to put into perspective to say, the minister must come and account. And we can only deal with it and give her our questions, and she must respond to them immediately when we are going to have to deliver when she's here. So the sooner the better she arrives, and then we also summon the DG, so that we are able to get to see what is going to happen, because they must both take accountability on what is happening on the Department of Higher Education. So, Chair, my submission is that we call the minister, the 7 days is going to take long, but because we must follow the law, let's follow the 7 days, summon them here in Parliament, and we deal with the issues, and there must be consequence management. And there must be consequence management, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Honorable Law. When we pen people, Honorable Maseko, and there's only 4 people who raise their hands, and we allocate time. We allocate time because of the number of hands. Now, when we raise hands halfway through, we are now making our jobs very difficult because we allocate, we could have said 4 minutes or 3 minutes so that we are able to cover all the issues within a specific time. So, raise hands when we are starting, because We don't want you to raise hands halfway through. It's as if now you are provoked by somebody who said something. And that's not what we want to do. Honorable Maseko, let's go.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chair, Gimo meeting for today. Much as your modus operandi that changes every day, we appreciate. But if Gimo meeting, whatever that can instigate me to raise a hand, I hopefully going to do that, and I'll apologize in advance if there's something that I pick up that as I'm in the meeting, because cannot be I'm in the meeting, I listen and I close off. I listen all the time, and if there's anything that instigates my hand to be raised to address something because I'm in the meeting, I have to do that. So I really, really apologize in advance. It will happen that way until the end of the term, as long as I'm in this portfolio committee. What I wanted to talk about, Chair, is the issue of if we can give you the mandate for the way forward, in fact, to get that communication, the letter, and also get the response of the blacked out names, to get a direct, if she is going to give us those names, because we demand those names, or not, that is not going to happen, and separate. So if it's possible, if she can give us, when she comes in front of us, if beforehand in those 7 days, we can be finished with those names that she blackened out, because she has to give us the names, or still is going to be the fight that we discuss when she is here, that she has to give us those names. We want to get that information separately. Already she has given us the ones that she has given us. The other one, it will be, please, the report, when we engage with the NSA, when we talked about this, how they received the information one day that they had to approve the list of the panelists. So if we can get the letter or whatever that report that they do have, who submitted those documents, who handled the engagement with the NSA, if we can get the letter of making an appointment to meet with the NSA. I wonder if you get what I mean, because for them to schedule that meeting on that specific date, there was a communication. Who called that meeting for them to meet on that specific day, for them to look at that list that was handed over, and who presented those lists on that specific day that they met? Because the last time when we engaged, they said it was a process of just the 1 day that they got that and they had to approve and somehow give it back to the minister. That is important to me, that we get that information of who was the driver of the whole engagement between the minister and the department. And lastly, Minister, when she was here, she talked about how she didn't involve anyone at all, even the DG. And now it's a little bit of confusing when I hear that now the DG has the responsibility, because the whole meeting when we were engaging with the minister was saying the accounting authority for that. It's me that is doing that. So can we maybe ask the committee that we separate the issues? There are a lot of issues that we are dealing with. Can we mandate the chairperson to get the minister as the accounting authority specifically for this? Because we've been saying minister. And I agree with the DGs. They have to come also and engage so that we can get the way forward of how can we go about planning for the future so that something like this mustn't happen ever again. And I suspect we are going to engage with the other panelists that we have seen with the information that she has shared with us. For now, we are concentrating on the setters. We are going to engage again with the NASFAS because it's a nightmare to the students out there. We are going to engage with the other panelists that are there, the decision that they have made. But for now, because it's setter, if we can champion the whole process so that when we go to the other board, we are not going to have to go to and fro about the legal and all that. So let's champion this and try to tighten the screws on everything that we do as the committee so that we can focus on oversight as we move forward, Chair. I'm
Thank you
going
very
to
much,
leave it there. Thank you very much.
Honorable Maseko, thank you. Honorable Souls, you want to say something? The mic there is not working. Maybe if we can get a different one, yeah. That one is not working. No. Yeah.
Introduced to the Deputy Minister.
Yeah, Honorable Low, what's wrong?
I think it's just that Honorable Sol arrived late. He could have started with a strong prayer, like would have
Yeah.
the colleague, but he just arrived late.
Yeah. Honorable Souls.
Thank you very much, Chair, and my apologies for coming late, and thank you for your indulgence, Chair. I think for me, it's clear that based on what's before us, that the minister has lied to us on the record, and two, based on the independence of the panel. The panel is clearly not independent. And then two, we must remind the minister that she is legally obligated to tell the committee who all the panelists are, not only some. There's not a opening for discretion. All the names must be provided. And when the minister speaks to us, the assumption is that the minister is the mouthpiece of the entire ministry. So when the minister speaks, we don't look at it as it's the minister only as an individual. So when the minister spoke and misinformed the committee, it is the entire ministry that has done so. As such, when we do have the minister come in account, it should be the minister and all the representatives, the advisors, the minister, the technocrats, both deputy ministers, so that we can understand whose role was which within the process. This particular issue is incumbent on the entire ministry to answer. So, Chairperson, I will rest with that and say that we will await the presence of the entire representatives for the entire ministry to come before the committee and then tell us the truth around this process. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. We've heard you, members. We've taken notes on what you have asked. We will write a number of letters. One to the minister or to the ministry, informing them that we intend on bringing them back to come and respond to some of the issues that we have raised. This period, we're just worried, was just checking the calendar we have. It's a period of APPs. We're supposed to approve the budgets of the department. That's why we have the AG here today to deal with the APPs. And next week on the 25th, we are having the department. Because we can't approve the report of the budget of the department without going through that process. We might need to apply to the House Chair for a a date or for a sitting outside of our normal sitting, because the following week after the 25th, on a Wednesday, we were supposed to approve the report. I think on the 2nd, we were supposed to approve the report to be submitted for ATC before 12. And then of the budget of the department. I think it was the time of Honorable Souls that was supposed to finish. I don't know why the alarm went off. So, and then on the 3rd was supposed is the debate of the budget vote 17. So, where the only other time we had, but it won't work because it's also a half day of the 16th of July. It won't work because we have a half day. So what we will do, members, when we write to the panelists and the minister, we'll ask them to respond to us within 7 days. And then we'll share the responses with you guys whilst we engage with the Chair of Chairs office to get approval for, we had applied for this Friday, the 20th. We had applied, we were declined. We were supposed to have a meeting this Friday. That was declined because Parliament had has a program of members training, something like that. So we will engage the Chair of Chairs on a suitable date for us to have a discussion with these people, the panelists and the ministry, including the department. I think we must say that we're very disappointed that we received the list that we received. I think you've heard from the members. Extremely disappointing because we spent literally the whole day on the 30th of June, or 30th of May, thank you very much, on the 30th of May, dealing with a few things. One of them was the independence of the panel itself. The other was the credibility of the process and the beyond reproach part of the process. And I must say that the list that we have received does not, inspire confidence that when we appear before Parliament, we do take our responsibilities serious. So we will do so. There's a process that must be followed. We'll engage with legal on the powers, privileges, and immunities, section 14, subsection, section 17, subsection 2, where people mislead or lie to Parliament. There's a process that must be followed. We will engage with legal on what must be done in that process. This will not be the first time, DG, we had the department present before us the third quarter performance of the department. And in the presentation, there was a blatant lie on a target that was supposed to be achieved on the 31st of December, 2024. and you guys said you had achieved that because you thought changing the target, we will not see it. And we told you guys in that meeting that you are lying to us. Because the target was the Higher Education Act changes to the Higher Education Act to be submitted to Parliament by the 31st of December 2024. And when your team presented there, you are not there, you are in Japan, accompanying the minister on an official visit. When your team presented there, they lied to us. They said the target, same day, but the target will be submitted to the ministry, or to the minister on that day. And we pointed to them because, sometimes when you guys present, you behave as if we don't prepare for meetings. When you coming to present to us on a quarterly achievements of yours, we go through the entire APP to prepare, and when you put it there on the slides, and we can tell you that it's not true. So your people lied, and we told the DDG Sotikwa there that DDG, because it's you who's submitting here, we should be taking you through as the acting DG of the day. But we'll allow you to go and do an investigation, met out consequence management on who did that day, who misled you to put that lie in the presentation. We're still waiting. We don't know whether there was any consequence management or anything. So you are forcing us, and we told you, it's as if Rona are fighting you. We're not. We don't want to be fighting yourselves. We are supposed to be working together and making sure that the system works for those that it's supposed to work for. But you are making it very difficult for us. So you are forcing us there when we go to this one that members have asked us to go and look for, which we're going to speak to legal about. To also include these ones of yours, because it's been more than 3 months. It's as if you guys are not taking your job serious. So we'll close this matter this way, colleagues. We will we've taken notes. We will share the notes with yourselves for if there was any omission that we would have done. No, but is it on this process? No, but we've just summarized what we are going to do. Yeah, it's a different DGs here is going to answer the later stage. I've just summarized on this one, and I've just said if there is anything that on the summary we've missed, we will give you. What is clarity? And let it be less than a minute. Yes.
Chair, the clarity I want to understand. Are you saying that the process that is going to follow now, as per the summary you've just given, is going to run concurrently with the process of the approval of the budget? Is that my understanding? And if that is the understanding I have, then there's a risk, because in all honesty, no,
that's not what I'm saying.
What are you saying?
Yeah, close the mic. I've said we don't have the days available. Yeah. Unfortunately, we have days that we are going to, like next week, we are meeting with the Department for APP. So this matter won't be discussed next week on Wednesday. We will ask them, we will write to them to provide us with answers by Wednesday next week. And then in the meantime, we will look at we'll have to apply to the House Chair to give us a day outside of what we are dealing with, outside of Wednesday. On Wednesdays, the next 2 Wednesdays, before the budget is debated in Parliament on the 3rd of April, we will not be dealing with this matter. That's what I've said. So the budget issue, we're not going to touch those days. If we get a day, let's say on the 27th, which is a Friday, I'm making an example. If the House Chair approves, maybe we find that there's nothing that's happening in Parliament, and we apply for that, then they give us that particular day. Then we'll have to sit on that day, which is outside of the process of our budget. So we are going to look at the days. It's not going to be on the 20th, on the 25th. It's not going to be on the 2nd, because on that, unfortunately, because budget, we've had it for budget 3.0. Budget must be debated in Parliament by the 3rd of April. Those are the days that Parliament have put aside. We are not going to change those ones. Even if you apply, they will tell you we are not going. We have a strict. That's why we've even removed having discussions with others. What is the issue, Honorable Khafa? Because I don't want us to have a back and forth on this matter.
Yeah, so Chair, I think perhaps my language was limited, but I understood you correctly, and that's why then this is the point I wanted to raise. We run into the risk, Chairperson, of having to adopt this department's budget before concluding on this matter. The reason why I would urge us to think differently about concluding on this matter is because there's the minister whose legitimacy, or as far as ethical wise is concerned, as the head of this department, that's questionable. We have her who's still going to be the minister. You and your colleagues have now also raised the issue of the DG of the department, who's the head executive, the accounting authority of the department, and other officials that are involved within the department.
Yeah.
So the consideration thereof is we might run at the risk of having to pass a budget that the committee may feel, or the people who are responsible for overseeing it, if they are found guilty beyond what the guilt says right now, well, of the opinion shouldn't be holding those positions. So,
Yeah.
So that's the thing. That's the point I wanted to sensitize you towards. To say, while we're going to be engaging in the budget process, we must be cautious of not, because then some people might say we're not going to pass the budget at all until. So I don't want us to run into that risk.
Thank you.
Yes.
Susan.
No, thanks, Chair. I do not know whether I'm jumping the gun, but I would want to bring to your attention, Chairperson, a point that has been made and echoed a number of times in this committee. That is of the absence of the minister and the deputy ministers. And maybe you're still going to get to a point where you give us their apology again. But I want you, perhaps, Chair, to advise, as per the powers and privileges of Parliament, the continuous absence of the minister and deputy ministers in this committee, to say how do we move in terms of dealing with that particular aspect. Thank you very much. And there is an apology, obviously, of another member that I think you are yet to deal with.
Honorable Khafa.
No, Chairperson, thank you very much. Chair, I wanted us to assist the committee for purpose of progress. And, noting everything that has been raised as a concern, not necessarily preempting the outcomes of the process. Avoiding it's like preempting. Now, what we need to do, Chair, as a way of registering progress in this meeting, because this matter of oversight visit to Northwest and Free State is of critical importance. We close the matter with the proposed recommendations as per our deliberations, so that we avoid preempting, but of course taking into consideration the issues that we have raised. But of importance, Chairperson, the process of budget, as much as the DG and the minister can be found to be on the wrong side of the law in terms of our face value analysis, DG, it cannot be that we will not even use the budget to frustrate the students of South Africa who must mostly benefit out of this process. That one we can guarantee you, we can guarantee South Africans. We'll deal with this matter separately. We'll isolate gore re kgone ho nwa maswe ntse re be processa separately. Chairperson, with that being said, I think we fully agree with Honorable Cow that we are moving together.
No, thank you very much. I think there's no issue here. The summary that you have provided still remains. Honorable Kakao, just because somebody is in court, no, Honorable Kakao, relax. I told you, man, let's be patient with one another. We are a constitutional democracy here in South Africa. And even when somebody is accused of murder, our democracy tells us or instructs us to treat them as innocent until proven otherwise. That's where we are. And I think, warn members that, obviously political parties will take their posture on the budget and decide whether they are going to support or not support the budget. But just because we have a DG or a ministry you don't agree with on many issues, and you decide maybe you are not going to pass the budget, you must just remind you, what is that budget? I mean, it's not going to them. It goes to these universities. It goes to these poor students who are supposed to receive funding from NSFAS. It's supposed to go to those people. So if we don't approve it, those are the people that will be affected by that particular thing. So we will, the way we closed on, unfortunately we can't change the debate will happen on the 3rd of April, on the 3rd of July. Even today we received that letter that indicates, that reminds us, the money bills and all of that, that latest 3 April, you must vote for whether you are approving or not approving the budget. So we can't move anything there. And if we don't get the dates, Honorable Khakha, outside of our normal dates, there is nothing we will do but to debate the vote 17 on the 3rd of July between 2 and 4 at Good Hope Center. So we'll close it at Good Hope Chamber. We'll close it as that. AG, sorry for taking too long. We're going to deal with the introduction of ourselves, and then from there we're going to give the AG to take us through. We'll give the AG to deal with their report that they've given us, and then the AG has asked that immediately after that, they're asking that we engage them because they need to, this process they're doing it in all departments because the timelines that we have until the budgets of all other departments are approved. On apologies, we do have apologies of the minister who's attending cabinet today. We have the apology of 2 deputy ministers, one deputy minister Gondos in Ghana, Deputy Minister Manamela, who since coming back from Brazil has not been well, still not well. We have an apology of Honorable Ngubane, who is attending an IEC symposium in Durban. We have an apology of Honorable Younger Governor, who was booked off sick until the 20th of June. We have an apology of Sihle who will join us late. Honorable Zondo is not well as well. He will not join us today. I think that's all the apologies we have. So I'm now going to introduce ourselves. And then after that, we're going to give to the AG. My name is Tebo Kholitsie, and I'm the chairperson of this committee. So I'm going to give Anel, and then from there we'll start this way, we'll just move this way, and then end somewhere here.
Thank you, Chair. Anele Kabengesi, Committee Secretary.
Honorable Low, whilst you are doing the introduction, I would like you to just step in for me. I need to do something outside for 15 minutes. So I'd like you to chair this session of introduction and give to Mekhabo of AG to deal with the presentation. I'll be back after that. We can start, Zama.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members and officials from the department. My name is Zamahlangu Mtichwa. I'm the Deputy Business Unit Leader at the Auditor-General. I'm responsible for the higher education audit.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members, the DG and officials. I am Zamagwa Kekuzwayo, Executive Officer, National Skills Authority.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, committee members and management of the department. My name is Nana Shai, Senior Manager from the Auditor-General.
Good morning, Chair and honorable members. My name is Khabo Komape. I'm the Business Executive in the Auditor-General of South Africa, responsible for the education sector. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Nkosinathi Sishe, the Director General of the department.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members, DG, and all the colleagues from AG as well. My name is Sam Zungu, DDG for TVETs. Thank you.
Honorable members, Chairperson, my name is Malusi Delra Maroka, Acting Chief Director Exams.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members, the DG, members of management of the Department of Higher Education and Training. My name is Pule Patrick Mashele, the Acting Regional Manager for Gauteng and Free State region. Thank you.
Good morning, honorable Chairperson and members of the committee, the DG and members of the senior management of the department. My name is Themba Msipa, the Chief Director for TVET Systems Planning and Institutional Support.
Very good morning, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, Director General of the Department of Higher Education and Training, Auditor-General South Africa, esteemed colleagues. I'm Zogile Christopher Mosesheba from Valo, from the Department of Higher Education and Training at 123 Francis Bart Street in Pretoria.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members. All protocol observed. Spelele Ntuli, the branch coordinator in the TVET branch.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members and colleagues. My name is Ntombi Zetusbizi. I'm the PLO Office of the Minister of Higher Education and Training in South Africa. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members and colleagues. My name is Lucian Kearns. I'm the acting CFO of the department.
Good morning, Chair and the members, senior management and the DG. My name is Moya Rapatsa from the Department of Higher Education and Training.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members.
Sorry, what is your position?
I'm a Deputy Director responsible for strategic planning and reporting.
Okay, thank you. Over to you.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members, colleagues. My name is David Motlame, the PLO in the Office of the Teacher.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members, DG and colleagues. My name is Steve Mampejo. I'm the PLO to Deputy Minister Manamela. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and honorable members, the DG and colleagues. My name is David Yale, the Chief Director for Curriculum in the CT branch.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone. I am Thando Xolo Potoman. I'm a committee assistant.
Good morning, Chairperson, honorable members, DGs, colleagues. My name is Poga Zigan. I'm the ANC caucus researcher. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, members and delegation. Agnetha Ardense, the researcher for this committee.
Good morning, Chair, members, all protocols observed. Mampaho Mundimba, Committee Content Advisor.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members, DG and colleagues. My name is Dr. Nick Balkrishnan, Regional Manager, Northwest and Mpumalanga Region.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members, colleagues in the House. My name is Khabu Matane. I'm the Chief Director in the Office of the DG.
Good morning, Chair, members and colleagues. My name is Kabelo Makitla from the Auditor-General, Liaison Manager.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable members, the DG, the AG and colleagues. My name is Tembisa Fuchane. I'm the Deputy Director General responsible for community education and training.
Mama Seko.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members, DG and colleagues. My name is Marcia Sotikwa. I'm the DDG for University Education.
Dumelang bagolo lebitso la ka ke Matlhodi Maseko, ke member ya committee ya higher education and training. Ke a leboga.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Karabo Khachau, and I am a DA alternate member in this committee.
Goeiemôre almal. My naam is Desiree van der Walt en ek is lid van die portefeulje komitee op hoër onderwys en opleiding.
Prachtig. Khabo. Prachtig. No, dumelang batsadi. Lina la ka ke Gaolatli. Sefane ke Khabo, ke leloko la committee ena ya education and training. Ra leboga.
Honorable Sol.
Aware. Good morning, everyone. Ashley Koike, the first Salt is my name, and I'm a member, full member of this committee. Thank you.
Sanbona ku AG department and colleagues. Igama lami ngumnqobo wakamsezane othunywa umkhonto wesizwe party okwazayo. A member of this portfolio committee.
Anele? Okay. That's fine. Don't co-chair with me. It's fine. We're going to move to the AGSA to get the assessment on the department's entities on the financial year of 2025-2026. Immediately when you are done, we'll move to DA to give us their report, and then we'll engage after as members as per our presidency. So, Mekhabu, over to you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. Before you is a presentation from the Auditor-General of South Africa. Let me first just express gratitude from the AGSA for the committee having invited us to indulge you in this manner. What we are bringing to the committee, Anele, if you can put it up. What we're bringing to the committee is the work that we've done on the annual performance plans of the department and its entities. You'll remember, Honorable Chair, that the work that we are doing is actually proactive. It's in line with the promise that AGSA Maluleke has made to Parliament that we will move to assess the APPs prior to the actual audit that we do. So ordinarily, the audit outcome that we are bringing for 25-26 will then be incorporating the work that we do on both the APP and the APR. But for the APP, we had decided to do proactive work so that we are able to give at least feedback to the department and its entities, together with the oversight structures, on what we believe should be corrected if there's any correction that is required in the annual performance plan. So we've engaged the department and its entities on the work that we've done. In the presentation, we included all the items that we had identified. Many of those have been addressed. There is an annexure that we attached for the committee that would highlight the matters that have been addressed and those that have not been addressed. And we're grateful for the department to have listened to us to a certain extent on the items that they had opted to amend. You'll remember that the AGSA will not have an audit report relating to this work, simply because it's a proactive work where we are aiding Parliament, so that when you consider this APP, at least to a certain extent, it's crafted in line with the program, with the framework on performance planning, particularly to eliminate elements of ambiguity. If you go to our presentation, Anele, you would go to, just go to slide number 3 in particular. On slide number 3, this we brought to the committee multiple times, and we keep on emphasizing it because it just indicates the role players that are facilitating the work that higher education is doing. And as we indicate as the AGSA, that as a portfolio, we are going to be as strong as the weakest link in this particular link. So if senior management, if at DG level, if at minister level, if at audit committee level, in internal audit, one of those are not necessarily pulling their weight, you're going to have a problem in terms of the delivery that you want to see. The work that the AGSA has done currently with regard to the annual performance plan is to ensure that the APPs are crafted in line with the framework on performance planning. Particularly, we looked at the indicators, how they are worded, to make sure that, one, they are not ambiguous, so they are well defined. We're clear on what we are chasing and what are the priorities we want to focus on. But we also did work in assessing the targets in particular to make sure that the targets are meeting the SMART criteria. And that would mean that they are crafted in a manner that we can facilitate accountability. One of the things you'll see at the end, Honorable Chair, when we are closing off our presentation and we are highlighting the recommendations, and we are asking the committee that when you do consider the APP of the department and those of the entities, please also focus on whether the priorities that they are putting forward is aligned to your expectations. Because that's a work that the AGSA will not necessarily dictate. So we don't dictate what is the service delivery priorities that they need to put, but to the extent that it is sitting in the medium-term development plan, that already is done because government collectively would have decided that these are the indicators that has to be embedded in different sectors. There we would have asked the department to reconsider and therefore ensure that at least the MTDP indicators are there. But as I indicated, to the extent that we believe they were ambiguous, we also would have issued those findings, and if they address them, it would mean that the APP that you are sitting with would have taken care of that element. We had an opportunity to have a look at the APPs that they tabled in Parliament on Friday, so we were able to see some of the changes that are coming through, and that's why we attached the annex, Chair, Honorable Chair, that you are able to see what is it that we're still worried about. In the main department, you would see that the one that the department is still feeling strongly that they are staying with it, is where they are reporting, they are targeting the reports. Our view as the AGSA is that there must be a level of performance that bring forth service delivery, and let the reports be part of the ordinary governance structures and not be what you are targeting. I do know that the department have got a different view on that particular one. We are bringing to you so that as a committee you can make a determination of whether you are fully comfortable with that. But so far as the sitters, all 21 sitters, we looked at their APPs. In totality, we looked at the APP for NSFAS as an example, for NSF as well, and the department. So to a certain extent, we are able to indicate that the targets would be well defined. And the reason why, Honorable Chair, we are fussy in particular as the AGSA that the APP's indicators and targets are crafted properly, clarity, it's prioritized in this document, is so that the elements of service delivery, when you deal with the quarterly reporting, you know you are moving towards a certain priority that is clear. And there will not be a confusion when we are spending, and at the end of the financial year, it's not necessarily corresponding with the particular service delivery that you wanted to see. So we'll take you through the detailed presentation, Chair. I'm just not sure how much time you're affording us, but if it does happen that we are overlapping, just indicate for us, we'll try and summarize it. With your permission, Chair, may I just allow Ms. Nana Shai to take us through the presentation, and we can appreciate the comments when that opportunity comes. Thank you so much.
Yeah, maybe before, I'm going to suggest that we take a 5-minute break so that IT can work on the mics, but also try and check if you can control from yourself.
Okay.
Because Anele will miss a lot of the notes that he makes as members ask questions. So I'm going to suggest that we take a 5-minute break. So let's restart at past. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
We had asked for 5 minutes. I think the mics are now working, and AG is going to use their own presentation from their own computer. So maybe let's start. Let's give it to the AG.
Thank you so much, Chair. I'll pick up the presentation from slide 4. So the presentation has been segmented into 6 parts. So the first part will deal with the planning, the budgeting and reporting cycle. Then in terms of the observations, we have divided it into the observations for the department, for the SETAs, for the National Skills Fund, as well as for NSFAS. And then towards the end, I'll then deal with our overall observations in terms of the internal control deficiencies. And then lastly, our recommendations to the portfolio committee. So in terms of the planning, budgeting and reporting cycle, so when we do the review of the APPs, what we do consider is the National Development Plan priorities, the alignment with the MTDP, and then we look at the strategic plans and the annual performance plans of the department as well as the entities within its portfolio. If we look at slide 5 of the presentation, we then look at 2 elements. One being the usefulness and reliability. I think the BE in our opening remarks touched on the fact that this presentation will only cover the observations in as far as the usefulness criteria is concerned. The reliability element is the one that will be covered through our normal audit processes, where we then confirm the validity, accuracy, and completeness of the reported achievements of the department, which is a process that we still going through now for the 24-25 financial year. So the criteria that we'll emphasize on in terms of the observations that I'll be sharing is around the usefulness criteria. One of key importance is the fact that we wanted to assess whether or not the performance indicators and the targets, 1, are measurable and 2, are relevant to the mandates of the particular entities within the higher education portfolio. So if we go then on to slide 6, so in terms of the overview and what was already alluded to a bit earlier, so what we aim to achieve with this process is that at least it should be an early warning system for the department as well as the institutions within the portfolio to assist them that as they finalize their annual performance plans and the strategic plans of their various institutions, that they are able to set targets, 1, that are relevant and that will enable them then to achieve their respective mandates with regards to what they are supposed to be delivering in terms of services for the citizens. Again, the focus on whether or not the targets that they then have included in their planning documents will then enable them to be able to achieve those targets. And one element that we also then look at is the SMART criteria, which I'll cover in the next slide. And then again, the review itself, like I have already alluded to, does not include us assessing whether or not these indicators or targets have actually been achieved by the departments, but it's merely assessing whether or not the performance indicators and targets will enable the achievement of the service delivery mandate of the institutions. So if one looks at the SMART criteria, this is where we assess the SMART criteria against the performance targets of the various institutions. 1, we look at whether or not the targets that they have set are either specific, meaning that one is able to determine what is the nature and the required level of performance for that particular indicator, so that one is able to assess whether or not that particular institution has then achieved on the target that they've set for themselves. Measurability again speaks to the fact that we are able to then appropriately measure whether or not that target has been achieved or not by a particular institution. Achievable, again, the targets that we set for ourselves within the planning documents of the institution needs to make sure that they are attainable, they are realistic, given as well also considering what would be the budgeting processes within those entities. So those targets must be achievable at the end of the period. Whether or not they are relevant, again, I spoke to the relevance towards the mandate, relevance in relation to the mandate of those particular institutions. And again, when we talk about time-bound, are they specifically linked to a set time frame in which the institution is meant to then achieve on that particular target? If one looks at the characteristics of good performance indicators, again, we assess whether or not those indicators are reliable, meaning that the information is accurate enough for us to be able to determine whether or not the intended use and respond to the changes. So meaning that in the indicators that they set within the planning documents for themselves, can we then come back and reliably measure on whether or not they will be able to then, one, achieve on those targets. We need to be able to assess whether they are verifiable, so we look at the technical indicator descriptions that are also form part of the planning documents to assess whether or not the means of verification or the source data that is attached to us being able to assess whether or not a particular indicator has been achieved can be clearly identifiable and verified in the process. Again, we look at appropriateness. Again, the indicators need to be relevant. They need to speak to what it is that the institution aims to achieve in terms of those particular indicators. And the one that I'll lastly may highlight on is whether or not the indicators have been well defined. It is important that when one reads the APPs as well as the strategic plans of the institutions, one is able to clearly understand what it is that the institution intends to achieve with a particular indicator. So that's why it's important when they define it in the technical indicator descriptions, the definition does not allow for any ambiguity, and it is clear that what it is that we intend to achieve or what is the purpose of such indicator being included in our planning documents. The next segment of the presentation will then deal with the observations. Like I said, we did the review on the department, the National Skills Financial Aid Scheme, the National Skills Fund, the 21 seaters and the quality assurance bodies. Again, this slide is just highlighting the fact that we are not giving an opinion in terms of any form of information that we would have verified. This is just a level or a review rather on the planning documents of the institutions. If one then looks at the next slide, which is slide number 11, there we are highlighting the MTDP priorities as they will be set out in the MTDP that was approved earlier in the year. The department is mainly featured in two areas, one being priority one, which drives inclusive growth and job creation, and the second one being to reduce poverty and tackle the high cost of living. So those are the indicators in terms of the MTDP where the Department of Higher Education and Training has been identified as a lead. So the first, I think this slide is just giving a breakdown in terms of the outcomes or the outcome indicators that are linked to the priorities as set out in the MTDP. So I'll not go much in detail on those priorities as I've already alluded to them in the previous slide. So if one then starts with the observations from the department, a key concern that we had raised, one would understand that the process that is followed within the portfolio itself is that the sector education and training authorities, all 21 of them, on a yearly basis, as required by Section 10 of the Skills Development Act, requires that a service level agreement be signed with the department, wherein they agree on one, the indicators, and two, the targets that each sector or each SETA is responsible for setting within their APPs and strat plan. So as part of our processes, when we do the review on the draft annual performance plan, as well as the strategic plans of the institutions, we also then consider, in as far as the SETAs are concerned, what is contained in the draft service level agreements, because at that point in time, they're not signed. Till this date, we have not yet concluded on this process from a department perspective in terms of finalizing and signing off on those SLAs with the 21 SETAs, and that is what we are highlighting in this particular sector, in this particular slide. So in terms of the issues that we would have identified is that as part of the process, as I alluded to, we review the SLAs, one, to check that the indicators that have been agreed upon are actually included in the actual APPs, because that would form part of the formal document in which we assess the performance of the particular SETA. So we also then check alignment between the performance targets as well, whether or not the targets that are set in the service level agreements themselves would also then be included in the APPs of the respective SETAs. So in terms of those particular SETAs, there would have been misalignments that were communicated, but those had been resolved in those SETAs. But in as far as the service level agreements itself being signed off, those are still have not been signed off between the SETAs and the department. The second slide that deals with the observations from the department mainly deals with there's three elements that I'll speak to on this particular slide. One is included in the MTDP. So as part of the process, like I alluded to a bit earlier, is that we also check alignment between the MTDP, the strategic plan, as well as the annual performance plan of either the department and its institutions within the sector. So what we noted for the department is that there was a particular indicator that speaks to a number of excluded young people placed in sustainable quality jobs, which has been included in the MTDP and highlighted as the lead department would be the Department of Higher Education and Training. And what we noted is that this particular indicator had not been included in the strategic plan or the APP of the department. In response to it, and I think the department has indicated that there was an indicator within the National Skills Funds APP, which deals with the placement of learners in work integrated learnership. So in learning and training. So I think the key thing here to highlight is that in terms of the MTDP itself, this particular indicator has been assigned to the department, and similarly to a process that would be applied together with the SETAs, what sits in the department's APP will find expression in the various institutions that are then meant to be implementing, if those institutions are then responsible for implementing those particular indicators. The second one is the one that the BE alluded to, and I'll probably not over-elaborate on it. It's around the indicators that are linked to reports. So there are multiple indicators within the department's APP for which the output is the production of a report. And in that instance, we have highlighted that it is important that the department itself reflects on what are the performance activities that we want to track in terms of these reports. If you're going to have the production of a report as an output, then one needs to understand what are the activities that we are going to measure the department against to ensure that you've actually performed or implemented these activities, and therefore ultimately led to you producing this particular report. So for us to be able to track whether or not the department would have performed on a particular indicator, it would be important to then highlight in the APP what are the key activities that will inform the production or the output of this particular report. The last one deals with an instance where an indicator was not well defined and the means of verification not appropriate. In this instance, there was an indicator in the APP that had read as throughput rate of 2019 first-time cohort at universities. But what happened is that in the technical indicator description itself, the period in which the department wanted to measure the throughput in terms of the cohort that would have registered in 2019 was not aligned to the indicator itself. And in this response, the department did indicate that they were in agreement with the observation, and the department had then resolved to amend the APP and remove this particular indicator, as would have highlighted. Then, in terms of slide number 15, what we are highlighting here is basically what we found in terms of the observations that I've shared with the committee. But what I would probably want to uplift is the impact of what we are then seeing in terms of the observations we shared. One, in terms of the SLAs, like I highlighted earlier, the SLAs are important for ensuring that the SETAs actually, one, do include these performance indicators and targets in their APP, but also as a measuring tool for the department to ensure that they are able then to achieve on these particular indicators as would be set out in their own APPs as well. And I think if one reflects on the fact that at this point in time we have not concluded on this process, it might therefore impact and limit the department's ability to effectively oversee and monitor the SETA performances. In as far as the indicators that are not well defined and verifiable, this one actually spoke to the one that I indicated the department has now since removed from the APP, so I will not highlight on that. The performance outcomes or outputs which are not appropriate, which speaks to the indicators where I highlighted the production of reports as an output for measuring performance. What we're highlighting there is that this in turn will also then limit the department's ability to measure and demonstrate the effectiveness of its interventions and potentially affecting accountability, resource allocation and strategic decision making, in as far as not clearly defining what the activities of the department are and how we're then ultimately going to be assessing the performance at the end of the year. The second segment then covers the observations in as far as the SETAs, and shared with the presentation would have been an annexure to this presentation where we have highlighted the findings for all the 21 SETAs and which of the SETAs would be impacted by any 4 of these observations that I will share shortly. And then on this particular slide, it is worth noting that only for 2 of the SETAs, which is namely your Agri-SETA and Food Bev, those 2 SETAs were not able to appropriately resolve on the issue. One, on the Agri-SETA, it would have been we were informed that they actually missed the timeline in terms of the revision of the APP. On Food Bev, it was one indicator relating to the absorption rate, where that one still remains as a disagreement between the auditor and the entity, wherein the entity had a performance indicator in the strategic plan, but upon review of the APP, this particular indicator did not have an output indicator in the APP, meaning that we are not necessarily being able to measure it within the APP. So in as far as the observations for the SETAs on a high level, what we had identified during the review that we performed is that in some instances we identified that there were targets that were not specific. Again, we spoke to it when I was speaking about the criteria. Targets need to be specific so that we are able to then ultimately assess performance and be able to indicate whether or not we've achieved on these targets. Number two, we also had output indicators which were not clearly defined. Again, we need to be clear in terms of what is the output that is going to be measured at the end of the day so that we are able to then assess whether or not the targets have been achieved. The second one also speaks to performance indicators which were not verifiable. We noted in some instances that the means of verification provided for in the technical indicator descriptions were either unclear or they were incomplete, meaning that in some instances it was not clear in terms of the means of verification how the performance or achievement of that particular performance indicator will be measured. Again, definitions of some indicators were not aligned with the methods of calculation. Again, within the technical indicator description, the institutions are required, one, to clearly define what it is that the performance indicator is meant to achieve. And secondly, that should be aligned to the source of verification as well as the means of verification, because that will then enable us to assess on whether or not a particular indicator has been achieved. In some instances, what we also then noted is that there were no TIDs, so meaning that one is not able to read the performance indicator, go to the technical indicator description, and one, be able to assess what it is that that particular indicator is intended to achieve. Secondly, what is the means of verification, and what is the source data of verification, so that one is able to then assess the performance again. The third one speaks to inconsistencies between the planning documents. So again, part of the review, we do check alignment between the strategic plan and the annual performance plan. And in some instances, we noted that there was a difference between the performance indicators that have been included in the strategic plan, but rather not included in the APP. And then lastly, in some instances, there was an APP. There was a performance indicator rather in the APP, but there was no output attached to it. And again, they were raising it as a concern because every performance indicator needs to be linked to a certain target in order for you to be able to implement and therefore assess whether or not you have achieved or not achieved at the end of the period. The fourth one is completeness of relevance indicators. What we then observed is some of the entities' APPs did not include all relevant performance indicators, and an example that I will use is that most SETAs, one, would enroll learners on learnerships. Some would measure as they continue, so they'd have indicators that speaks to measuring the number of learners that continue on a particular learning intervention. And in some instances, one would expect that you also have a related indicator that speaks to the output, meaning that you would want to measure then the number of learners that are actually completing on a particular learning intervention, because at the end of the day, we want to see learners enrolling, but also then being accounted for in terms of the completion and output into those learning programs. Then in terms of the reflections, based on what I have shared with the committee, I think the impact, again, I'll just uplift on the impact. In terms of the impact, we are alluding to the fact that the omission of relevant performance indicators in the APP, as far as the lack of completion of indicators for training program, will therefore also limit the ability of the SETAs themselves to fully assess institutional performance and also monitor progress and impact in terms of the learning interventions that they're implementing. Secondly, the inconsistencies between the APP as well as the strategic plans will also undermine or undefined indicators also compromise the reliability and accuracy of reported data. And the reason why we're highlighting this is that, again, come the period of audit when we then need to assess the reliability of reported achievement, it is important that there is that consistency between what we are planned for and what we are reporting on at the end of the day. The misalignment between the strat plan and APP, again, will also include the omission of targets or setting targets at zero, renders the process of performance planning, budgeting, and reporting ineffective, in the sense that we do have an indicator, but there is no a related target attached to it, meaning that we do not expect as an institution to have any form of activity in order to enable the achievement of that particular indicator. The next segment of the observations is on the National Skills Fund. So on the National Skills Fund, They had updated their APP with regards to the observations that we're sharing with the committee. So it was around performance indicators that were not well defined or verifiable. I won't over elaborate on that point again. There was also performance indicators that were not time-bound, and in this instance, majority of them were not time-bound in the sense that in the technical indicator description, they'll speak to a quarterly or annual process. However, in this instance, in some of them, they were able then to provide the plans that speak to particular dates in which the National Skills Fund will be able then to track implementation of these particular performance indicators. The other observation we had shared with the National Skills Fund was around the method of calculation not being accurate. This was around the funding of learners. What we had observed is that the target that has been set over the period was one that is cumulative and not necessarily indicative of the number of learners that we are actually funding on an annual basis. So one is able to see the absolute value in terms of the number of learners that we are actually funding. The other one was on the completeness of relevant indicators. What we had then identified was that in terms of the learners that are funded through the NSF funding, we're not able then to see the related completion performance indicator. And the last one was around the linking between the strategic outcomes and the MTDP priorities. So how the institution will then structure their planning documents is that in it they would include a section which then aligns the strategic objectives and the MTDP priorities to the performance indicators as they would have described them in their annual performance plan. In terms of the impact, I'll probably not highlight that a lot on the NSF. But like I said, they have since addressed their findings as well. But I think it is important to highlight that in ensuring that the planning documents actually achieve what they intend to achieve, it would be critical, one, for the performance indicators themselves to be properly defined, be time-bound, so that we are able to then assess performance at the time at which you had planned then to implement those activities. And thirdly, the issues that we had identified or alluded to in terms of the NSF is concerned, the key concern for us would have been the fact that it would have limited then the ability to assess on whether or not the training actually achieves the intended outcome. And this would speak primarily to the indicators similar to the CETAs, where we say when you have enrollment indicators, it's important to have completion indicators, because at the end of the day, we want to be able to track impact, we want to be able to track service delivery within the institutions as well. And I think the last one that I'll probably just allude to is the fact that in us being able to align what is sitting in the MTDP and the strategic plan, it will allow the entities to have effective processes in terms of monitoring whether or not they're in the right direction, because those are the guiding documents for them to ensure that when they craft and develop these performance indicators, they actually specifically link to the strategic objectives and the MTDP priorities of the various institutions. The last entity that I will share observations on is on the National Student Financial Aid Scheme. So there was a particular indicator which spoke to the number of eligible university students receiving funding through NSFAS bursaries annually. So this has now since been included in the APP, which it was previously omitted. Indicator not well defined. So the NSFAS has an indicator which speaks to percentage implementation of the Accounting Authority approved governance work plan. And the issue that we had raised with that particular indicator is that it seeks to measure the number of meetings or committee sittings that would be implemented by the institution. And for us to be able to measure or not there is actually impact in terms of the activities that we're driving as an institution, what we have highlighted is that perhaps we need to have an indicator that actually tracks the activities of the board. So meaning that we are able to say this is what the board then intends to implement for a particular financial year, and come the end of the financial year, we are then able to assess the performance of the board against those particular activities and not necessarily the committee sittings. What has been updated in the APP is that there is a comment in the technical indicator description that speaks to the consideration going forward in terms of what we are recommending for this particular indicator in order to assess its impact on the National Student Financial Aid Scheme. The other areas spoke to a situational analysis, for example, that was not included within the APP, which has since been included. The impact statement, which had a statement around the creation of a capable workforce within the APP that wasn't supported by theory analysis, that has since not been included in the APP. Key risks and mitigations. So those key risks and mitigations within the APP have been enhanced, and there is a lot of detail in that particular section of the APP. And the last one speaks to public-private partnerships, And you will see in the section that speaks to the private partnerships, there are a lot of entities that have been included there in terms of some of the seaters and some of the departments where the NSF is also then has agreements with, which do not necessarily meet the definition of a public-private partnership per se. Then in terms of the impact, again, I think I won't overemphasize. I think some of the issues that we've also highlighted on the NSF speak to the fact that we'd want to assess the impact and the service delivery in terms of the activities of the NSF. So again, it speaks to that and making sure that in developing a APP that tracks activities and implementation, we are able then to hold each other accountable in terms of what has been achieved and what has not been achieved. So that would be the last entity in terms of the observations. So growing towards a close, our overall assessment of the key root causes and service delivery impact is that overall what we have identified is that there are significant control deficiencies which may undermine efforts to achieve improved service delivery through a capable, cooperative, accountable and responsive institutions fulfilling their mandates. And what we recommend and hope that in strengthening these controls would be essential to ensuring alignment with the strategic objectives and to enhance institutional performance of the PSET sector. And across the institutions where I've expressed our observations, I think this is the key message that I've been highlighting in terms of ensuring that our APPs actually enable us to achieve that which we intend to achieve in as far as our service delivery mandates are concerned. If then one goes to the last segment of the presentation, here we're just making recommendations, and we implore on the department, the minister, as well as the portfolio committee to consider and encourage the portfolio, and we encourage the portfolio committee rather to ensure that the annual performance plan, one, address the service delivery priorities that will ultimately lead to the improved reality of citizens. This will then promote greater alignment between the sector's improvement implementation of key policies and enhance overall effectiveness in meeting strategic objectives of the PSET sector. Lastly, what we are also then imploring on the portfolio committee is to make sure that there's continuous monitoring of the implementation of these performance plans and ensuring that the budget spending is therefore aligned to the progress that will be made in terms of implementing these key activities. With that being said, Chair, if you can allow me to conclude my presentation and hand over to the BE for closing remarks. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Nana. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Maybe let me just reflect a bit on the requirements of the Public Audit Act in Section 20 in particular. Section 20 requires the Auditor-General to, one, express an opinion on the annual financial statements each year. But also there is a provision that speaks to the feedback that we bring in relation to the performance reporting. So the work we are presenting to the committee today will form part of the audit report of the Auditor General for the 25-26 financial year. The main reason that we are doing it, as I indicated, we are hoping that the entities take advantage of the proactive work. The thing about APP, Honorable Chair and members, is that once you miss it at APP level, everything else that follows is already out of tune. So you get the APP right in terms of the priority and your focus, then you are comfortable that the budgeting is working to support the priorities that you had wanted to deal with. So by the time the department and the entities come on a quarterly basis to the portfolio committee, one would expect that they are reporting in line with that which we are comfortable with. And that's why the Auditor General had made a decision that, as opposed to us providing that feedback later as part of the audit report, we're going to provide it proactively. But again, it is for the entities to then take advantage of that. There isn't an audit report that we can give to them at this point in time. But the things that are not addressed will definitely form part of the audit feedback when we then audit it. The other thing I wanted to highlight is that when you deal with the APP in particular, understanding all the budget constraints that you may be sitting with, and understanding that there's probably a bigger area that needs to be addressed. One needs to make sure that how you line up your priorities allow for a progression. So you need to give yourself an opportunity to do the things that will form a foundation, a solid foundation for all the years that are going to come through. And that's why, if I were to make an example, like on the reports, it's not that we are saying the department should not be providing reports. Ours is actually to say the reports should form ordinary, it should be ordinary course of governance. But you shouldn't be having a situation where you are putting the reports as the main targets, right? And I understand that the department will have call it an oversight over the entities, and they're not necessarily, in many instances, the main people who are doing it, but I'm sure you want to target certain things. What is the monitoring mechanism you want to put in place? And understanding that that report may contain these activities, what you are going to see is that you normally, for the departments that put reports as a target, they are always going to achieve, because you will always be able to produce a report. But is that what we want to focus on? Again, for the AGSA, is not to dictate, is to advise and indicate that you may want to look at something much more precise in terms of what you want to achieve. Maybe let me leave it here, Chair. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, the team from Auditor-General. We really appreciate. I think our colleagues from the department, what is coming out of this DG is that there are certain things, as things stand, that is going to confirm that at the end of the year, when we have audit, that confirms now that your audits or audits of some of these entities are not going to be good. Because if you listen to the AG's team, they are raising issues about some of your targets not following the SMART principles. They're not measurable there. So even if you say you have achieved this target, you won't be able to prove it when audit is being done. They've raised it with a number of your entities, NSF, NSFAS. So as we speak now, at the end, and some of the sitters, as we speak now, at the end of the 25-26 financial year, we must expect that there will be problems with these entities. And I think it's an opportunity that you guys have missed in the department with your entities to work. I think because you had submitted and then you are given another opportunity to submit last week Friday on the 13th. During this period where between a budget 1.0, 2.0 and 3.0, we could have fixed some of these things, in my view. And I think it's an opportunity that you guys have missed. I'm going to give members, because AG wants or business, what is your title, Dehabo? Business executive. She will need to leave. So I'm going to note hands, colleagues. I will start with you, Mama Seko. I'll follow with you, Khachau, Sezane, Khabo, Ashley, you're fine. And end with you, Honorable Law. So we do have another long presentation. It's 11 o'clock. If we can be done with the AG maybe by 12:15. So let me see. I'll give you guys each 8 minutes to interact with the AG, and then from there we'll go to the department. 808, not 80. Yeah, I did note. Honorable Khachau, or Honorable Masek.
Chair, I'll donate my 8 minutes. I'm not going to use that 8 minutes, all of it. I just want to find out in one of the slides, AG, and thank you for the presentation and for being proactive. It's really appreciated. I think maybe next time we will level up to go to the performance assessment aligned to the audit outcomes to see the trail of the money in seeing if really there's value for the money as we do the auditing. But I'm interested to see one of the priorities of the department. They talk about they want to reduce poverty and tackle the high cost of living. Now, I usually say that when you do you set your target and then you say that you are going to reach about 100 people in the plane to put the seat belts. You don't have control of that totally. And you sort of set yourself for a failure because you have to ask people to put on the seat belt. Others might not want to do that. So when you say they're going to reduce the poverty and tackle the high cost of living, and it's acceptable for the AG to say you can audit them, what are you going to look at? And I'm not shortchanging the issue of the skills development that they're going to do, even though automatically you see there is a problem because the agreements are not signed yet. But how are they going to check on a financial year that they've reduced the poverty? That's the interesting one to see when coming to that statement for their priority. How are you going to assess that?
Can answer now.
The interaction.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Honorable Masego. It's actually a priority that comes from the medium-term development plan, not so much from them, right? And the medium-term development plan makes sure, understand that government work as a network, right? So it would expect a mapping of different entities in government, but the target collectively as government is for the reduction of poverty and tackling unemployment in many instances. So it's not so much of them. But what we do when we audit the department in particular, we then say, now that you fall under this big umbrella, what is then the role of the Department of Higher Education in contributing towards that, right? So, and they'll have multiple of indicators, right? Theirs would start from education perspective. It will also build up to the skills development to speak to the monitoring. So what normally happens with the MTDP is that there will be different role players. There will be a lead department in many instances. So there will be other departments that should do their part, to make sure that this is dealt with. So when we audit the department, we would then say, in the MTDP, there is this priority. We saw the MTDP reflecting on you as a role player. And then we say, to what extent did the MTDP reflect on you? That's why you see one of the indicators where the department is saying, no, I think the MTDP actually made a mistake, according to the department, because they believe that they should not have been made a lead in certain areas, right? But the way that government is currently planning, it wanted to acknowledge a role of different departments. So it would want higher education to provide, basic quality education. It would demand higher education to make sure that the skills development are responsive as well, so that we are able to tackle what the market demands of us, and therefore ensuring that the throughput, so what comes out of the Department of Higher Education and Training, is responsive to what the market is looking for. And that way you are contributing meaningfully as a network of government. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So with the deficiencies in the controls that you have identified, and the huge one being this one of the agreement not being signed with the SETAs, what is the risk when coming to their contribution to the bigger pool of the government?
Yeah, so the biggest thing is that if you are the Minister of Higher Education, you want to be able to hold people accountable. And that's why there need to be a formal agreement between yourself and those entities in terms of the deliverables. And I think that's what the Skills Development Act was attempting to put forward. And that's why for us, we were also saying, look, let's make sure that we tighten it up. We are acknowledging that there could be an APP where the SITAs are committing to all of these things. But if you're going to hold the board accountable to the delivery, do make them accountable and make sure that there's an agreement of what they're supposed to deliver. That's how you also deal with their performance in the long run. It's really just the starting point of an accountability process of far as performance management is concerned. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Maybe the last one, looking at the last financial year's auditing versus now, any improvements that you have identified?
It's a difficult one, Chair, and I'll speak to let's talk to the improvements of how as APP is concerned, the crafting of APP. So there are many, I mean, maybe not just the financial year, but if you look at the previous period, right? There were instances where you have the entities that would not have responded to the things that we raised, so far as crafting the APP. But you would have seen when Nana was presenting that at least now, majority of the entities actually took advantage of our proactive work, which we are grateful for. Ordinarily, you'll sit in a situation where you raise that matter and people may not necessarily deal with it, and you must come again as a repeat finding. So we are not entirely comfortable that not everybody addressed the finding, but we are encouraged that some of the entity really took advantage of the proactive work, and we didn't have to push hard in some of these entities for them to adjust. What is left, though, will be the delivery and implementation of those APPs. Thank you.
Thank you. Are those that have increased, maybe that you saw the embracing the proactiveness, are they achievable, or the pressure, they feel the pressure from you that they have to make you happy rather than have the targets that are achievable?
Thank you, Chair. I feel like I'm having a dialogue. Hopefully not, right? Okay, thank you so much. I don't think it's pressure. And you know why I'm saying is not pressure? It's because one of the requirements for the framework on performance planning is that your target must be achievable. So one of the things that we check at the same time is whether that which you are putting for yourself is achievable. Right? Like I said, Honorable Maseko, is that as the AGSA, so far as the service delivery area priorities are concerned, we can tell you what we saw government planning, and there we will insist that you should incorporate it. But in terms of the broader priorities, then it's really up to the minister, the sector, and yourselves to then decide, are we then happy in terms of what they're promising? But I don't think, Honorable Chair, that the pressure that we would have put, if we put any, would have resulted in entities putting that which is not achievable. I think the sector is firm enough to put their foot down. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think the 5 minutes left, there's nothing I can do. So I'm here. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Honorable Khacham.
Thank you, Chairperson. Member Seko has covered the foundational questions I wanted to ask on the seaters. Just AG clarity. So, obviously, in order for you to spend money, I need you to help me understand, right? In order for you to spend money that has been allocated, right, and in order for you to roll out a mandate of the department, you obviously need the rules of engagement on how you're supposed to spend that money and what the goal is supposed to be. So if you don't have a SLA available on how you're going to spend that money and for which goals and which outputs you're going to spend them, in your opinion, what then, on what basis then have the SETAs been operating, just in your financial understanding, so that I can understand it as well?
I want to be careful so I don't respond on behalf of the DG, Honorable Khachao.
Yeah.
But let me say this, right? So the SETAs have got an SLA, but they also have the APP, right? And the APP would be a broader strategic document that they facilitate the delivery of the priorities of that entity. So the APP is still there to be worked with, right? What is important is that the SDA was particular to go beyond the APP and then demand an SLA. So I don't want to take for granted the fact that they could be spending in line with the APP, and rightfully so. But we are saying if you're going to enable accountability and you hold that board accountable to what they're supposed to be doing, the SDA had made a provision for you to utilize the SLA. So I'm not taking for granted, Honorable Chair, that there is an APP that would then facilitate the broader priorities of the entity. Thank you, Honorable Khakha.
Thank you, through you, Chair. So thank you for that. But then you've also indicated that the performance indicators aligned to the APP are not well defined and they're not verifiable. So when you assess then a SETA performance, what then do you use to assess and compile the audit outcome of the performance?
Thank you, Honorable Khakha. Allow me to say this, right? So, as the AGSA, we're actually being polite when we tell you now that they are not verifiable. If for the entities that would not have corrected that particular element, it is a given that then when the Section 20 of the PAA kicks in the year that we are then giving the audit feedback, we will raise it. And when we raise it, we are basically saying we're not going to be able to audit that particular indicator because it's not well defined. So what we are doing is actually coming beforehand and say, can you deal with it? And Chair, I'm not taking for granted that there's a mid-year opportunity for revision as well that is coming up for the entities, that they may want to look at it and take advantage of it. If it's not verifiable, as the AGSA, we tell you that we will not be able to verify whether you delivered or not. You can report that you delivered, but the AGSA will not have a view of that particular delivery because it will not be possible for us.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, as part of the advice, AG, in a perfect world, if you were to say SETAs have performance outcomes and outputs that are appropriate, what would that look like? Because currently the performance outcomes as well as their outputs are not appropriate at all, as you've indicated. So in an ideal world, what would that look like that currently doesn't exist within the department or within the SETA space?
Thank you so much. You would have seen, Honorable Khakha, in the presentation that as I indicate, I think many of the SETAs took advantage of the work that we've done, right? So if you look at around 21, in terms of the well definition of the indicators and the smartness of the targets, I think we're left with about 2 SETAs in the main. But when we talk about the indicators that are well defined and the targets that are smart, for one, we say there needs to be, if I take the target as an example, I say the nature and the required level of performance must be clearly identifiable. And really it's just to eliminate element of ambiguity that I come as a SETA and I say anything that I've done for the year as opposed to anything that I ought to have done in terms of service delivery. And when we speak to the measurability, we talk about the required performance should be measured. So if you say I had facilitated training for 800 learners, that's clear. And I can be able to come to you and say, who are the 800 learners that you wanted to target? You will say, in Mpumalanga, I had 40. In Limpopo, I targeted 30, and the likes, and going sector to sector. But achievable, just speak to the realistic nature of the targets, I think, that we highlighted, and the relevance. And relevance really speaks to the fact that as a higher education, we ought to be doing the things that will cause the trajectory of the citizens that rely on us to change for the better. So which means that we shouldn't be doing things that, for the sake of doing them, so to speak, but we do them with an intention of a certain output that we want to see at the end. And that's where you see the role of a technical indicator description, which is a document that needs to be publicized, because understanding that crafting the APP has got its limitation, Honorable Chair, one then has an opportunity in line with the framework to utilize the technical indicator description to then go at length in terms of who am I targeting, how am I going to do this, and how will I know if I'm then causing an impact that I intended to have. May I pause here, Honorable Khakha? Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Khakha. Honorable Msaza.
Thank you very much, Chair. No, I'm just going to have maybe 1 or 2 questions, but maybe before that, let me also commend the amazing work that you do, AG. In fact, the proactiveness of this, I want to say, methodology of smart targets is very, very proactive. and it's very commendable. So we must applaud that. But I just have one question. I think it would be a question to yourselves as AG and also a question to the department as led by the DG to say this proactive methodology that is provided for by the AGSA, what is a justified reason for any entity to reject this approach as presented by the AG? I mean, does it contradict the approach of the department, and to what degree? And then what then becomes the implications of that when later the AG finds that because you did not allow for us to assist you in terms of how you approach your APPs and your targets and so forth and so on as it relates to this smart methodology that is presented by the AG, what then becomes the consequences? I think that would be then on the AG's side, but obviously I would want to get an understanding from the rationale of those other entities, those few entities as indicated by the AG, to say that others were not willing to come to the fore in terms of taking this particular initiative. Just that those two questions from my side, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
I'm not sure if Honorable Chair must start or the DG must start, but maybe the department, and I'll indicate the consequences. So,
Sure.
Thank you.
DG?
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Honorable Msazana, for the question. I think it's important that we also say further to the issues that the AG has raised today on what are the areas of concern. There's also an indication of the shifts that have happened in the system as a result of this intervention, which therefore means it's not just an AG's presentation, but it's a progress report on our engagement with the AG on issues where initially we might have differed, and but we've actually moved quite close. Notwithstanding this, the AG also says there are still areas that are remaining that requires further engagement and further persuasion. Because, for example, in an indicator where the AG says the report can't be the outcome, you will find that from the department's side, the department says if this is a report on the labor market intelligence program, the report, it is indeed an indicator of the success, because for you to arrive at that report, you would have monitored, you would have arrived at this. So in both engagements, you pull together this. And I think it's, in my experience, there's never been a time when we are so close to a point where I feel that those areas that are still outstanding can still be managed. And I am committed in ensuring that those isolated incidents, I am going to deal with them first and foremost when we deal with the SLA finalization, so that we can arrest those issues there. But also the opportunity for amendments that will come will present us with another opportunity to further close the gap in terms of this. I wish to commend the AG for this work. Also understanding this time, this work has been done in a period where it's been very difficult because of the impact of the budget to the processes that we would. This process, for example, would have happened much earlier, but we have had to do it after the APPs have been done, because we are committed to it. We wanted, that this process be a success. And I can see the difference between the engagements between us and AG. And I mean, from what was presented earlier to what is being presented now, I am satisfied that there is progress that's being made. Of course, we can't be satisfied because any deviation means there could be investment. We could allocate resources and then not find that we get the return on that investment. So it is urgent and it is serious that those who are differing with us in terms of their views, we reach an agreement in terms of what needs to be done. And the instruments are there, they are available for us to do so.
Thank you so much. I think DG covered the first element of it. Ours as the AGSA, the consequence would be that this forms part squarely within the regularity audit of the Auditor-General for 25-26 financial year. And when we do get to that point, we then, as the AGSA, have to say in the audit report whether we agree with the indicators and targets of the entities. Then we are sharing with the public. Right? But the biggest consequence of it is that the activities of the department, if we don't deal with these things straightly, it may be misaligned. So where you are channeling your energy in terms of resource and time may be misaligned to where you should be going. And we understand, I mean, if you look at the examples that we are sitting with, they will have the number of reports on compliance with annual reporting regulation, and we say, what is it within those compliance regulation that you want to uplift? And you know that if I focus on this, the implementation of what I wanted to achieve is done. Uplift that so that you are not looked at in terms of the report you've given us. But the trick with the report, and I'm not taking away what the department position would be, the trick with the report is that you're always going to achieve. Because you remember in the report, I can come in and say, I did not do 1, 2, 3, it's part of reporting, and these are my reasons. And achievement, it will be achieved. And therefore, it may be misleading the public that we are then delivering on what they expect us to deliver. Meanwhile, we produce the report, not neglecting that the contents of the report may be touching on these things. I'm not sure if it's too difficult for us to uplift some of the performance levels of exactly what would get us to deliver, such that reporting become a consequence of your governance report. You know, program 1. That's where you are producing reports and all the things that facilitate discussions, engagement, and accountability. Thank you, Honorable Mr.
I was waiting for you to say you are continuing, so that's why I waited. DG, I think you've not done justice to this thing. You are saying you agree that the proactiveness of the AG will help us, but some of your entities have not taken the opportunity to rectify. In fact, some of them are even disputing this process. What is it that the department then, that you lead, is doing to make sure that we close this gap? Because as you have heard, before I gave members, I spoke about it. I said it's a missed opportunity, but it tells you that if not corrected, maybe mid-year, we're going to have problems at the end. And quite frankly, AG, I think sometimes some people might want us to concentrate on the audit queries instead of concentrating on the impact of the targets that we're dealing with. I think maybe I don't understand, why would somebody say, no, I don't want to fix this thing? So that at least you have a clearer audit process. Then we can judge you. We say, bank sitter, you had 50 targets. Amongst them was that you wanted to train 10,000 people to be employable in the banking sector. Let's look at this 10,000. Have you done it? What courses were you training them on? And in order for you to say employable in the banking sector, where did you fetch this data that says this skill and that skill is needed in the banking sector for the next 5 years or the next 10 years. You know, I end up asking myself, do we really have the right people leading, if I make an example about the sitters, leading the sitters to get us to where we, I mean, there's a debate now, DG, about the unemployment, the real unemployment stats out there. And these sitters should be playing a critical role there in reducing these numbers. So the AG spoke about MTDPS. We also have NDP targets. So when we put this strategic plan, next week we're getting your strategic plans, and the medium-term strategic plans next week on Wednesday, which were sent to us by the Speaker yesterday. We're getting that from you. So we want, when we look at this, we want to say, so in the global picture, let's say we have 8 million people who are unemployed. The department says they're going to contribute 900,000. They're going to minus 900,000 from this thing. So we must be able to see it and say, okay, this is how, through this APP, this year and the outer years, you are going to contribute on it. But I suspect some of your people want to derail us by concentrating on governance issues, on audit issues, and not on this particular thing. And when we get to hear that some of them are even disputing this proactiveness from the AG, we ought to ask you, what is it that the department then is doing in making sure that everybody in the system takes advantage of this because AG says, this is what I'm going to be auditing you on at the end of the year. Offer scope, you know those ones who write exams in grade 11, but offer scope, they give you scope. Yeah. They say, go and study. On calculus, look at this part. On geometry, look at this part. On trigonometry, look at it. So they give you scope. Now, the AG gives your people scope. Your people are studying something else. And when they fail at the end of the year, they will feel attacked. But because you're the principal there, what is the role that you guys are playing in making sure that these people who are refusing the scope are in line? So I think that is the question that Honorable Msazan was asking. And I don't think you did justice to it. That's why I want you to please answer it. And that is the context.
Okay. Thank you for that, Chair. I feel your pain there. I think first let me start with the structural arrangements within the department to ensure that compliance happens. In this particular case, we've got a steering committee that we have established that includes not only the officials of the department that cuts across the entire post-school education and training. It's a new structure that we implemented last year, and we believe that this is going to assist us to do a kind of an overall, oversight, because you don't only just get the documents right, but you must implement, you must monitor those commitments so that you don't wake up later at the time of the audit and then say, we should have realized this thing earlier. So that is the purpose of that structure, that we have established, which means quarterly, which meets quarterly, and it assists the DG to see further than just what officials would have reported and so forth. So I feel that there is an opportunity for that to happen. But I've already indicated in a polite way that we will encourage entities to comply. I can use another word other than encouraging, to say we do not agree with anyone who differs with such a reasonable approach that has been, you use the word scope, you know, to say you are given an opportunity to say, here are the areas on which we will want to assess you. And then what you do, you spend your time arguing how not to do it. It does not serve your interest nor that of the department to do so. So clearly, I think this is not what I would like to see happen. And I think it's an area where we should be also be held accountable in terms of what it is we've done to deal with those who are, you know, in that category. I'm encouraged in saying so by the fact that there were more of that in the past, and we are reducing that number, you know, with the approach that we are currently doing. Obviously, I know the shortcomings in the department when it comes to oversight as well, that needs to be looked into so that what we commit to do, it happens. And I think that is where I feel it is the key area of leadership that needs to be looked into.
That's Honorable Khaba. Hold on. Go to somewhere. Okay, we may. That's all.
So, Chair, I wanted clarity. I was under the reason I didn't exhaust my minutes. I was under the understanding that we were just engaging the AG on clarity-seeking questions, but I see now we're also engaged in the department. So, will we also engage in the department, or did I have a misunderstanding? I still have a minute left to ask DDG Noval.
Yeah, well, you can take your minute.
Take my minute, okay.
Let's leave the Honorable Khaba and.
Excuse Honorable Khaba. So the DDG, so sitters are your baby, I get.
They are my entities, my honorable.
Yes. So the AG has explained then what their identification of the problem as far as the root causes of a lack of accountability in the SETA space are. And 3, I want to jog your memory because there was a lapse in the conversation. 3 particular points that the AG makes reference to is that 1, there are no SLAs that have been conducted between the department and the. I really want to take this opportunity to continue with my sentiments. Service SLAs were not concluded, so that's 1. Number 2, your performance indicators, their performance indicators are not well defined and they're not verifiable. And that number 3, their performance outcomes or outputs are not appropriate. So this shouldn't be information that is new to your ears, particularly given the years that you've been responsible for SETAs. So I want to understand from your side point of view, what have you done to ensure that as far as the direct part of accounting before it gets to the DG and before it gets to the minister, what have you done to make sure that you're able to track the outcomes, that you're able to check the indicators of performance, and that most importantly you're able to action service SLAs?
Thanks very much, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Kaukau, and I must really appreciate this opportunity once again. So I must make a point that we have done things a bit different this time around. The AG was mentioning the issue of the service level agreements, which is a compliance issue in terms of the Skills Development Act. We know that the processes of the tabling and retabling of the budget were not like as if you compare with other financial years. So there were extensions of resubmissions of the APP strategic plans. So obviously that has had implication with regard to the work of the service level agreements. I must emphasize the point, and maybe that the AG also alluded to. What we have done, what is in the service level agreement, it is in the APP. So as we implement the APPs, we're also required to report on a quarterly basis in terms of the PFMA, you report both financials and non-financials in terms of your performance areas. So that is already now part of the
Chairperson, if I may,
APPs.
I'm sorry, Kata Hanong, but you're not answering my question. The bottom line here is there are no SLAs. You haven't actioned them in order for you to give steering on what it is that SETAs are supposed to. So your my questions are very clear. So what have you? Okay, let's first start here. Why have you not in the past had SLAs available? Why?
Never in the past. We always would have SLAs.
Okay.
Not a single year would not have a SLA.
Okay.
Yes.
So wait, hold on. So you're saying never in the past did you have SLAs, or never in the past did you not have SLAs?
We always have SLAs.
Okay, so what changed according to the AG's report? What changed?
No, there's nothing changed, Honorable Kaukau.
My surname is Kakao.
The only issue here,
Honorable Balo, let's stop there first.
Kakao.
My surname. Can I just conclude this one point? So, and firstly, and this is the 15th time I'm asking you respectfully to honor my surname the way I honor yours. So the reason I'm asking you to explain is if you're saying that it is not true that there are no SLAs between the department and the SETAs, are you saying the AG is lying?
Honorable Kaukau, please go back to your question. You were saying in the past we resolved and we settled it. To say at no point there were no service level agreements. The only issue now is that we're waiting for retabling of the APPs and the strategic plans. The SLAs are already there, and we are processing them. They can be finalized within no time from now. So they are there now, because we had to wait for a retabling of the APPs as well as the strategic plans. Because you can't do them before, you do them thereafter.
Yeah.
Thanks very much, Honorable Chair.
No, DDG, let me protect Honorable Kakao from yourself, but also protect you from yourself. At the beginning of the 7th administration, maybe let me start by saying it's true that SLAs have always been signed, but at the beginning of the 7th administration, you in the department wrote to SETAs, informed them to change some of the APPs or the targets, or to prioritize certain things. And they gave you the updated APPs, which you did not sign. And this is where the issue of the SLA is coming from. Now, knowing that we know this background, answer the question of Honorable Kaka. Because the question is, what happened then? Why did you, as the department, make the SETAs to change these targets and you not sign the SLAs? In other words, what Honorable Kakao is saying to you is that as we speak, whilst the AG is auditing, there will be findings on what the SETAs would have spent money on, and you guys will not have signed. So there's an original APP that was submitted to us. Then you guys in the department, around July, August, at the beginning of the 7th administration, you would have said, these are the new, what do you call it, the target. These are the new things that we want to do in the 7th administration. SETA A, go do X, Y, and Z, moving away from the APP. So these people have spent money on what was not in the original APP, based on the letters that we wrote to them. And you guys have not signed that SLA. This is where she comes from. Now, knowing that we have this background, answer her question. Because saying, no, there was never this and that, it's not there. We know, you and I, we know it's there. Now, answer that question, DDG.
Honorable Chairperson, the point that I'm making, the SETA can only spend what is in the APP. The service level agreement is another instrument that we are using to monitor the SETAs. So there is no way that, there will be, let's say, a learning program which is seated in the service level agreement and not in the APP. So implying then, therefore, that everything, that we have done a communication to the SETAs recently through the office of the CFO, whereby we said to all of them, please amend your APPs. If your service level agreement is not compliant with the APP, please do the amendment. And about 12 SETAs have done amendment, so it's part of the retabling which has been done now. So that is why the process of finalizing the service level agreement, we waited for this to retable and then thereafter to finalize the service level agreements. But I can confirm, Chair, there is no way that the SETA can implement something that is not in the APP because it is in the service level agreement. There is no
So
way.
you're saying to us,
Indeed,
there will be no audit finding when we deal with the audits later on in the year. That will suggest that the letters that you wrote to the CITES at the beginning of the 7th administration would have had impact on the performance or on the spending. That's what you are putting your head on the block, say.
Well, Chairman, on the issue of the audit, well, I won't vouch because I'm not sure which areas the AG will be auditing.
No, I'm talking about the audits with the SLA and this APPs. You're saying to me, there is no way, we are going to interact with these CEOs, these CETAs. They will come and say, here we've spent money on a chalkboard. Because the SLA that came from the department would have indicated, or no, not the SLA, the letter would have indicated X, Y, and Z. So you're saying to me, that will never happen.
A chair that would have been ultra vires. You, all entities, Chair, they know you implement what is in the APP. So if one entity, let's say, implements something outside of the APP, then they will have to take full accountability of that. Because the APP goes with the budget, and the service level agreement is embedded in the APP. So you can't, then therefore, on the premise of a draft service level agreement, you implement. You must implement when everything is in the APP and when it's budgeted. You can't.
So you are saying, I'll give you, so you are saying to us, what you've just said about the 12 sitters who have responded, the SLA, because you are saying you've asked them to amend the APP, because the SLA that you want to sign with them was not in line with the APP. That's what you want them to amend.
Chair, what we have said to them, in your APP, make sure what is in the service level agreement is in the APP. Because the APP is the instrument which is budgeted you are going to implement.
Then why not
and we are going to monitor.
Why not change the SLA if the APP is the baseline? Why are you asking them to align the APP to the SLA and not the SLA to the APP?
Well, Chair, I would wish you get the letter we communicated. Because in the letter we say, if what is in the service level agreement is not in the APP, then you must do amendment. And mind you, before...
Do amendment to what?
It's before, Chair...
No, do amendment to what?
To align.
Yeah, amendment where? SLA or APP?
If, Chair, there is something in the SLA, because we said to them, if you have something... Let's say in the SLA you're saying you will offer 50 bursaries. And then in the APP, you said you'll offer 20 bursaries. So it means now then, therefore, the SLA must be amended to comply with the APP, not the reverse.
Okay. Yeah.
On a point of order, Chairperson, I think, look, Ntateno Mbalo is Wapala Diketo Karon, and he's not really addressing the problem that is here. Now, one, the point was very clear. You must be able to be honest. he can't be saying that the APPs are what the department are using to judge the work of the SETAs, when the Auditor General itself says that the performance indicators that are found within that supposed to be found within the APP are not well defined and they can't be verified, number one. Number two, that the performance outcomes or outputs of the same SETAs are not appropriate. So in simple English, there is a misalignment. I want to read here because, wow, there's a misalignment that undermines the credibility and usefulness of the performance data that you're supposed to receive from the SETAs, making it difficult to assess the outcomes altogether. So the point still remains, where now before you get to DG, you yourself as the DDG responsible for SETAs, how do you assess the SETAs and their performance when the AG tells us that your assessment pool is compromised because you can't assess them if the performance indicators are not well defined and they're not verifiable?
Chair, we have a long process that we do undertake with the SETAs. It does not start just towards the end of the financial or the beginning of the new financial year. That process starts a long time ago, let's say we start ordinarily in July the preceding year, whereby the SETAs will be doing submissions of their APPs as well as their strategic plans and their service level agreements. So in that process, we say to them, these are the targets. These targets, they must be in the APP, and these targets must be in the service level agreement. So by the time come the financial year, everything is aligned. So the only difficulty we had this time around was that because we had to have not one budget, and we had to do revisions of the APPs as well as strategic plans. So that was the only difference now, this time around. Hence then the AG looked into these areas and we worked on these areas and we've done a resubmission with regard to these areas.
Yeah, we don't agree. Desiree need to leave. So maybe let me give you Honorable Van der Walt, because I know you have to leave. Yeah, I'll still come to you. Yes, Honorable Van der Walt.
Okay, thank you for that. I just have a question regards to, and it might not be specifically highlighted in the presentation, is the issue of SIUs. Because we have seen in the past, and it always comes very late after the AG's audits are done, but surely there must be in some way a connection or a proactive steps that can be taken, because I mean, in all honesty, the Nexus report with that SIU, the latest that the President signed off up until March this year, it's really millions and millions and millions of rands. The department ends up owing the SIU money. We don't recover all those million rands. How, or is there a plan, or what actions are there between the AG's office and this to get the millions rather be spent on skills development or students rather than putting it in file 13? Because it's a lot of money that goes through this. Is there any methods that we can stop the department? I'm just keen on that, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'm going to make an example of the NSF, right, so that you can appreciate how the SIU came into the picture. Right? So we've done work in NSF, I think, for about 2 years or so, and we issued a disclaimer of opinion, where we basically said that we as the AGSA cannot express a view on where the money would have been deployed because of the lack of the supporting documentation. Right? If you take that as an example, it will be difficult for anybody, and I'm not speaking for the AGSA, because the AGSA mandate is very clear. We are the external auditors of government. And to make sure that we don't become a referee and a player, the AGSA should not be involved in the administration of the department in any how. We can indicate to you that based on the work that we've done last year, if you don't fix this particular internal control exposure points, they're going to cause a problem for you. But we can't sort of interdict the department from doing what they're supposed to be doing. But how the SIU complements some of the work that we do in NSF, that particular, I think it was a 1920 report and 1890, right? So when we express that view, and remember the disclaimer is actually not an opinion. A disclaimer is where the Auditor-General says, I can associate myself with the work that you've done, right? The SIU then came into the picture because you remember that process went right up until SCOPA, and SCOPA demanded that there be an investigation and SIU be brought into the space and they ventilated. When the SIU then took over that particular space and kind of ventilate a bit, you remember that there was an investigator, I think it was a Nexus that did a bit of investigation. It then became clear that the money was not deployed where it was supposed to be deployed. And I'm raising this because many a times, Chair, when the AG come in and say, I was not given a supporting documentation, it may look like an administrative process, it may look like on face value, it looks like it was just an audit document that was not given to the AG. But our experience had told us that where we are not given documents, there's normally bigger problems. And knowing the scope of the Auditor General and the mandate of the Auditor General, entities know that the Auditor General by law can only say that I disclaim and issue an opinion and walk off, by law. What we normally then rely on becomes Parliament. You know, this committee, SCOPA, where you then say, okay, now that you did not give AG the documents, what do we want to do? Because as Parliament, you then do not have a feedback from an independent external auditor of government of how the money would have been utilized. Sometimes we miss it as Parliament, that the lack of supporting documentation become exactly that on a superficial level. Sometimes we get it. And when we do get it, that's where you see the SIU coming in. And when the SIU come in, then they have a mandate to investigate. When they investigate, then you get a proper picture. Right? So it may not be as you want, Honourable Member, in terms of stopping, but it does complement the role of audit. And normally when we come to Parliament and we are having a finding, we try to emphasize that please don't look at this finding just on a superficial level, because the entities many a times may make you believe that it's really just AG not happy with a certain invoice that I've given them. But if I use NSF as an example, in that particular period, what we were not given was actually sitting on the backdrop of where money was misplaced. So I guess I may not be answering in terms of how do you stop the entities, but you may not be able to stop for the first year, but you are able to stop in the years to come. If you bring in the investigating bodies on time, you'll miss 1 year, but you'll not continue to miss 2 years, 3 years down the line. Because if you then do not bring the investigation early enough, or sometimes the entities launch their own investigation, and we're not that close to make sure that we cap the period, then we're going to lose as government, not only 1 year, we'll use 2 years and 3 years. Sometimes we'll lose the whole administration. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable van der Walt, Honourable Khabi. Yeah.
No, thank you very much, Mudulastulo. You know, earlier on, ke tlhalositse gore le la ke ga o latlhe ke tswa go bokoni bophirima. Yaanong nako ke tswang teng, a motho a dira jaaka DDG, o direla re motho o tsena ka mo o tswa ka mo. Ka mantswe a mangwe re motho o tshwara ka mo, a re itse o ra reng. Ke gore wa bua mara o tshwana le radio fela ga gasha e palelwa ke go tshwara station. That's what the DDG has been doing. And I think it's deliberate, because from where I'm sitting, as an intellectual, the DDG would understand his response was not necessarily aligned to the question. And it was a deliberate attempt to try and confuse the committee, and a deliberate attempt to circumvent accountability. But for now, you can win that process. But unfortunately, it's unsustainable of you not telling the truth, DDG. Because from where I'm sitting, I believe that you are deliberately refusing to respond to issues, in particular of the SLA and the issue of the APPs. And I'll get to that point earlier on. Auditor General, nobody in this portfolio committee or in this room, you can argue your powers and your responsibilities in terms of the accountability framework. So your recommendations, to a large extent, with the powers vested in you in terms of the constitution of this country, Nobody can argue that your analysis or your recommendation are biased or subjective. You are the only person in this room who can argue that your report is beyond reproach. You are the only one. I want to check with you. In your report, maybe let me start here. Let me appreciate your proactiveness as a way of making sure that our performance or our planning is aligned to the performance outcomes that we would want to achieve. And this proactive is appreciated because of, if there is willingness from the side of the department, of which from my side, it has been proven that there is no willingness. If there is generally a willingness, like you have correctly indicated, the first year, the second year, there might be challenges, but the third year, there should be improvements. And in terms of the previous audit outcomes of the department, you tell me if I'm wrong, for the past 4, if not financial years, there's not been any actual movement in terms of real issues that are impactful to our people's lives. I thought that I must compliment you. You know, Chair, I'm raising this thing, and when we're discussing this thing of the audit outcome of Department of Higher Education and Training, we must not forget that 50% of our population is living in poverty. We must not forget that 50% of young people in this country are unemployed. That should be the basis of our understanding. However, DG, you must not forget that the National Skills Fund, of which is your structure that accounts to you, where you are a referee, a player at the same time, has unspent 3 billion in the previous financial year. Having that understanding that with that level of unemployment and with that level of poverty in South Africa, you've got an entity that is expected to provide or train young people so that they can move out of poverty, which did not spend 3 billion. And if you were to ask me, from the rural areas, from the dusty streets of Christiana, what would 3 million do in terms of transforming the lives of people who are living in poverty? You would be surprised how would it change the lives of the people. So from where I'm sitting, Chairperson, I'm honestly convinced that people who are in these sitters are misplaced, and it boils back, DG, nothing personal, no pun intended. We are just doing our work in terms of accountability. But the reality of the matter is that we've got people in the National Skills Fund or in the Department of Higher Education and Training who are not supposed to be in higher education and training. That's why earlier on I was asking the DG, he must tell us why has he not done the honorable thing of resigning? Why must he continue doing what he's doing because of there's no changes? I would like to check with you, Auditor General. Why are you, in your report, you have said that there are some sitters that were problematic to cooperate, if I've heard you correctly. Which sitters are those in particular? Don't forget that when you appear before Parliament, to tell the truth is like standing in front of an altar. Which sitters?
Thank you so much, Honorable Khabu. I think I was making a comment in relation to the previous year when Honorable Maseko was asking in terms of the performance. And I'm happy for us to indicate which ones would have had the findings in the previous years that would not have addressed and they currently address. I can provide that report in writing to the committee, because then you'll be able to see who have been struggling over the years and who had moved. Thank you so much.
Auditor General, maybe for the purpose not only of myself as a member of Parliament, but also for our people on the ground, why are you conducting this mid-year reviews? What is the what is it that you want to achieve?
Thank you so much, Honorable Khabu. So here is the thing, right? If you look at the strategy of the Auditor General currently, right? So the mandate of the Auditor General stayed the same. The law is clear. But the strategy of the AGSA, as we put it now, we are seeking to see a culture shift in the public sector, not forgetting that we too are the very citizens that benefit from these entities, right? So what actually pushed us to say, let's come a bit earlier, is that the APP, if you miss it, yes, I can give you an audit outcome at the end of the financial year 25-26, Honorable Chair. But pretty much it's too late with regard to the implementation. So what we've seen over the years is that the moment the APP is not structured properly, everything else that comes, quarterly report that comes with it, the annual performance report that comes with it, it then falls under through that crack. So it's on that basis, Honorable Khabu, that we decided as a AGSA that we would, for APP in particular, will be proactive, so that we are able to support government directly in terms of the performance that they need to put under.
AG, don't be technical. What is it that you want to, let's say you advise the department. What is your main objective? The objective is for them to continue doing what they are doing or for them to change. You must be clear, don't be technical. My apologies.
I wanted to say, Mike, very simple, right? So we don't waste our audit time when there's not going to be a change. So of course we do it so that there can be a change in the system. Thank you.
According to you, is there any changes from Department of Education and Training looking into the past 5 years?
Honorable Chair, through you, so far as the APR and audit outcome are concerned, you will see that we've been complaining about the performance reporting of the department. So the audit outcome of the department had not changed so far as performance report is concerned. So there has been a stagnation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, AG. I think I've managed to get enough evidence to argue my case of having people who are irrelevant and not having relevant capacity to drive this narrative. Our understanding, Chair, it's of the strategic approach in terms of National Skills Fund and the SETAs. There must be accessibility to SETAs. The issue of success is informed by the completion of the program, but the impact deals to us addressing the issue of unemployment and poverty. And if, according to the report, National Skills Fund, that has failed to spend 3 billion last year, 3 billion not spent last year, it then says that, thank you very much, Chairperson. The report before us says that there is no alignment in terms of the report coming from the SETAs and what is presented before in terms of the actual programs that they are doing. That's why it becomes difficult to track as to whether these programs that are being implemented, do they actually address the issue of impact? And the impact, according to us, is when we see the number of young people being employed, being accommodated in the broader scheme of economic mainstream. Chairperson, with that being said, I've proven my case that the DDG is misplaced. Probably must engage the president that he must be redeployed to one. He has the skill of leading properly, but he might be misplaced. Probably belongs there older persons. And thank you very much.
Honorable Source.
Honorable Chair, it's the conclusionary remarks of my colleague that was still giving me a brain freeze there. Thank you, Chair. I think let me start by AJ. The way you present yourself, the way you answer with so much tact and confidence for a black woman, that's excellence, and I want to celebrate you for that. It's very refreshing to see. In terms of the alignment with the National Skills Strategy, I didn't see much of that in the current report, but in the budget review report that was given to us last year, if I can remember correctly, the 10th or the 9th of October 2024, on that item, on the national alignment with the skills strategy, how is the department performing?
Thank you, Honorable Sauce. So when we looked at the APP, we believe that what they put in the current APPs, especially for the SETAs, it is in line with what's sitting in the strategy, right? The challenge with us, we were saying, they are framing them in a way that will be difficult to track, right? So we were not worried that they are borrowing things outside of the skills development strategy, but it will be important that we craft it in a manner that allows progression, because that strategy is a long term, right? So one needs to make sure that what we are doing this year, especially as almost the first year of administration, that it creates a solid foundation for us. So we are not worried of them, or we had not identified an instance where they are outside of that particular strategy. So we're comfortable that they are within, but obviously we just need to tighten it a bit. Next.
Is that only for SETAs, or does the same apply to TVET?
Thank you, Honorable Sir. The TVETs, in terms of the framework and the act, they do not have performance planning. Right? So If you look at the framework on performance information, it touches the universities in terms of the requirements to actually have an annual performance plan and annual performance report. It touches on the SETAs and the department and other entities. So the TVETs do not have that particular legislation that demands of the
So
annual performance.
are you saying you can't track?
Yes, from ASF we can't.
Okay, I'm now confused because in that 2024 report that you guys gave to us, and I'm trying to link it because we also questioned on that report the last time, and I'm trying to track progress. So in that last report, you actually said that there has been no, I quote, open quote, there has been no significant shift by the TVET branch and TVET colleges in ensuring alignment between the recommendations of the quality assurance entities and the fields of studies being prioritized at the TVETs, close quote.
All right, thank you so much. That is for the, so the work that we've done on performance, it was for the TVET branch, right?
Yeah.
The work we've done on the TVETs is not the APP. That's why you'll see that none of the TVETs will table an APP. So that comment, we made it from the work that we've done in data analytics, analyzing the studies for all the 50 TVETs. So we're still going to do that. That's part of an ordinary audit that's going to come through. It's not necessarily part of the current work that we've done because they don't have an annual performance plan. But part of the reason why we were highlighting the need for the department not to utilize reports, I'm going to go back to that, is so that each branch can be a bit clearer on what is it that they want to do in each of the entities that they are responsible for, speaking from the department perspective. So the proactive work for the APP, the CETAs will not be there, but when we then do the audit outcome feedback, similar to what we did last year, that will include the work that we've done in analyzing their...
Why that is important to break down is because, are you saying to me at this point, you still hold that view as it relates to what you stated in the report, yes?
Thank you, Honourable. It remains intact, that view, until we finalize the audit outcomes. So it remains intact.
Now, in 2024, when I asked that question, you were not there. So I posed the question to the DDG TVET, and he said in that meeting that he disagrees with the Auditor-General. So I'm going to pose the very same question. Now that you say you maintain to the Honorable DDG for TVET. DDG, do you remember your response to me?
Honorable Souls, I remember my response.
Do you maintain?
It was also not in 2024.
When was it?
It was in 2025, early this year, in the Free State.
Your memory is greater than mine.
Yeah.
I'm glad you remember exactly when it was and exactly what you stated. Do you maintain?
I still maintain until we have the engagement with the Auditor General on their findings. And for us to be able to clarify some of the issues, as the AGSA said, they still have to finalize on that particular matter. So until such time that we are able to provide responses on some of the findings, I maintain.
No, my interest is obviously not in your processes in terms of when you officially, upon the day when which I still maintain, my memory takes me to 2024. But be that as it may, you said in that meeting that you disagree with the AG, you still disagree with the AG, despite what's still going to come. But at the time of reporting, the AG is saying that there's no link between the skills and what is currently available. You say there are. That's a very pertinent element within TVET, because if the skill strategy that we have does not align with what our students need, it's obviously a problem. It says we are outdated. So for you to maintain, as we sit here now, are you saying that the AG's report at the time, which still applies now, is inaccurate?
Until I get the specific, Honorable Source, until I get the specifics of the misalignments, which I don't have at the moment, and in which areas are those misalignments, then I should be in a position to say yes or no.
You would agree that you're unfair now, because at the time when I asked you, your response was not as you state now, to say, you want to first go look why the AG is saying so, and then you'll respond to me. Instead, what you did was you said, no, that's not the truth. Then I asked you, are you stating for the record that you disagree with the AG statement? You said yes. You didn't need to go verify. With your brilliant memory, can you remember that I asked you, do you state for the record that you disagree? You said yes.
Yes, and I still maintain that, Honorable Source.
But it's not the same
the
as
question,
it's not the same as
yes,
before.
The question, how it was phrased, do you agree or disagree?
Yes.
And I said I disagree, Honorable Source.
I asked.
And I'm saying I'm still maintaining that.
No, today is different. Today you are not saying I disagree. Full stop. Today you are saying I disagree until I am clear and I verify why the AG is saying so. That's a material difference in response. If you say that to me now, you must then say, I concede, I have not added until you see, and then we can settle that, okay, then I'll wait until you have seen. Which one is it?
Through your chair, I still maintain that I disagree. Today, the line of questioning has changed because you say why. That was never asked during that engagement.
I didn't ask why. Yeah. My question was, do you still maintain?
Yes, I still maintain, Honorable Source.
Yes, but you maintain, are you saying that what the AG has said is not true? Or are you saying you can only say it's true after you have verified?
I've already clarified, Honorable Source, that I can only say that once they have concluded their work. And,
yes,
and our engagement as well, because the audit process allows for responses, which might verify why certain things have happened in a particular way, based on the standard that AG would have agreed with us as a department.
DDG, you
this
see,
is the information that I need.
I'm very transparent and honest with you. And the reason why this is important is I'm coming back to it because it's important to me. I'm not coming back to it because for some technical reason. It's important that within our TVET sector, that what we offer aligns with the skills that we need. That's why I'm asking it. And at the time when I asked you, because it was concerning when I saw it in the report, you said, it's not true. Now that I have the AG, you change your position and you say, you maintain, but you must first verify. That's two different things. I will leave it at that and say to you, the response is not the same. And I take it, AG, that what the DGG is now saying is that he doesn't disagree with you full stop. He will now wait for the reasons that you gave. I had an important other question, but I'll have to leave it now because of that engagement. But once again, great job, and thank you very much for representing the Auditor-General's office so well in this session.
Yeah, maybe before we leave it, we'll give the AG. The issue was, is there anything that the AG can prove or can say to convince the DDG that the answer he gave was not accurate? So maybe let's give the DDG to give that, the AG to give that opportunity if they have something, so that we can convince the DDG that there was something. I'll give you. Yeah.
Auditor.
Sorry?
I actually would advise against it. This is why. Because the DDG is only in this session saying he wants to understand the reasons. Then when I asked, the DG said, no, the AG is wrong. So for whose benefit is it now to hear the reasons? I don't think the platform should be used to now entertain the additional from the DDG. It should just be said, he said for the record, he disagrees, and then this process that's between the AG and the DDG's office will then continue outside of this process. Okay. Instead of now, unless we can use that time for me to ask the other questions I had.
That's okay. We'll deny you that opportunity.
Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Low. I don't like that
there. Thanks, Chair. Mayor Kabo, I would have listened to you on the presentation, and according to your presentation, 70% of the performance indicators of 2025-26, they did not satisfy the SMART principle, and they've got the potential to deal with the throughput of the first-time student, which can deal with misallocation of funds, and which can also deal with issues of corruptions. And we're speaking of first-time students who are normally confronted with registrations, allowances, and stuff. In your honest opinion, do you think the department is not aware of the SMART principles, or there's a deliberate way of not wanting to account on the audit outcomes ever since you've been doing your audits of the department on your previous fiscal years? I'm quite deliberate about this question.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Law, protect me from pronouncing that is deliberate, right? Let me not say it's deliberate, but let me share with you that the framework we utilize to measure performance and the APPs is a framework that is available for all of us. All our entities have got that framework. So let me leave it like that. Protect me from having to determine the intention, but allow me to tell you that the framework is widely available.
The intention is to respond to the needs of our students who are suffering every day. Yeah. The intention is to respond to the students who are living in bad conditions of accommodations in different TVETs. The intention is, as a result, to say SMART principles are the first tool to give guidance as to what should the audit be into. Accountable, transparent, and responsive to the budget that the government is giving to entities. Now, today, the Department of Higher Education seems not to be familiar with SMART principles, mainly because they seem to be quite surprised and shocked about these SMART principles. And the first instrument in your audit process or in governance, you start by applying the principles that seeks to balance and open up transparency and open up the field for you not to struggle as to what not getting issues. Secondly, in your presentations, you have referred that there were outstanding indicators that were left behind. And one of the critical indicators that were left behind from the department was the one of students who are trained by an entity called NSF, which they could not account as to how many learners were trained. Now, it means we could have spent the money, but the department is not willing to account for how many they've trained and how can therefore unpack and put into expenditure. Now, I'm coming on the SMART principles because before we go to any other process, the primary entrance is that the department must be clear as to how do you apply your SMART principles and how do you therefore unpack the SMART principles to respond to the current situations. I'm going to give you scenarios. Entities are failing to develop in terms of society and as per the programs that they're giving. There's a lot of corruption taking place, hence you can see that today the Director General cannot even know that the APP is a predetermined document, analyzed, done by the department, and then they put measures to say how they implement it. The APP is a free framework that is going to give effect and a base as to how the department is expected to perform quarterly and how they are going to measure in terms of the instruments of the performance management system that is acquired by the law. Now, when you do that, you utilize the SLA as an agreement which is going to be a tool of measuring the work done. Hence, when you come now, we utilize the SMART principles to check, is it tangible, is it reliable, and is it accurate, and is it specific on the scope of work as per the alignment of the budget. We can't be teaching the department this. Now, it means our inefficiencies and our failure to respond to the needs of the children of the South Africans who do not have access to universities, accommodation, even food. It's as a failure of the department's plan, and to be honest, and to be also to align the current issues of the department and review their work. That is my analysis on the SMART principles, how it is deliberately left behind. Because the first tool to be accountable, you must apply those principles. That should be specific what you want to attain. So we are trying to show to the South Africans that, yes, indeed, there is no willingness or there is no willingly to say we can be able to change attitude. For example, I'm going to ask you again, in your fiscal years, in terms of the department's misalignment and their audit action plans, have they adequately responded to what you've given them, or you've been struggling to get the accurate responses in according to the audit action plans? I'm asking this because when you audit in a financial year, you will give your opinions, you will give your findings, and then Tate Zungu can only say to us he disagrees in a certain period of time as per the AGSA law, the laws that are applied, your GREP standards and norms of the AGSA that guides the auditing tool. So you only disagree on a period of time, and then the audit opinion becomes final and it stays there, and then you can only do what? Deal with the ramifications on the audit action plans. Now, the problem like this, it is emanating from ourselves that we are confronted with, is as a result that we are not confirmed or we are not bound by the principles of how do we want to guide the department. Now, I'm not an auditor, but luckily God has given an opportunity to become a mere HR practitioner. Now, while you measure your APP and how you align it with the current issues, it goes along with the budget. Now, when the indicator does not perform and the budget, there's expenditure, it means there's no alignment. There's either corruption, mismanagement, and misalignment and failure to adhere to that. So I want to know, in your previous fiscal years, in the audit action plans, have the department adequately responded to the issues as we've recommended, or you are still stuck with few issues that are not yet aligned as per the SMART principles? Mokhodutero is SMART principles. Any engagement that we are going to terminate from now, it should be based on the SMART principles, because you are applying them when you are doing audit.
Thank you so much, Chair. Let me summarize it like this, Honourable Law, that so far as, and we call it audit of predetermined objectives. Okay? So meaning where we audit not only your APP, but we also audit your reporting. That is where the department is stuck, actually. In fact, if you look at the audit outcome for higher education, you would have seen, if I take you through the history, they would have had struggles with compliance, as an example. They dealt with compliance, and compliance will speak to supply chain and the likes. But the second other item that they struggled with is performance reporting. And that still stays with the department. So that stagnation, I think the department is still battling with it. Thank you so much.
No, thank you very much. I've also noted in your report that 60% of the performance indicators were focused on the administrative outputs rather than education outcomes. Now, this misalignment has led to inefficiencies where approximately 500 million was spent on initiatives that did not yield measurable education improvements. What were the most significant shortcomings in the performance indicators used by the Department of Higher Education, and how does these shortcomings affect the overall assessment of the department's performance? Thanks.
Trying to have an opportunity, can I allow her? Thank you, go ahead.
I just need a quick summary of the question, please. Just the last part of the main question.
Of the question was that how did the shortcomings affect the overall assessment of the department's performance?
Look, I think in this particular instance, because of the fact that we're not yet at a point of actually looking at the actual performance, hence we are at a point of actually cautioning in that with these shortcomings, the implication would be the actual performance element. So at this point in time, we're cautioning against you. I think it was mainly on the reporting element in that the department would be planning on reports in that particular slide, rather than actually, the actual activities in the actual the actual activities that should be monitored. The implications of that is that when we come to now actually assessing the performance of the department, is that there might be a bit of a shortcoming, because what you would have planned in terms of the activities, one is not actually able to monitor the actual performance of the department. Hence, it's going to have that implication in terms of actual implications in terms of actual implementation against the budget that would be allocated in the department in terms of implementation. I think that's where the shortcoming might be the instance.
In a nutshell, accountability is going to be a challenge. If you cannot craft these things in an unambiguous way, in a smart way, then we are going to spend, and accountability will be a bit of a challenge for us. Thank you.
Chair, the last question. I know my time has passed. DG, in all of the deliberations, I want to pose a question to you. Do you think it's fair for South Africans, and do you think it's fair for our students and our people whom regard as motive forces to suffer the consequence of incompetency, failure to adhere to internal controls, and failure to do consequence management at the department, and a helm where you are the head of the institutions? Do you think that it's fair that you must always every day come here and speak one thing and there's nothing that is happening? What will be your take to the South Africans and the people in this home to deal with the changes adequately, effectively, and what do you think you will bring about to the committee or to the people of South Africa as a matter of saying we're going to change the institution in this particular way? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think up until we've changed the material conditions of our students out there, none of us must be satisfied. All of us must feel that we've got to do more than we are doing. And I think our task in the leadership is actually to inspire those we lead towards a different turn. What the AG is presenting here today is how we are doing it. Also, what the AG is saying is what are the weaknesses in the plans to turn it around. We are also saying at the same time, we know where we come from and where we are now. Maybe the distance from where we were to where we are now is not significant as much as we wish, but there is movement. I've got a team here of esteemed officials of the department who have served the government over many years. And I can tell you, many of them inspire me in terms of the work that they do. What is a shortcoming in our work is how do we link the strategic turn of the department towards the areas that will help us to move quickly towards reaching out to those. You said 50% of those who are living in rural areas and in the margins of society. Our coming here as the entire leadership of the department before the portfolio committee is so that we are able to provide not just the overviews or strategic angle of how we are moving, but also to be able to draw specific responses from the teams that are in operations, so that there is specific response to questions that Parliament is asking us. I can assure you we are here committed. We are here believing that the direction we are taking is the one that is going to change the country for the better. And I am determined and I'm convinced that this is going to be achieved, especially if we work together with the Auditor General and other entities that seek to support us. I would discourage anyone who feels they differ at this stage, because we are at a sensitive stage of the revolution. We are at a different, at this stage we cannot afford. When the chair was asking me a question about how are we going to make sure that those who differ, in terms of recommendations of the AG, how are we going to turn it around? I understand that question to also mean, can you really afford at this stage that we have people just engaging us academically when actually the reality of the environment is about the lives of our people? And in as much as we will listen to academic arguments, what is important to me is turning the system towards ensuring that everyone is there, and all the views that we receive and all the support we can get from the portfolio committee, from the Auditor General to me, will help us to get to that point. And we apologize if we are not specific, Chair, sometimes, and I think it's not easy to be in Parliament, and you must accept that many of us are just bureaucrats and technocrats. But there is no intention to mislead. If you allow me, I'll make one example of the SLA, because this is a question which I feel I'm not satisfied we've answered satisfactorily. The AG said to me about the SLAs, look, there's a problem with your SLAs. Not here, in the previous audit. There's a problem with your SLA. Your SLAs, what sitters are doing, they don't concentrate on what is in the APP. They craft them such that they choose the easiest things to achieve. In other words, you will have an SLA and you will have the APP, but in the manner, because they know the SLA is the sharpest tool to hold boards accountable. If they can reduce the impact of the measurability, the SMART principle, in terms of how it is crafted, it delays the department in actually holding them accountable. That's what AG said in the previous year. This year, what I think Mr. Mvalo was I thought that's the angle he was taking. He was trying to be specific about what we are doing with the SLAs to make sure that they are aligned to the SLAs. How it came across, it's another matter. But I would have thought that is how he wanted to respond. Chair, I think that is my humble take in the question that is really fundamental, because it's also a strategic question that must also question how the strategic direction of the department takes into account the issues that are flagged to us by the Auditor General. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, DG, and I'm happy that you've entered there indicating the importance of this SLA, actually describing it as a sharpest tool that you guys can use to hold these boards available. If that is the case, why at the beginning of the 7th Parliament until the end of the financial year, why did we not have SLAs with these sitters? And who was responsible for that?
Chair, the SLAs are signed between the chairs of boards of sitters and the Director General. Up until we have appointed them, it could not be possible to have an SLA. you needed to appoint them. So the processes for the appointment of boards have actually affected the process of finalizing the SLAs. There is no other reason. Chair, the minute we appoint the boards, the SLAs must be signed. What we need to question at this point in time is how do we manage the transition that has been created as a result of the gap that has been, that has happened. And I think this is the answer. The answer to that question is the work that ourselves and the NSA are doing to say how do we tighten the monitoring, of our sitters in the transition. How do we make sure that since there are no chairs currently in the system, that gap does not lead to a problem. The signing of the SLAs would not be a problem. What is an issue, Chair, which is relevant for us to discuss it today, is the fact that even if we had signed it on time, if we would not have addressed the issues that the AG would have flagged with us previously, still it would not help us to achieve what we want. And so to me, what's important today is that those SLAs, what we get, in fact, is taking advantage of the fact that there has been this process to actually go back to those SLAs and make sure that they speak to the issues that are there, so that they are relevant to us. I think that is and I don't know if my colleagues would wish to add there, but the simple reason for SLAs not being signed by now is simple, that they are between the DG and the chairs.
Yeah. My question was, the SLAs we're talking about was from around at the beginning of the 7th administration until end of the financial aid March. So that time we had the boards and the chairs. Why was that period? Why did we not have those SLAs?
Okay, I don't know if you can.
Honorable Chair, thanks very much, DG. For the financial year 2024-2025, we have had SLAs. DG is making reference for 2025-2026. The ones that now in the system you have a lacuna, as it were, Honorable Chairperson, that we are finalizing the process of appointing the chairpersons. And DG must finalize these service level agreements with the chairpersons. But for the year 2024-2025, there were service level agreements. Okay. Thanks very much, Honorable Chair.
Okay, Khabo. Did we not have a situation where there were no service level agreements from the beginning of the 7th administration to the end of the financial year 24-25?
Thank you, Chair. I think for the previous financial year, we didn't have that. What we may have had in instances where some of the indicators that are in the SLA were not in the APP. Thanks, Chair.
Okay. Thank you very much. And we have not started auditing the 24-25? We're busy with it. Okay. We will wait for you to finish that audit. And then we will see, because I believe there was a period where SLAs were not signed by the department, but because we have not finished auditing, we'll allow you. DG. So the SLA you are saying you sign with the chairs of the boards, and not, there's no way the CEOs are part of that thing.
No, what would then happen is that the performance agreements of the CEOs must, once those are signed, then align with what the board, because what the process of signing the SLA is to allow the minister to hold the boards accountable. But the boards must then hold the management accountable. In the performance agreement then will have to then be informed by that. For example, right now the performance agreements of DDGs are already aligned to the new targets, the new performance targets. But up until we have signed the SLA to see if what is in the performance agreements of DDGs is also reflected in, for example, DDG Mvalo and CITAS. You know, you want to see the link between the performance agreements of all of those officials that are there. And I think that is what we are looking at, Honorable Chair. And our commitment is to improve from the areas the AG has cited. I actually, when I look at those areas that you know are lifted, I feel that we should be saying, you know, we can see our way through in getting you know, this done. The challenge for the department is to monitor and ensure that we improve because of the magnitude of the system that we are responsible for.
Yeah. So the service level agreements in the Skills Development Act is covered under Section 10A. And you are saying to me that the service level agreement, okay, before that, Section 11(1) or Section 11 gives authority to the ministry to hold boards accountable, meaning these chairs report to the minister, and that is why they are appointed by the minister. But the service level agreement is signed between the DG and this. So as a chair, I sign, as a chair of the board, I sign a service level agreement with somebody the same act says I'm not reporting to. Does it make sense? Is it?
I think, Chair, you have spotted a real gap because that's a legal. It's a legal issue. It's an area that requires attention in the review of the legislation because it has caused problems in the past, where in the manner in which the chairs they see themselves as reporting to the minister, when they are held accountable by the Director-General of the Department, there is always a struggle, you know, in subjecting themselves to account based on those SLAs. And we've found a mechanisms in the process of trying to create a harmony in the disjuncture that exists by ensuring that there are fora of CETAs for CEOs and forums of chairs, where we engage on these matters. But when it comes to where, for example, there are problems, we have to hold people accountable. That has been the key area. I think for me, the key area of amendment would have to be that one.
Yeah, because, I mean, even if you look at Section 10, I think it's Section 10(1)(g), that gives the administration of the CETAs to directly report to the DG. And then Section 11 then has a different it's just a mess. So when we say to you, DG, we are not happy with the performance. Because this thing, a legal team of the department, TD Jimvan, should have long picked this thing up. Those are very serious people who are paid serious money dealing with legal. We are not legal people. But for us to pick up this thing, when it has been with the department for so long, when you have a department, you have people there, directors, chief directors, who come to our meetings instead of doing their job. This is part of them doing their job. All they know is just to disrespect members when they're in our meetings. And when we tell you, you are not performing here. This is one example. I'm just making an example of this one. Because it has legal problems. And when we raise this thing that you in the department who are dealing with legal issues, you are not helping us. You take offense. You come to our meetings then and tell us that we are saying you are useless. We have never said anybody is useless. But we are saying you are not doing your job properly there. And the state is giving money to this department, to this unit in the department to pick up these things. And when you don't pick them up, it creates a problem. I mean, I'm making an example with this one, with the Skills Development Act. We've got many problems. I mean, the CET Act, for an example, that deals including with equalizing the digizongo of those who in the TVET sector would have improved their qualifications. And it's not followed. The department does not follow, all of those things. There seems like there's no, in the act, there's no recourse for this. So when you put up an act, DG, it must protect everybody in the system. It must be a guideline for what to do and what not to do. And if you do this, it means this will be the problems of it moving forward. So I hope this one will be attended to as soon as possible. So the letter from Treasurer DG that the minister gave to the accounting officers of the cities to act as accounting authorities. How far can you go in making sure that, because you can't say now there's no chairs. The biggest problem we have is this SLA. Can these people, accounting officers who are now accounting authorities, sign these SLAs? And if yes, how soon can we expedite this? The legal team is not here. Ordinarily, they were supposed to help us to say the problem with this is that X, Y, and Z might happen in the long run, but they are not here. I know I might be putting you on the spot, but there's these letters that you got from National Treasury that says X, Y, and Z can act. How far can they go, and can they really sign these SLAs as accounting authorities? If you are not sure, members don't like being, because they do go through their work. What do you say? If you are not sure, because you are not a legal person, you are from NSA. Yeah, no, I'll allow you to open the mic. But if you are not sure, don't answer, because I don't want tomorrow. You might be trying to respond honestly. And then tomorrow we find that your honest intention was not an honest answer. And these members, you see, they are instructing me to go open cases. Tomorrow it will be me here with people running after me with serious guns, So please assist us. If you are not sure, DG, let's not commit to something we're not sure. It's okay to even say, we have not thought about it that way. Maybe let's get our legal department. I don't know if you have a legal department, honestly, but let's get our legal department to help us. I know I'm assisting you. I can see DG. You have finished 2 glasses of water, 2 bottles of water. No. NSA CEO, you were pressing your mic. Yeah, press the mic first so that you're on the record.
Well, Chair, I was tempted to say without prejudice, let me not compromise myself. But ordinarily, the letters that were issued are designating the CEOs to perform those functions with the vested powers in them. Thank you, Chair.
So DG it means there's no reason why those SLAs should not be signed, so that we are able to measure this reporting format properly. So we'll give you time to consult internally, so that when you'll give it to us in writing that we have spoken to legal, this is what they are saying, and this is the process we'll take in making sure that we have this stability. We agree that. There's been a period, AG, where we have had a problem with this, the usefulness of information that these entities give us. As part of your recommendations, have you recommended to the department to probably look at capacity building in the system, from TVETs, CETAs, whatever, and say to them, department, this is a problem. We're unable, every year we get repeat findings because of your information you give us. It's not, we can't use it. That's why some of the entities would have had disclaimers. But have we recommended to the department to consider capacity building in the sector? And if yes, what have they done according to you about those suggestions?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Our recommendations over the years. So we kind of, as the AGSA, would not have said build more capacity in terms of warm bodies. But I'll tell you that one of the key elements of the AGSA recommendation speaks to the full utilization of your accountability structures. So each of these entities will have internal audit and audit committee, and for a reason. If you look at how PFMA had been crafted to recognize the role and the function of internal audit and audit committee, it was supposed to protect the entities. It's like a secondary layer of accountability that assist and aid the department. Our view as the AGSA remains the fact that you may not want to bulk the organizational structure of the department. That may not be the intention. But is to actually reflect and say, how best do you utilize the current governance structures that are sitting in these entities? And similarly, I think when you're making a comment on the information that comes to the committee, right? Our recommendation as the AGSA will always remain, as a committee as well, when you have a report that comes from the entity, it may be beneficial once or twice to be asking, what is the view of internal audit on what I'm having, right? Or what is the view of the audit committee on what I'm having? Because those structures are independent. They should be independent information, and they should also have the right capability to aid certain governance processes. So our recommendation will always gravitate towards the full utilization of internal audit and audit committee, with understanding that they should be independent from the entities that they're servicing. Thanks, Chair.
DG, with the recommendations from the AG, what has the department done in making sure the department and its entities are aligned to the recommendations of the AG?
Okay, I think, Chair, earlier on I tried to suggest that this work that the AG is presenting is a result of our earlier engagement with AG, which has led to all our entities engaging. Even those that have been negative, they have been brought on board to actually engage the AG. I think what remains now to be done is to isolate those areas where we still have not reached full compliance from the institutions. Isolate them, target them through our SITA coordination desk, and get them to take the line of the department in that regard. I think as a DG of the department, I can take that decision.
Okay. Last question, AG. Has the department not had non-compliance now with your SMART principle, the department itself? You can answer.
They did. The whole debate, Honorable Chair, that speaks to the report, it has to do with the smartness of those indicators. I think that's why it was important for us to put it forward. They did. Thanks.
And this is recurring from the 2022-2023 APP, according to my records here.
Yes, most of the indicators is how they had them in the previous years.
DG, now let's leave there. The entities. You know, you've been answering well. No, this, the reason why the work we're doing, we're asking these people to do these things. Now, the AG's report says your own department is not compliant itself with the SMART principles. In this year's 25-26 APP, and this is recurring from the 22-23 APP. Take us through. Convince us now. Why even yourselves? I take this, you'll bring these other entities to the book and what, but now even yourself, this thing says you are also a victim of not, complying. Take us through.
Chair, I can commit the department in ensuring that what's still outstanding is finalized and dealt with. It should not be an outstanding. If we say we will encourage entities, it must be also because we are leading by example. I think that's...
So they've responded to, they are fixing this, or they fixed it. They will fix. Okay. No, it's fine. So the concluding remarks on this. Okay, okay.
Chair, thank you very much. Okay, just one disclaimer I've noted in the letter that I responded on. While in one paragraph it indicates that the CEOs can assume the role of the accounting authorities. However, in another paragraph further down the line, it indicates that this approval only pertains to the functions of the accounting authorities in terms of the PFMA Act and does not include functions of the boards in terms of the Skills Development Act. So there may be a technicality there. I wanted to just clarify that. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah,
But I think, Chair, if I may come in, you have already directed us in saying, let us work with our leader to check those gaps and then advise you on how we are proceeding.
Yeah, I was going to say that let's still stick to getting a legal something so that there's no ambiguity. When you write to us, DG will ask you by next week Wednesday to give us that thing. AG, as we thank you, I think the Auditor-General in South Africa is doing an incredible job in helping us change the lives of our people. I think people sometimes don't understand the roles of Chapter 9 institutions and other institutions in helping government become a better instrument to change the lives of our people. I want to thank you. I know I'm probably one of the worst chairpersons that would work with because I even call at wrong hours. I call, if something comes to my mind at night about the sector, I call, and I want to appreciate the fact that you are assisting even when we call you at different hours. I call you last minute. Yeah, please. When we call you at this wrong hours, you do assist. I call you last minute when we're having an interaction with a certain institution, be it a TVET, a university. I'll call you last minute to please bring in your people to come help us understand this 1, 2, 3, 4, because you would have seen the presentation of that institution and certain things will not make sense, and you would put people on a flight immediately, even though I'll be saying it the day before. We want to appreciate you, appreciate the commitment you have to this country. Honestly, the entire AGSA also send our gratitude to your principal. We really appreciate. TG, you see and especially NSFAS, DDG Sotuku, there are a number of issues that AG has raised. And from where I'm seated, we're still going to have problems with NSFAS, with what I'm seeing here. I mean, when the AG says the indicators are not well defined at NSFAS, what does it mean? It means NSFAS will say, as an example, I am going to fund 600,000 university students. But there will be no strict indicator that will say, this is how I'm going to prove that I funded these people. They will probably say that, DG, I will wait for a university to give me I don't know what in order for me to prove. And that is the reason why we have the 2017 to 2022 closeout project is precisely because that the internal controls of NSFAS, they will just give money to a university and they don't even know whether they, at the end of the year, they owe or are owed by that university. That is why we have this SIU closeout project, for an example. So how, this one is a sore pain to me, because on a daily basis, we get, all these members, they get many queries from students saying, I'm funded. I'm told I'm funded. But I've never received an allowance for the whole year. It's June now, I'm writing exams. I've never received any allowance. I was never given or allocated the residence. A lot of problems. And when AG goes and says, let's put these smart principles, this is so that we are able to measure, NSFAS should be about impact. What impact are you making to poor people out there? Are you taking them off the streets or putting them at universities? So when I look at this, the misalignment between SP and APP, NSFAS claims to have a relationship with other parties as public-private partnerships. But when AG checks There's no PPP there. The relationship does not meet the definition. Because triple Ps are defined by National Treasury. They tell you, this is what a triple P is. Mare, ronar ki triple P. We are just paying people. People giving people money. They are consultants. I'm very worried, DG, about NSFAS. I am extremely worried. Something ought to give at NSFAS. In fact, we were trying, just that this period of budgets could not allow us, but we were trying to bring NSFAS again now. Because it can't be that, we get so many, even, I'm sure these people, they now have our numbers. They now know our numbers by head. Accommodation providers. The number of emails and calls and WhatsApps that we get from them, it's just scary. Across the country. Others have not paid since, students were writing exams, DG, without Wi-Fi. Because these accommodation providers could no longer afford to pay Wi-Fi. They owe municipalities hundreds of thousands of rands in water and electricity. Some of these students were writing exams without electricity at their accommodation. And they understand it's not the accommodation provider's fault. It's because they've not been paid from last year. So it's as if there's a deliberate attempt. And we raised it when NSFAS was here because we were a bit worried that NSFAS seems to want to say everything else must go back to universities. They don't want to do anything with paying accommodation providers. And we warned them in that meeting. We said, we're going to have a problem because we're going to have, and I'm glad the regional manager of Gauteng and Free State is here, of the TVET. He's also a principal of Letaba TVET. Letaba TVET is one of the TVET colleges that were putting our kids in shacks. And we could not blame NSFAS because they were not playing a role. Now, the new leadership of NSFAS are saying that they must go back to that state. And we've told them in the meeting here, they were seated somewhere, we told them we don't agree with them. Because throwing the problem away from yourselves to universities is not going to solve it. You are going to go back to another problem that was already identified. And if you listen to the tone of these accommodation providers, they are saying those who are accredited by universities are being paid. And those who are accredited by NSFAS, they are not being paid. So what is being done here, deliberately, DG, is to say the useful process is when you are paid by university and not by NSFAS. And I can tell you it's done deliberately. These people, they meet with the top leadership of NSFAS. They write to them. They include us on their emails. They promise, on this day, 30 May, we're paying. These people go and make arrangement with their debtors. The bank, my man, don't take this minibus taxi that I'm using to transport these kids to campus. Yes, NSFAS says it's going to pay. On the 30th, when it comes, they don't pay. Throws this poor person right under a train, not even a bus. How train? So we are very worried about NSFAS. We are extremely worried. The things that are happening there at NSFAS they are not sitting well with us. They punish students. Students have submitted everything they are registered at an institution. The communication between an institution and NSFAS does not happen the way it should, and the student is being punished, they tell a student, you are not going to be funded this year because the date has passed where the university or institution was supposed to give us your registration. These kids, they've registered, there's nothing that they've not done. It's not their fault. But the letter comes from NSFAS and say, we're not funding you this year. We're worried about what is happening at that institution. It looks like a coordinated effort to collapse that. And I've said it before, that thing means more than anything to us. So, many of us here will not have seen the doors of learning and culture if it was not because of that institution. It has produced over 5 million poor people or graduates from there at universities alone, and more if you include TVET. We're not going to sit back and allow it to be dragged to the ground. So we want you guys as the department, and we told the board there, when it was the board chair, we said, we will not accuse you of meddling issues there. But when we ask you at any given time, we want you to tell us how far are things there. And I don't think that is happening. Like I said, I'm very worried. We met with them about 2 months or so ago. I can tell you things have not improved. It is worrying. These kids now, these students, they've written exams. Many of them might not have done well, because the assumption you must have is that if you don't give this student money for allowances, they don't have anything to eat. That's the assumption you have, because your system says they come from a SASSA family, they don't have anything. So the whole 6 months they've not eaten. That's the assumption you have. So they went to exams, being stressed, having not eaten, having written tests, hungry, or even these exams they are writing, they're hungry. And then when they don't do well, you come in with this N+ rule. Some of them decides DDG in May that I won't be able to pass this exam, so I'm deregistering. They deregister to stay at home. And then the following year, when now you say, no, I'm not funding you because you have passed, you have exceeded your N+ rule. So NSFAS worries me. I mean, I don't know how many students have written to me, they've written to these members about these problems. And these members, those are their bosses. All of us here, they must give answers. We send these things to NSFAS. Then NSFAS decide not to even respond to these members. What does it mean? These members, they are useless to their constituencies. And that is a deliberate, that's not something we're not going to agree to. When you look at the comments here, misalignment, almost sounded like Benny Payne, mismanagement. No, order sustained. It was on a lighter note. NSF, same story. DG, serious problems. So I will not go into details, but you know, serious problems. So let's please DG, let's put our hands on pulse, because the consequences of us not doing it, it's major. If you have not given this child, this student, who's a boy, their allowances, some of them, they try and matabalaza, try and survive. And in them trying to survive, some of them, they are killed. Maybe they try robbery, pickpocketing somebody, because they just need money for bread. They try there, they get stabbed, they get arrested. It's bad. And if they are females, many of them with very good moral fiber, they end up giving in to these cheese boys and sugar daddies on campus who are asking them out. because this cheese boy or sugar daddy has got money to afford to give, I'll give you, to afford to give this child grocery money. They end up giving in. And then, because this old people with a big stomach like mine, many of them, they don't have moral fiber. You know, even when they go to these kids with an intention just to sleep with them, give them money, some of them are not even, they're sick. They infect these young kids with a number of STIs. Some of them impregnate these young girls and leave them, creating more problems for these young kids. So this thing, when we don't give these children their allowances, it's bad. And I want us to put our hands at DG, at NSFAS, to solve this particular problem. There's something you wanted to do. Anela just indicated that lunch has arrived. So maybe let's close with your DG, and then we'll just thank AG. We'll allow you to eat, AG, before you leave. That's how much we appreciate your contribution, Kabo, and the team. DG?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I think if I understand you well, you are suggesting a dedicated conversation just on the NSFAS, and I think I cannot agree with you more there. I think it's a question of dates and time. We can't disagree on that one, and I also understand the urgency in this. If I had an opportunity, Chair, on another day, I would try to frame the conversation on NSFAS in two different ways. One, on one hand, macro strategy. What is it that we are trying to do to consolidate a comprehensive support system for students, which is not just about funding students, but which goes beyond that, which also include wellness and other related issues, and combine the joint work that we are doing with higher health, as part of the consolidated government program to support students, but also in that way identify and frame key issues that needs to be resolved in the next 10 years, so that we can actually see each time we move if we are getting to that point. And that would include developing a policy on student accommodation. And where we prioritize undergraduate students in that policy that says that we prioritize them for student accommodation, and redefine and reach and seek consensus on the issues around the loan system, which has not yet been settled, which requires consultation, which requires conversation that is much broader than just the department. Chair, we NSFAS this year have had a strategic planning program, and we had a chance to advise them on what are the main things to be done, and all the issues you've raised, we flagged those issues. The university branch is thoroughly engaged with them. I think this year there is more intense engagement between the branch and NSFAS than I've seen before. So a lot of work and a lot of things needs to be reported by the department in terms of this. And it's not suggesting that everything is fine, but it is saying there are certain questions that needs to be answered that are quite difficult. One of them is resources at the disposal of NSFAS and versus the demand. Those are some of the issues which really are important because if you are going to fund 600, but 1.2 million require access, you are going to end up funding others and not others. And when we are asked what is the criteria for selecting those who funded, you are going to be found wanting, which is, I think, is the case right now. They declare we are going to fund 600,000. But in that calculation, they have not included those that have been approved in the previous years, but have not been funded. So then they get caught in that situation. So I think that conversation is important, Chair, so that we can align ourselves in terms of what it is we are doing and whether what we are doing is key or we can actually prioritize other things. I think for me that is important. We tried to table the comprehensive student funding model, which is a good work that has been done. Those who have had an opportunity to engage with that work and inputs and submissions by stakeholders, a lot of it. But besides, we've got compelling reports on NSFAS that have been written by Professor Balintulo, Professor Balim, that are comprehensive. Even if I were to ask, to run NSFAS, and I just say, do what is here, they can run it successfully up until the point when they cannot fund that extra student because there is a shortfall in their budget, which I think are some of the issues which are related to other conversations around NSF and so forth, because it's important that that conversation is had to deal with all of those issues, because what do we do? If we were to announce today that we deal with those issues, have we shifted in terms of the policy of government regarding our funding? So can I commit, Chair, in saying we'll engage internally with you to set up that conversation? At least we must have 3 things we agree they are priorities, and account on those issues. But we agree with you in all the matters which we have tabled.
No, thank you very much, DG. We don't want to take long before we take lunch because when we do so, people probably they've got comorbidities, so they must eat. So we're going to take. We'll be back here at 2:10. So let's just eat. It's enough time. So we'll be back at 2:10 to get the presentation from the department about what is it that they've done when we went to 3 provinces on oversight. Want to see the issues that were raised in those oversight, if they were followed up, because I know we keep on getting some of the issues that, in fact, when we were here, they were better. Now that the Honorable Souls raised X, Y, and Z, things are worse. So even when you present, just know that because we went to those people, they do speak to these members. So when you present and say, you see here, in Motero we've resolved this thing, these members will tell you, no, that's not true, because one of the issues that was raised there was payment of staff, and at the end of May they were not paid for a number of days. So when you present knowing that they know. I always say it. You see now, there's one here who wants to put me in a serious problem of opening cases. And my safety is I've got many children, and my safety, I want my children to grow up without a father. So please don't create more problems for me. Let's answer, when we answer, let's answer correctly because they know. So we'll be back here at 10 past. Thank you very much, AG. Really appreciate it. I know you won't come back, but the colleagues are staying. Thank you very much. The meeting is on a break. Good afternoon, colleagues. DDG, DDG. Let's sit down. Let's settle down, colleagues. No, he's coming back. Let's DDG Mvalo. We're starting now. Honorable Kha will be asking you questions. You won't be answering. You see, because your voice will be down. Your voice is too high. Let us start. So this is the second part of our meeting. DG, I'm not sure if it's you who's leading this part, but we do have a number of presentations that will include the universities that we visited in the 3 provinces, Northwest, Gauteng and Free State, TVET colleges in the 3 provinces, CET that we visited there. We did speak a little bit about NSFAS funded projects and CITAS, but we did not visit any program of that nature. So we are hoping that, how many slides do you have? 65. Yeah. So we'll give them about an hour to present there. Like I said, let's assume that these members, they followed up. There are certain things there that were raised which we felt could be done immediately. And we're hoping that as you present, you'll tell us this was an issue. Maybe if you make an example, DDG Sokiko, when we were at University of Free State, we felt that there were issues that could be resolved immediately. I mean, not having any university accredited student accommodation and Qwaqwa campus when, according to those people, were ready to be accredited. So we felt that when you report here, I want to get a sense. How far have you moved in some of the things? And if for quick wins like those ones you have not moved, what is the problem? What could have been the problem? The reason why we brought this presentation here is because how we've been doing oversight over the years, I don't think it's been working, because we go do oversight and then what? Actually, some of your people in these institutions, they do say that them give, no, allow them, they'll come once in 5 years and we're finished. Don't worry about them. That's what Parliament does. They've got too much work to do, so they'll just come once. So we want to assure them we're not coming only once. This is the first step of us doing oversight on the work that we wanted the department to do. And if there's areas of concerns for us, when we do the program for next term, we want to go do this, because it can be that when we leave council seat, maybe let's say we're at an institution on Tuesday, on Friday council sees and said, oh, don't worry, they're like that, they'll just scare you and then nothing happens. So we're now going to show them something will happen, even after this particular meeting. So this is why we brought this matter here, because for us oversight is about changing things, how things are done at that level. So we're hoping your report will be good, will be honest, so that we're able to do a proper oversight. So I'm going to give to you DG, and then I don't know who I see. The first one is going to be DDG Sokiko. So you are then going to align it. So we've got an hour at least until 3:15, and then members will engage from there. Thank you very much, TJ.
Thank you, Chair. I recall that in the past, when we visited a number of institutions together in support of the Parliament, a lot of lessons, emerged from those visits. And with this approach that we have adopted now, clearly it's a step further that can only strengthen the work that we do. And we would like to appreciate that, Chair. Allow me to make a few remarks that we had prepared. I will skip the parts that are no longer relevant, given the fact that we have evolved since this morning to be where we are. Some of the questions have already been asked in one way or the other. But the purpose of engagement is actually intended, as we understand it, Chair, that we provide a progress report and responses to the issues raised during your oversight visits, which we appreciate. We understand that we might have seen a few institutions, but the issues that emanate from those institutions might be generalized to cover a population that is broader. And so our understanding is that where we identify issues, we feel that the responsibility is to go beyond just to address the matter. If, for example, the issue is disbursement of funds in a particular institution, it's important also to look at it in as far as it affects others and whether policy change is required. A number of colleges reported, for example, pending appointments to their councils, particularly outstanding concurrence for 4 additional external members as per Section 10 of the CET Act. And I think in our report today, we make such recommendations and reports on what we have done and what have been finalized to strengthen the institutional governance, as it would have been expected. There are HR-related matters that we are presenting, and serious concerns were raised regarding the moratorium, for example, on the filling of critical positions, and we present here progress in that regard. The oversight visits have correctly highlighted that infrastructure backlogs continue to undermine the teaching and learning system. One of the challenges that we have in the PSET system is that it's one system, but each subsystem is written as its own laws that applies to it. So you can't generalize. The temptation is always there to say it's the whole system. But when it comes to institutions that are governed through a particular piece of legislation, even the consultation process of that of the set of institutions follow a particular procedure. I trust that in the way we articulate in ourselves in the report, we will show that progress, but also show if we are struggling in areas and what are those struggles and what is it we are doing about it. And I believe we are presenting an honest input, and if there are areas we are ready to admit and accept, if there are lessons or if we can do better in parts. We separate the presentation into 3, focusing on universities, on city colleges and the TVET colleges. And therefore the DDG is leading those areas might also, in some cases, like DDGT, that is delegated to the Chief Director to present. We'll start with DDG Sopekwa in this regard. But we present with respect to the members of parliament who spend their time going to visit in those institutions and who have been generous to share with us their lessons learned. And we do this with appreciation of that as well. Thank you, teacher.
Thank you, DG, for this opportunity. I want to start off by saying that a lot of the challenges that the committee witnessed center around NSFAS. And one cannot escape it. I know I did not attend all your sessions, but NSFAS is based on the notes I got from my team, is central to your concerns. So in between writing the submission, many things have happened. The NSFAS board met with the SIU to really unpack the extent of the ICT challenges and how they impact on others. So I want to say for the record, Chair, that we should not underestimate the severity around the impact of the NSFAS systems. I know there have been a topical discussion for a number of years now, but they are really serious. We hope with this discussion, and it's the first of its kind that the board has had with the SIU, that there will be some changes. Also, tied to that is a collapsed procurement system within NSFAS. So as we sit here today, NSFAS cannot procure systems because it does not have a procurement capability. It has to procure via other departments. For now, NSFAS will engage with the National Treasury to engage on that process. Of the first being and topmost is the ICT system. Further tied to that, and then I know it's not covered in my presentation, I'm just bringing it in because it is information that we gathered in parallel to this process, is the issue of the capability within NSFAS. We have then, as a consequence, invited two members from the banking environment to come and advise the board on the NSFAS systems capability. We're working with National Treasury, and there have been further engagement with SARS on what is possible with the infrastructure SARS has on the PAYE system. So that's the ICT system, which we accept is, I would say, responsible for a lot of the challenges we are confronting, prime among them being funding. So that is one matter I will say day in and day out, and DG would know this, is the issue of funding is very, very serious. And I do hope that conversation that has been initiated today will take place so that there is a full appreciation of what NSFAS is confronting. All right, so let me then resume with the presentation. The committee raised concerns around the capacity of the department to deal with governance matters. And here one can only admit this is very true. The vacancies that have persisted for 3 years have really taxed the staff in my unit especially. The team that you saw on your regional engagements are completely burnt out because of inadequate capacity within the branch. I do hope this matter will be addressed finally by the end of this month with adverts in the newspapers. and I've made this very clear to my team that they will not continue to be burnt out because we hope to fill these positions this year. The committee also recommended the department to expedite the filling of the ministerial appointees. Again here, Chair, we know this matter has persisted for some time. Let me indicate that we had asked HR to proceed with the vetting of the selected candidates. In some instances, the candidates did not want to be vetted, so that just added to the a very protracted process. We hope that process will be concluded, and then hopefully we can draft a submission for Minister's attention. The challenges experienced relating to the processing of applications for admission to universities. As I indicated here, we cannot ignore the conundrum around NSFAS, but the Central Applications Services Bill should be tabled in Parliament anytime soon. We've concluded all of that work, and I know we drafted a letter that we hope will reach the Speaker so that the Central Application Services Bill is promulgated. And hopefully that will centralize the whole application system and coordinate the challenges that we are experiencing around registration, enrollment, who is funded, who's not funded, exchange of data between NSFAS and universities, and inadequate submissions, the challenge around the HEMA system. We hope that centralization will have at least one site of truth on what is happening with a cohort coming from basic education. Then the committee received a number of complaints from students and former students of universities, and the way the committee cannot intervene, these are sent to the department for intervention. So we have a team within the department, one team that looks at NSFAS-related complaints, and then other team that looks at institutional-related complaints. For example, such as universities, refusing for students to obtain their certificate qualifications or to graduate and so forth. So we have these two separate teams, and what they do on a daily basis is to follow up with universities or NSFAS. But of course, they also assist me with the parliamentary questions, and we receive numerous, probably the most within the department. And that's what they do as a daily basis. Are they adequate? No. So as a result, we work with interns to help us process the complaints. It is slow because our stakeholders are not most forthcoming with information. But we have set up better relationships with the registrars who assist us in this regard, particularly around graduation matters. On the Ministerial Management Committee, there's a need to establish a national ombudsman. Here, the CHE did an extensive study on the options that the department can look at. Those options we have processed, and hopefully we will receive a response from our minister and further guidance on it. But essentially, the idea was the ombudsman would oversee the ombudsman in all the different universities so that we have a coordinated, standard way of addressing issues, and not to have this differentiated response per institution. That report was done. Then on the question of the Central University of Technology, this, I think, received the ire of the Portfolio Committee, and the committee recommended various interventions. one, yes, that spoke to appointment processes, compliance, stakeholder relations, and so forth. Following that meeting in Parliament, where Parliament had two sequential meetings with the Vice-Chancellor and the Executive, we set up a meeting. Unfortunately, the same day that meeting was set up was the day I had to be in Parliament, so we had to cancel. And I don't have a duplicate who I could have asked to handle that meeting. Because the issues are so central, I wanted to be there myself. Because I do believe that there are certain things we need to reset in CUT, given that the entire executive is largely new, and a complete lack of institutional memory. So I wanted to sit with them and my team to address that. I didn't get that opportunity. Hopefully, I will get it in the month of July. And I say that because this month of June, all universities, I can confirm, are working flat out on submitting to us the enrollment plan. We had 26 meetings, individual meetings with every single institution to discuss the enrollment plan. And that is central, again, tied to the issue of funding. Because if we don't get it right, we will collapse the system. So we've had very tough discussions with universities around the enrollment, also ensuring that enrollment plan aligns with the objectives of the 7th administration, that is employment for the youth. We've had very lengthy discussions with vice-chancellors and universities around the ecosystem and how every rand should return to the economy, employed graduates. So those reports they are busy with, they all require their councils to submit approved documents by the end of this month. That then enables us to develop what we call the ministerial statement, which speaks to funding for the sector. So, Chair, I will continue with CUT. Just pardon me on that one, please. Can we then, the next, Northwest University. Here I attended the session again, and again, it also spoke to poor stakeholder relationships, largely, I think, management and students.
Sorry,
Yeah.
DG. Are you saying you're skipping the slide to come back to it, or?
No, the person who's managing the slides moved back and forth. So I was trying to follow, then I said, how do I
You'll
come
come
back?
back there,
Yes,
right.
yes, my apologies. But CUT, I do hope to return to the management there. I had to cancel the meeting abruptly so that I could attend to Parliament. Northwest University, I was in attendance here, and we witnessed the poor management of readiness of the academic year. And I must say it really was quite distressing, bearing in mind that parents are standing, queuing with students. I'm going to, here again, I have not met with the management, but we did a comparative analysis between the different universities and which universities were getting it right. What we hope to do is invite the universities that are not getting it right to participate in the sessions of the universities that are managing the academic year. And Northwest is one of those that I want to invite to attend another readiness session, particularly in the poor manner in which they managed students' registration processes. Next slide, thank you. Then Tshwane University of Technology. The university has improved somewhat on multiple issues, but I know the issue that was raised by the committee was the disclaimer. So let me explain here. The disclaimer applies to a subsidiary established by the university. So we don't, as a department, oversee the subsidiary. However, AG reported that they found a disclaimer linked to the TUT Enterprise Holdings. We engaged the Vice Chancellor extensively. They have liquidated this entity. Of course, the subsequent question is then, in liquidating, what are you doing to the financials that must be remedied? So for that unfortunately, because of where we sit, we could only instruct them that we need this report, but they need to factor that report into their subsequent Fs and annual report. So we only hope to see it this year on what they have done, i.e. when they submit their annual financial statements come August. That's when we get to see how the university has treated the financials around the liquidated entity. Next slide. The University of South Africa, here there were several issues. The portfolio committee raised concern around the relationship of the department with the university, and the portfolio committee wanted to know why the department withheld funding from the university. We explained that in 2 years in succession, the university failed to submit annual financial statements and its annual report. And the university pointed to the AG. We engaged the AG, and in any case, the department then subsequently asked us for proof of our engagements with the AG. We submitted that proof, those emails, to the committee. They had not submitted their annual financial statement, their annual report at the time of my compiling the submission. However, they were subsequently sent, that is a 2023, I think last week. We pointed out to them that the 2024 is still outstanding. So it is a concern, but we hope to engage the AG and hopefully after I call it the noisiest time from an administrative point of view, in July, we hope to engage the AG on a better, on improving management of the external auditors that universities use. We think we can develop a uniform way of framework for how universities appoint the external auditors and how and what those external auditors should look for. And that is really to assist us in managing the annual financial statements. We need, in other words, better oversight over the financial statements, given that we give universities, and this year alone, 48 billion. So from an accountability point of view, we hope to have that discussion with the AG. It is something that I hope to put on the agenda with the DG to improve that. We've also, what we've introduced in the ministerial statement, we have said that universities that don't submit their annual financial statements will be fined 40 million this financial year. And that's to discourage universities from undermining the import of accounting for the finances that they are entrusted with. Next slide, please. I will hand over to my next colleague. I think it's DDG Zungu.
Sorry, DG. Please clarify, are you totally not going to speak about CUT?
The CUT chair, I indicated that the intention was to meet with them following the portfolio committee meeting, but I could not because I had to attend to the portfolio committee meeting. My intention is to meet them in the month of July, and I will certainly share my report with you post that meeting.
Have you spoken about the slide, the information on the slide?
Okay.
Because my question is, I understand the meeting, but in terms of the presentation, CUT is there, there's information on the slide. So why would you skip the slide?
Oh, I didn't skip it, but I can speak to it. There was concern around poor relations in the university, the executive management, institutional forum, organized labor. The committee recommended that university should consider appointing a person to manage stakeholders relation and the department to assist the university in this regard. The department cannot intervene in internal affairs of universities. What it does is engage with those assigned to firstly appoint the executive of the university, which is council. And in this regard, I have proposed, and I do know Minister is keen to do so, I have proposed that we have a meeting with the chairs of council as soonest, so that we address what is actually a universal problem with our universities. The question of poor stakeholder relations comes up at every sitting. It is not exclusive to CUT. And the best way to address it, in the absence of legislation that allows you to enter into internal matters, is to engage the chairs of council. That meeting, we will try and schedule. It happens annually. The last one, I'm trying to remember the date. It certainly took place last year, but we will schedule another this year and have this prime on the agenda, where we really address the issue of the compliance with institutional statutes that universities use. We approve those, but we do recognize that there are gaps there. One needs to have an open discussion with chairs of council. I think that is the best point of intervention for the department at this stage. Thanks, Chair.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. The presentation on behalf of the TVET will be led by the Chief Director responsible for institutional planning, Mr. Msipa.
No, thanks, DTG and honorable members. The presentation from the TVET site is going to outline the issues that are presented there. Those being divided into main sections, being the departmental responses as well as responses from the colleges. Under the department's responses, we'll be looking at governance, the filling of vacancies, as well as the finalization of the post-provisioning norms, which were identified during the visits as the transversal issues which were raised across the various colleges, as well as the responses from the respective colleges. This is just an outline of the visits and the dates thereof, as well as the purpose of the presentation being to present the responses to the issues that were raised. Colleges were provided with a structure to present on a range of issues that are outlined there, and they did present that would be the college management and council, as well as stakeholders, which included the student representative councils as well as organized labor. Now, we also need to indicate that subsequent to the portfolio committee's oversight visits, colleges looked into these matters that were raised and compiled the reports that deal in detail with the issues that are outlined here. So, for all intents and purposes, it might not be possible to delve into the finer detail of each of the issues that is raised there. But then for each of the colleges, there is a comprehensive report that deals with that. Now, on governance matters, the main issue there was the appointment of Section 10.6 council members, that is the 4 outstanding external members, wherein the council had made their recommendations and they were awaiting the minister's concurrence. We can confirm that those appointments have since been made, except for a few instances, which I'm going to outline quite shortly. And internal members have also been appointed, as well as 5 ministerial appointees were appointed. Now, the matter of the interim chairperson of Council at Maluti there, that's an issue that concerns the charges which were preferred against the criminal charges, and the fact that he was on the verge of appearing before the court on those allegations. And then what we had said is that we have sought a legal opinion on the matter. Now, the issue there being whether can he be placed on suspension or step aside until such a time that the case is completed. And what we have received initially here is that there is no provision in the Act for that. But then what the request was is that can you please obtain the code of conduct, because the Act makes provision for council to develop its code of conduct, and the issues that legal wants to ascertain whether the code of conduct addresses that matter in an event that such a case occurs against a member. Is there such provision? So that's where we add, so that as soon as that is finalized, we could be able to provide a final report. Insofar as the outstanding appointments are concerned, that is now generally not only for the colleges that were visited, but generally for all our TVET colleges. You've got Lovedale, Vembe, and Port Elizabeth, who had outstanding documents to submit to the department. They have since submitted those documents, and the submissions have been processed to finalize those appointments. At Coastal TVET College, there's only 1 additional external member outstanding, and the reason there is that there are some outstanding documents from the college. At Tegwin, we've got 4. There are no supporting documents. Perhaps for the benefit of the members of the committee, the supporting documents there would refer to the advert calling for nominations, would also refer to the minutes of the meeting where the decision was taken, the selection criteria, as well as the results of the vetting. So in an event that the names are forwarded to the department without those supporting documents, we wouldn't be in a position to process the submission. At KSD, the college is finalizing the vetting of 2 additional members. That initially submitted 2 members who have been appointed, but then they are finalizing that exercise. And at the College of Cape Town, there is an issue there in the sense that the college opted to use the head hunting method instead of advertising. It's a matter that we are dealing with the college to finalize. On the matter of the filling of vacancies, we can report that the department has since issued Corporate Service Circular 6 of 2025 on the 12th of May, which outlines the conclusion of the implementation of the DPSA's directive on containment measures. Now, here, this is what colleges referred to as the moratorium. So basically what this effectively means that that has been lifted, and it paves way for the filling of vacancies, and then as a result of which colleges within their delegations can appoint staff at salary levels 1 to 8 and the posts that are classified as post level 1 to post level 3. whilst the department is also in the process of filling all other posts which are within the delegation of the DG, and approval has been granted as a result for filling of those positions, and recruitment processes are underway. Now, here, this is an outline of the implementation of the post-provisioning norms, because there were complaints about the non-implementation of some aspects of the post-provisioning norms. A detailed report is available for all colleges across the country, and what the slides are basically showing here is that those issues were categorized according to the steps which were followed in the guidelines for implementation of the post-provisioning norms, so that each case is then classified into those respective steps. The first step would be the allocation of positions in the structure. The progress there is going to indicate the total posts that were allocated versus those that were filled, and the fact that the colleges had options between the deputy principal registration services as well as the deputy principal innovation. So that slide shows which option do they will go with. And then you also have the submission of the final standardized structures and the placement, the matching and placement of staff there, which was one of the steps around which there were issues, particularly insofar as some staff members that were not placed. And then the next part would be the analysis of the state of compliance with the placement. That is, whether the criteria for placement was adhered to, as in whether the right skills have been, a person with the right skills have been placed in the right position. There's an issue of the performance assessment as well as the employee competencies. There's issue of the outcomes of the matching and placement there, to say that which officials have not been placed and what steps are going to be followed thereafter. And finally, you have issues of cases where there are no placements, which are going to require posts to be advertised. Basically, the structure is the same. That would be for Tshwane South, and then there is Central Johannesburg College, as well as all other colleges where the oversight visits were conducted. And as part of finalizing the exercise, the National Working Committee has been established, and there's a plan for finalizing this exercise, which should be done by end of July. What has since happened in terms of the approach for dealing with these outstanding PPN matters is that through the DTG Corporate Services, there's been a consultation with organized labor. And organized labor is also part of the National Working Committee. They've been established to resolve those outstanding issues. Now, insofar as the updates from colleges are concerned, colleges have been working closely with the regional managers as well as the regional offices to attend to the issues that were raised there. And as I said earlier on, there is a detailed report from each of the colleges. Central Johannesburg College, these are the issues which were raised there. Around infrastructure, the audit and governance, as well as the disciplinary action. And then for all colleges, what we have done was to structure the presentation to those three areas about the key issues that are being addressed, the turnaround strategy, as well as the mitigation, plan. So on infrastructure issues at CJC, that is an outline, and that the college has, as part of its turnaround strategy, adopted a cost containment strategy, and that they are in the process of migrating staff to PESAL. Insofar as the infrastructure and operations, they have developed the 3-year maintenance plan, and they are strictly monitoring the operational cost. Then there's the issue of external partnerships, where they've developed a structure, a strategy to raise funding to support or supplement their projects there. There are mitigation plans which are outlined there, which are outlined, which include the legal risk, bullying allegations, NSFAS liability, donor funding, as well as the management of the fleet. You've got Flavius Mareka there, wherein the issues that were addressed would include the vacant posts. There was a question there about the favoritism, particularly by the principal. There was the matter of the HR governance, as to whether the project manager's appointment followed due processes, and the issue of the lecturers' qualifications, as well as student performance, particularly the low throughput rate in engineering studies. The turnaround strategy involves the student support services, the program relevance, stakeholder engagements, as well as the NSFAS support, as well as lecturer development. One of the issues there that was raised is about stakeholder engagements, to say that colleges must put an effort, particularly in ensuring that they do engage with the students through the SRC as well as organized labor, and that they established the labor forums where issues are discussed. So that is one of the interventions that is spearheaded by the regional office in that regard, and a report is provided later here. Then these are the issues from Goldfields College. One of the critical issues was whether the policy on gender-based violence has been reviewed and updated, and that whether it has been approved by the council. Now, other issues involve the NSFAS, as well as private accommodation. That was insofar as accreditation accommodation is concerned, and the risks that were attended to that. Again, the matter of management of internal stakeholders was raised, as well as the state of the workshops at the college. The turnaround strategy is outlined there, and there are mitigation, and the mitigation plan is presented. That would be insofar as Goldfields is concerned. Then we proceed to Maludi, TVET College. The vacancy rate and staff appointments, there was an issue there about the textbook shortage, cases of gender-based violence and femicides that were reported over the past 3 years, and the graduate placement, as well as the mental health and support for staff and students. Their turnaround strategy includes the improvement of the throughput rate, the campus infrastructure safety, improving access for students with disabilities by constructing ramps across the various campuses, as well as the final one that includes artisanal development. The mitigation plans that the college has put in place include the audit and financial reporting, mental health awareness and gender-based violence, as well as taking into account the infrastructure hazards, particularly as they relate to unsafe buildings that need repair. Moteo TVET College, quite a number of issues were raised there that include the academic underperformance, the certificate backlogs, the absenteeism of lecturers, sexual harassment cases, as well as, again, the labor forum issues and procurement matters. The turnaround strategy for the college.
Sorry, Any particular reason why you skipped employment equity?
Employment.
You literally went lecture absenteeism, sexual harassment.
Where is that?
Right between lecturer absenteeism and sexual harassment.
Or the first column. Oh no, there's no particular reason. There's no particular reason.
Please touch on it.
The key issue that was raised there is around employment equity, particularly around the profile of staff and the employment of foreign nationals. The issue there being whether those foreign nationals that were appointed at the college, did they have the skills, and why were they not? Why were they appointed over South African citizens? That was the issue there. In view of time, sometimes I'm trying to avoid going through each one of them in detail, but it was not deliberate. There's issues of sexual harassment cases. 9 cases were handled, and that awareness was conducted at the college through the South African Council for Educators. Matters of campus clinics and wellness. The college reported that it has equipped clinics, as well as the fact that it is working with the Department of Health, and it has a partnership with the Higher Health and the Tutuzela partnership. The Labour Forum issue, I have touched on that. There were 10 concerns that were raised and addressed. Others are handled via the grievance procedures. Again, there, the issue was the nature of the relations between management and organized labor, and where the region was encouraged to ensure that this labor forum sit and issues are addressed. There's a turnaround strategy as well as the mitigation plan from the college. The turnaround strategy involves the addressing of the certification rates, the placement in terms of work integrated learning, what measures is the college taking, student readiness, that touched on the 72 partnerships that the college has, and then there's a progression policy around which the SRC was consulted. Then there's a launch of the policy in May. Then there was supply chain management, staffing gaps. I think there was a submission to the department to fill in those vacancies, and the matter of accommodation and admin fees was raised. You've got the mitigation plan that is outlined, that involves the access to the college by students with disabilities, and the Bloemfontein campus being prioritized. Now that is pending the CIEG grant, and then there's the finance consultants which were contracted because of the vacancy of the CFO there, and the college indicated that the recruitment of the deputy principal finance is underway. And then there was an issue of the outsourcing basis in sources, particularly for cleaning and gardening services, and the college reported that it is done because of cost effectiveness. The matter of supply chain capacity, self-paying students, as well as the historical gaps, are part of the mitigation plan. Tshwane South, TVET College, the issues that are addressed is the risk that is associated to one of the deputy principals there, around which an assessment has been conducted, and protection has been recommended there. The lecturer vacancies was one of the matters, and then there's infrastructure projects, 10 of which have been completed or are nearly done. Then there's the maintenance planning. The college reports that it has approved the 3-year plan, which has been submitted to the department. Their turnaround strategy includes addressing the audit outcomes, audit monitoring, land ownership, as well as the accessibility audit. Again, this is the installation of the ramps, as well as all other matters that are related to the accessibility of the campus. There are mitigation plans that are outlined there that include the protection of the deputy principal there, the matter of the OD campus debts is being addressed. The elevator malfunction at Pretoria West is being addressed, as well as the funding of the ramp. Tshwane North, this is I think this college in particular, there was no oversight conducted there, but they were invited to the portfolio committee here, where they made the presentation and the matters were addressed. Among the matters that were addressed would be the 30 million rand NSFAS debt, the textbook, as well as the PPE delays, the lecturer shortages that indicated that they have identified 16 vacancies, and one post was advertised. The student mental health issues, they are reporting that the educational councillor was appointed in April. They were previously appointed by the social work intern. The CIEG grant for infrastructure, 22.1 million, has been allocated for refurbishment of the Soshanguve hostel, and it is 75% complete. There's regular monitoring there. So far as the turnaround strategy, there's a reduction there in terms of the subsidy of 55% reduction, and the college has used its reserves. Then infrastructure failures were reported, and they are part of what they are attending to. Land ownership, as well as the Chinese project, the college has taken a decision to purchase a piece of land, and there's the Ernst & Young forensic report there, whose findings are contested by the college. There's mitigation steps there. Involve the Ernst & Young report. There's a matter of the misconduct by the allegations against the principal, as well as those allegations on unfair treatment, the infrastructure delays, as well as supply chain management challenges are included as part of the mitigation plan of the college. Now, in summary for Gauteng Free State, what is it that the regional office has been doing? On labor matters, the regional office has followed up, conducted meetings with the respective colleges to strengthen relations, and it has evaluated the functionality of the labor forums, and it is conducting regular visits to the colleges. There's issues about providing targeted, supported, and guidance on governance and audit outcomes, as well as the quarterly forums. Now, regions have what they call the forums for corporate services, for finance. In other instances would be for public relations, and where in colleges share best practice and they enhance institutional capacity. So these forums are coordinated from a regional level. That would be insofar as the Gauteng Free State is concerned. Northwest, 3 colleges were visited there, that is Vuselela, Taletso, and Orbit. For Vuselela, we can report that issues that are addressed is that the appointment of council members has been finalized. The PPN process is also being completed. There's a matter about the certification backlog. There's a mechanism which the college has put in place to address that. And then there's also student support services, as well as the new program that has been introduced, which is robotics, a level 2. There's upgrading of hostels that is currently under place. The turnaround strategy includes the monitoring of absenteeism and the provision of psychosocial support. There's a matter of a submission of for funding to the department of about 17 million rands for infrastructure development, and then the college is planning to enhance its stakeholder communication, as well as the introduction of the occupational programs. Under the mitigation plan, there's regular engagements with the department to secure the migration of the funding for the migration of staff from college to the department. And then there's campaigns with the nation NSFAS around issues of the accreditation requirements, regular campus verification of outstanding certificate and liaising with the department to address those. Maintenance is conducted, as well as the intervention has been requested from the department on NSFAS delays. Daletso, the issues that are addressed there would be, again, the council is in place, has been appointed, academic board is established, and the SRC. The throughput rate has stabilized to 19%. Construction is underway there at the Lichtenberg and Likorutsi. The college has an enhanced student support services, and the matter of the certification backlog is being addressed. The turnaround strategy is outlined there, which includes the digital transformation via the LMS and the business management system. Governance committees are strengthened, expansion of classrooms, induction improvements for catch-up for students after the assessments, and the funding diversification that is not only relying on the NSFAS, but also including the CITAS and NSF, as well as the military veterans funding. There's a mitigation plan which is outlined there. And then Orbit College, which is the last college in the Northwest. Again, functional council is in place. There's the academic board and the SRC. And the throughput improvement from 18% to 24%. The college has the Smart Skills Center. There's emphasis on improvement of relations with labor unions, which was an issue of concern. Student support mechanisms are being implemented. There's a turnaround strategy, which includes the use of the portal or online learning and teaching. Then they have strong partnerships with industry. The college is focusing on attendance and adhering to the attendance rule. And the final one is the mitigation plan. I think this is the last slide that talks to the interventions of the regional office insofar as those matters are concerned. I will stop at that for.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, honorable members, DG, and colleagues present. In terms of the 3 community education and training colleges that were visited, these slides indicate the matters that were identified that are cutting across, which were common amongst the 3, which is Northwest, Gauteng, and Free State. The matters that were raised were around shortages of LTSM for students and lecturers, infrastructure challenges, and this raised particularly in relation to colleges not having adequate funds to do renovations and upgrades, outstanding examination results, non-payment of center managers' acting allowances, and non-payment of REQVs, which is a relative education qualification values, and the college PPN and organogram. Now, the next few slides is just going to cover the responses cutting across all three colleges, and then following that, I'm going to go into detail for each college, but I won't repeat what I've already indicated. In relation to LTSM, after the portfolio committee visits, we did provide an additional 217 million to all the CET colleges, and this was for the GTC ABET level 4 LTSM, which will cover the next 3 years. In relation to the infrastructure challenges that were raised, it's important to indicate that 96% of the CET colleges operate from DBE schools. We do have 1 billion rands, which has been made available for new CET college infrastructure program, but this will not cover all the colleges. This is also not meant for the renovations and upgrades of the existing CET colleges which are operating from schools. The colleges do receive an infrastructure maintenance budget. However, this money is not sufficient for the renovations and upgrades that they require. It is important to note that the overall CET college budget, 92.3% of that budget goes to salaries, and the remaining is then used for college operations, which includes the renovations and upgrades. You would have noted from the slides that were presented on TVETs that the average in terms of what normally goes towards salaries is around 65% in relation to TVET colleges, which leaves them with a little bit more money in terms of the infrastructure needs. What we've done in this regard, we have assisted some colleges from this 1 billion rand. I'll give an example of Osborne CLC, which is in the Eastern Cape. And what we've also done, we have met with the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. We've had a meeting with them, and this meeting was led by the deputy ministers of both departments. We have established a task team. We have also provided a list to the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure in terms of unutilized buildings that we are requesting to be used for CET colleges, and that work still continues. I must indicate, though, that even with those buildings, there will be requirements for funds to do the upgrades. In relation to the outstanding results, the exams chief directorate has reported that all results have been issued, and at the time of reporting, it was for all results have been issued except for Western Cape. But I did get a latest report that indicated that for Western Cape, I think 39 students who were not previously resulted have been resulted. And those that were not resulted is because of the fact that they did not submit the ICAS marks. Then we have outstanding results from 2022 and 2023. Now, the reason for the outstanding examination results of 2022 and 2023, it's when there were concerns regarding irregularities. Now, the irregularities were investigated and a report was submitted to Umalusi, but this matter has not yet been finalized, and the exams chief directorate is still working on finalizing this matter of the outstanding results based on the irregularities of 2022 and 2023. The exams also reports that some of the challenges, particularly in relation to the Western Cape CET, was on the fact that some scripts were received after the marking process, but this matter is being resolved with Umalusi. In relation to the non-payment of center managers' acting allowances, firstly, it must be noted that some colleges did appoint acting managers, although the delegation in terms of the appointment of acting managers resides with the department and not with the respective colleges, but that has since been corrected. HRM is processing the payment of those acting allowances. The reason why there's also been a delay is that they do have capacity challenges within HRM, but they have indicated that in a few weeks, perhaps, I do not have this in certainty in terms of exactly how long, but they did indicate that they are now at the final stages of verification of the documentation for the acting center manager appointments. In relation to the non-payments of REQVs, there are a number of queries that are coming through in relation to the non-payment of REQVs. Some of them are even coming through this House. The indication is that this process has been halted due to a legal process where a legal opinion was sought, not necessarily on payment because they will be paid, but on the mechanism of the payment. There are two proposed mechanisms in terms of the payment of the REQVs. Corporate Services has made a commitment that it will issue a communique to all the colleges in this regard. And once this matter has been resolved, those outstanding REQVs will be paid. In relation to the college PPN and organogram, the PPN is not implemented on the basis that there is no approved organogram for the colleges. And there is no approved organogram of the CET colleges because there is no funding to get the organogram approved. Because when you have a structure and you need it to be approved, it has to go through the National Treasury and it has to go through DPSA. I've alluded previously in my previous slide about the challenge of the compensation of employees sitting at 92%. You have to prove that if you approve this structure, you have the money to pay. And at this stage, the department is not in a position to be able to do that. There are interventions that corporate services working with the city branch is looking at in relation to how this challenge can be circumvented. I need to indicate that there's a history behind having salaries sitting at 92%, and that comes from the migration in 2015, because the staff that we have now that are costing the CET budget to be at 92% are those that were migrated when CET colleges migrated from provincial education departments to the national department. So the two slides I've just showed now were showing the matters that were raised that cuts across. And then I'm going to go into detail without compromising on the details, but also without wasting time in terms of these slides, as some of the matters I may have covered in the previous two slides. In Northwest, there was a request that the college needs to expand on the partnerships. Also, the college was commended by the portfolio committee on some of the partnerships that they have. The college is having a strategy in terms of increasing on their partnership, which includes mines within their province. They're also looking at expanding in terms of their partnerships to the private sector with Vodacom, MTN, and Cell C. The target for this year in terms of their partnership is 30. The college was requested to provide a breakdown in terms of the success and dropout rates. That breakdown has been provided. It was submitted with the presentation. And the committee also raised concerns about vandalism. I'll recall that there was a slide that the principal was showing and requested the college to indicate what the plans were in terms of improving the security. The college has engaged with the SAPS and the Tribal Council to assist with the safety of the centers. However, the college does not have money to procure or secure increased security, nor can the department. It goes back to the issue of the limited funding. And then the college to indicate what plans it has in place to improve head office human resource capacity. The challenge with that is again on the issues of the organogram. I need to indicate here at this point as well that if you look at the lecturer to student ratio for Northwest is 1:8, and the norm is 1:35. So the department has advised the college to look within the existing staff complement to assist where they've got staff shortages within the head office.
We're left with 5 minutes. I'd given you till 1:15. It's 25 past now.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll be very quick because I've summarized in the first two slides. I've spoken about the issue of the partnership with Public Works. In relation to Gauteng, there was a concern regarding the recruitment of the students in the class that we went to. And it was indicated that the students were recruited through the counselor, and the college has since then established a recruitment strategy where they will, this is the exit strategy. There is an exit strategy for the students, and the department is working on an implementation of entrepreneurship hubs, pending, of course, a successful phase 2 NSF funding for the CETs. The first point that I was referring to in terms of the recruitment, the college is now working through a recruitment strategy which includes advertising and following proper recruitment processes and not relying on the councillors within the area. I've covered the issue of the acting allowances not having been paid. There was a concern about the maths and ICT lecturers being foreign nationals. The college has indicated that these were inherited by the college through the migration process, but in terms of their future recruitment processes, the college will prioritize the appointment of South Africans. In terms of the Free State, the Free State is working on, the management is working on improving communication with the college staff, and also working on making sure that the committees within the college are functional. The principal has already started on this process. The late release of the results, I've covered the results. There was also a concern about labor instability due to non-payment of acting center managers. I've covered that, and I've also covered matters pertaining to the REQV payments. The college has a structure which is probably sitting at around 70% completion, and this is in the Free State in the REITs, and this was funded by the WNR SETA. It has now a shortfall of 40 million to be able to complete this structure. Funding is a problem. The department is looking within the 1 billion rand infrastructure program funds, but this is not yet confirmed as it will impact on the other projects that have been planned. I've covered matters of the LTSM, and I've covered matters of limited staff. And in this college as well, this cuts across all the 9 colleges, and the fact that they are relying on interns. And in this instance, their lecturer to student ratio is 1:10, and they've been given the same advice. I've covered the matters pertaining to the results and in relation to the limited budget for the infrastructure maintenance. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members.
DG, fine.
Thank you, Chair. We have regional managers that are here, and if possible, just to give them 1 minute each, to if there is a need to add, then that would be their submission.
Okay. Let me actually, let's switch off the mics. Let's take that council. Let's start with Northwest and Mpumalanga.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. My slide has actually been covered, but just to indicate that the matters that have been raised by the Portfolio Committee, together with the college, we drew up an intervention plan, and that is being progressively monitored and evaluated with support from the department and the region. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Gauteng and Free State.
Thanks, Chair. What I can indicate is we have submitted a detailed report to the department. The presentation, it reflects some of the issues that we thought is very important. However, there are some of the key areas which are not indicated, which are vested in the corporate services. Those matters, I think, when we submitted, they were not yet brought back from the corporate division of the department. But all in all, we have engaged the colleges as requested by the portfolio committee. Where there are areas which need clarification, we will do so. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, members. This is what we have received after visiting the provinces. I'd given you 8 minutes first half. We're giving you 12 minutes second half, which will make a total of 20 minutes. So I'm going to note you in this fashion. Honorable Maseko, Honorable Khabo, Honorable Musezana, Honorable Souls, Honorable Low, in that format. Mama Maseko, 12 minutes, that's now.
Thank you very much. And for our colleagues that have given us the responses from the engagements and the oversight, thanks for the responses and your presentation. Maybe the first question that I'm interested to hear is for the Ombudsman. Now you have the institutional forum, you have the board, and now there's a suggestion of the Ombudsman. What is it that is going to do that will add value in the research that you did for the universities? Is the interaction lecture?
Chair, the idea was to, some institutions have ombudsman, others don't. Like, for example, UCT has an ombudsman that looks after internal affairs and then reports them to the council. But we felt, at least not we, but the report recommendations from the CHE is that an ombudsman would be independent of the universities and make recommendations directly to the department. That was the idea, setting up the national ombudsman, where the almost provincial versus national, but the national structure working more closely with the department, because the ones that are located within the universities are seen not to be as independent. That was really the idea, but it's recommendation still.
Okay, so from the presentation, it says a decision was taken at the Ministerial Management Committee that there is a need to establish National Ombudsman Office for higher education to deal with the complaints. Now, I'm asking this because you've got the advisors in the board and you've got the institutional forum. And at the same breath, you say you don't want to look like you're taking decisions for the universities, like you were doing the presentation. So what is what? Because now, if you are going to say that the ombuds, they will do something that will add value, that all these structures cannot do. What you have, what's the niche of the ombudsman within what you have identified within those universities that don't have the ombudsman? That's what I'm trying to find out.
Okay.
For the value that they will add.
Okay. So the ministerial committee then was the ministerial committee of the former minister. And they felt that shouldn't this be investigated? And then they asked the CHE, and the CHE then presented recommendations. The perception is that the ombudsmen located within the universities are not effective. I think at the moment you have an ombudsman in UNISA, in UCT, and I think 2 or 3 other institutions, that they are not effective, that they are not demonstrating sufficient independence either from stakeholders or from management. With the UCT one, I think that's the most public one. The challenge there was the ombudsman was not taken seriously by council. So, or the ombudsman was maligned for being vocal. So the idea was, why not have an ombudsman that is completely, that receives reports, integrated framework from
Ombudsman
at universities.
You are
Yes.
going so far for the time that is allocated to me that is limited. I'm the same ombudsman that you say it will be like your provincial. I'm trying to find out what's the niche without explaining anything that have gone not okay or that has gone okay. But the niche that you say is going to do that is different. And I'm asking this again because you are the department. You don't run the universities. They've got their autonomy. And after that, you get the budget that we approve. You distribute it to the universities. Yours is just to do the oversight. The complaints that are coming there, you've got representatives in the boards that is appointed by the minister to be the one that come to the minister to say, this is what's happening in different institutions. Now I'm asking again, this ombudsman that will say will be there, what is the niche for that ombuds person that will be the provincial or national, and is there a cost attached to that ombudsman?
Okay. So let me just take a few steps back, Honourable Member. The ministerial appointees don't report back to Minister. As far as I've been in the department, we have not received reports from ministerial appointees. So that juncture, it's not there. It's not there administratively speaking. Now, the idea of the ombudsman is that the independence is such that their supposed independence, as from the CHE report, is that they would represent an independent body separate from institutions. And because they work within a legal framework, they would be administratively better suited to either engage the department or the Department of Labour, depending on what the issues are. But because they'd have a legal mandate, they would be different from either members of council. Members of councils are not there on a day-to-day basis, whereas the ombudsman is there. And in some cases, the ombudsman is an employee of the university. That is the local ombudsman. Whereas the national ombudsman would not be an employee of the university, would not be an employee of the department, would not be an employee of USAF. They would be seen to be more independent.
Yeah, maybe let's help quickly. So you are saying ministerial appointees don't report to the minister. Why is that?
It's an administrative vacuum at the moment because ministerial appointees are, by definition, and it's a vacuum in the Act, Chair. Let me put it this way because we picked it up. Ministerial appointees do not sign any contractual arrangement with a minister once appointed. They are effectively independent members. The Act is completely silent on the relationship between a ministerial appointee and the minister. It's not administered, it is not contractual, nothing. It's a huge vacuum in the legislation which persists. And in the absence of that vacuum, there is absolutely, as since I've been in this post, there is nothing in place to manage that relationship.
Yeah, this is where I wanted you to go. To, again, DG, when we say that your legal department is not helping, this is what we're talking about. So there's a clear lacuna here that the minister, the same act, section 42 or 41 and 42, that speaks about administration, not administration, assessment, independent assessment. It's section that the minister can appoint independent, section 42.
Yeah, I think 41, 42, 43.
41, 42, 43.
Somewhere there.
Says, if the minister believes that there's governance collapse, she can appoint an independent assessor. But the same statute, the same act, does not empower the minister to receive quarterly, monthly, whatever, reports from the same governance structures, it's a problem. Because how does then the minister, so Melabe no more to see or no that institution will have a problem? Because they're not reporting. That's what the problem is. So when we say, DG, that is why when we had a strategic session between the committee and the department, and we said, go and do this acts. We say higher education, that this is a problem statement. And this is what the current act says. And these are the shortcomings. And then you allow us to say, let's empower it this way. We had asked you to do that for the same reason. Earlier on in the first half, we showed you the problem with the Skills Development Act. This is another one with that. So when we say it's urgent, it's because these things are going to be a problem and they're going to make your jobs very difficult if we don't tighten, including reporting to the department itself. Because you are giving them so much money that we give you. These universities, you said this financial aid will be 48 billion that we are going to give this, to these universities. Then when you want reports, they will tell you whether they are autonomous. And you allow them. Luckily, we don't allow them. We're not going to allow them. But, you know, there's these gaps in the system that the Higher Education Act allows. And it makes your job very difficult. We'll be asking you, Dr. Sokwigwa, the country's plans in 2030, for an example, I don't know what will they be, but given artificial intelligence, will probably be, we want to produce 10,000 AI engineers. I'm making an example. How are you going to do that when you can't? So the country can develop a plan, but you can't tell any university, because of, they call it academic freedom, can't tell them what to teach. So we must find a way not to interfere with them. I'm a supporter, DG, of universities having academic freedom. But there must be a way where, when we say one country, one plan, everything else under this one country, one plan must be aligned, including the private sector, including public universities. But how do we then do that? How do we find a way of putting those things there? When these acts of ours are not communicating the same thing. So we can create, what do you call it, Mama Seko? The ombudsman.
Yeah,
we can create hundreds of them. They will not solve the problem. Because if the act does not recognize any ombudsman, those councils are never going to report there. I can tell you, you know. They are never going to report there. These councils, DG, you know, they even take you to court as the department. They take you to court. So you can create all ombudsman you want, but if the act is not clear, we're never going to achieve anything. So the problem, DG, here is the act. That must be empowered. It used to be good before, but we have realized it's no longer good. So when we say department, your legal team is not helping us, all they do is to disrespect us. When you ask them if they are going to withdraw, they ask us with some bad attitude, withdraw what? When they are not doing their job. This is their job that they are supposed to be doing. Sleeping, being paid by public funds, and they are not doing it. So I'm sorry, Mama Seko, I needed to enter there so that at least we cut the thing short on this part. I had paused your time. I'm going to re-pause it.
Okay. No, thank you very much. I think I was asking those questions because when we started this term, the first thing we engaged was about the legislations, where the department sees the loopholes that we can assist in amending, we needed to have that session for us to do that, rather than creating another position that at the end you are not going to have control of. And if you don't have control of the people that you appoint, minister appoints to even get the report. And then I'm going to be shady and say, even now you're waiting for the report of the appointed administrator of NASFAS, still waiting for that. So there's a lot of people that you are waiting for the reports. You wish to get the reports that you will never get. So it is problematic. Now you're creating another one that will never give you the report. So that is problematic because it's not working. The issues, again, like Chair saying that, it's in the legislations. Look at the legislation that we can amend that can empower you to do the oversight like you want to do within those higher education institutions. But continuing on the other question, it will be, you talked about the inadequate capacity within the branch, and you talked about the tiredness. Is the position of the HR field in the department now? So how are you going to balance? You talked about how the officials are now tired versus you don't have the HR to fill in the post. How do you balance to achieve that?
Let me indicate it has been.
Prosapele Mikey. Yeah.
My apologies. It has been difficult to get this done. We have relied on the DDG corporate services, the former and the current, to assist us with filling the vacancies. That's where we are at the moment.
Did it for how long?
For some time.
2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 17 years?
Since I've started.
Which is when?
In 2022. We've had challenges with filling the vacancies.
So the magic one that you have now, how are you going to do that to make sure that the staff doesn't get to be under pressure like they are now?
I will smile and respond to my DG. I said, I put it in my, most recently, in my performance agreement session with him. It is tied to the filling of those posts because my staff cannot continue anymore. The sick leave is escalating, and that's the first sign of fatigue. And it gives me sleepless nights. So the DG eventually assigned the HR team to release the adverts by the end of this month.
Who is the HR team?
They are not here, unfortunately.
How many are they?
I only engage with the DDG corporate services. I can't engage beyond that, but I think DG is best placed to...
DG, how many are they? The HR team. And I'm asking this because I'm going to tie to the TVs that are waiting for the positions, and it falls back to the HR in the department. So who are the HR teams that have to advertise the positions for all those vacancies also of the TVs to be filled in? Who's responsible for making sure the department get to fill in the posts?
Yeah, the HR.
The mic?
The HR unit reports to the DDG corporate services. And currently we have a vacancy of the chief director for HR, which has been advertised, and unfortunately 2 times that position needed to be filled. The panels could not be satisfied with the people they could get. It's the same thing with the positions in the university branch. If we were to detail when it was advertised, what processes were followed, you will find that right up to interviews, these processes were followed, but the people that were not appointable at the end. So that is one big challenge that we have with the high-level positions. This is not to say that there are no gaps in the capacity of the department to recruit and select. Currently, more than 200 positions have been advertised, but the capacity of the department to process those positions is another issue. I took a decision to request that additional capacity be sourced to allow the corporate services to be able to do the recruitment and selection. And right at the time when we were planning to finalize this, the DPSA introduced a new hindrance in the process of, you need their concurrence before this has been done. End of this financial year, this now has come to an end. The moratorium that blocked us from, or that forced us to seek concurrence is no longer there, which means we are now able to proceed. That's why we have released
So
those.
I'm sorry, so it's going to take how long for this process now? It's in your hands. The time frame that you're going to put to all this?
We can provide a detailed plan for the filling of those vacancies. Our approach should be that we prioritize selection, certain positions, especially the chief director positions are like the key positions that it has taken time, because you need them to strengthen your capacity to further recruit other people. Because if you do not have that capacity, that's a problem. I think if we had time, we will go to the history of this branch. Historically, the high turnover of officials that are in that branch is actually one of the key issues that were there. Since the DDG was appointed, we've lost close to 4 chief directors in that position.
Is that all, Madam?
Okay. I will come back again. It's going to take long for the response.
Okay. Yeah, no, I've noted people. No. CDG, the response that, the last response we're giving to Mama Seko again, I have a problem with. Because if you look at your organogram at HR in the department, you don't have a chief director and there's 2 directors. There's 2 directors there at HR. You don't have, so internally you are weakened to do anything. If you don't have a chief director and 2 directors at HR, then you are weakened internally to do, even if DPSA did not have that concurrent seeking memo that says you need to ask us. You are still not fulfilling your duties there to finalize HR matters in the department. So it looks as if you then have a process to weaken HR so that all of these things suffer in the system from somebody looking outside in. That's how it looks like. It looks like we're weakening internal capacity so that we are unable to fix all of these things. And if we have all of these things, then we can have, maybe let me make an example. Regional manager of Northwestern Mpumalanga. How long have you been acting? Are you acting there? No. There's some, when you are not acting. Area, no. It's Gauteng and Free State. But you've only started now. 2022, yeah, the standard of the department, that is now. So you've been acting for 3 years. DDG Zungu, why don't we have a regional manager in Gauteng and Free State? Why don't we have it? What is the problem?
Honorable Chair, if I may respond, I think it emanates from the same issues that you've raised in terms of our internal capacity or the lack thereof that the DG has made reference to. But I think emanating from our engagements last week in this House, we have engaged DDG Corporate Services in terms of the detailed plan, particularly focusing on the internal capacity. And she has given us some timelines for the head office, starting with the Chief Director HR, the Director HRMA, as well as the Deputy Director Recruitment and Selection, that the date for submission to DPSA is set for the 27th of June 2025, panel to be approved by the 10th of July, and then the screening of the competencies to be done between the 18th and the 22nd of August, aiming to have the post being filled by the 1st of September 2025. So she's still working on this plan. We should also focus on the positions at regional offices, which we hope that the shortlisting for those will be done according to a plan between the 4th and the 9th of August. At colleges, which will be following because we have to go according to that plan from head office, regional offices, because they sit and form part of the college's board, TVET and CET. The days that she has given in terms of the advertisement is to be closed by the 21st of July 2025. Interviews between the 11th and the 15th of August. We must still get the full detail in terms of the screening competencies and so forth, as well as the date of appointment. So that's a portion that we must still finalize with DDG Corporate Services, Honorable Chair. Thank you.
Does she appoint the Chief Director? Is she empowered to appoint, or she's second to the DG?
It's delegations that will be within DG.
Yeah. Okay, so she has a plan that falls outside of her delegation. And then tomorrow, when this plan is not done, we must blame her, because it's her who decided to put a plan that falls outside the delegation. She does exactly the same thing that we warned Parliament when we submitted the APP last year. And we said, don't put targets there that are outside of your own doings. That you said you want Parliament to approve X, Y, and Z. And we told you, you are putting a target that says Parliament, somebody outside of your scope, to do something. Let's hope that we will follow up on this one. If you can just, DG, get us this plan, we are going to follow it. Because this thing is not helping us. It's not helping anybody in the system. So we're going to ask you to give it to us. It's part of those that will ask you to give it to us, the recruitment plan of these critical positions, chief directors and directors in the department. Because without those ones, especially in the corporate, without those ones, we're going to have TVET colleges crying. We're going to have DDG Sokuga crying. We're going to have people crying that we have submitted nothing. TVET colleges, they were telling us that they've got those problems. So we're going to do this. Honorable Khabo, we're going to give you now.
No, thanks, Chair. Thank you very much. DG, or let me leave you for now. Let me appreciate and welcome the report on the oversight. But on the report, Chair, that we were sent, there were some section, or the report was not really complete. There were some sections of some TVs that were not catered or captured. And in terms of issues that were raised and the mitigating strategy that we would have developed as a department. And also there are some key issues that I believe that the report has omitted, and I'll get to that one. Firstly, let me go to the issue of the Northwest. Let me start with the Northwest, Chairperson. I'm not sure who will be the deputy for now. Oh, no, thank you very much, Honorable Maseko. The Northwest Province, your report says that in the Northwest Province, there are 3 TVET colleges in the Northwest Province. And in the Northwest Province, we've got 4 districts. This is not a new matter, Honorable DDG Zungu. It's a song that you are going to hear for the next 5 years. Dr. Rusu Humutsu Mompati, DG, in the Northwest Province, is the only district in the country without a TVET college. You've got Obed College in Rustenburg. You've got Taletsu in Mafikeng. You've got Vuselela in Matlosana. Then you've got an extension of Vuselela in Taung. It's a satellite college. It can only accommodate 1,800 students. We're speaking of a district municipality that has 5 local municipalities. And if we were to argue the issue of access, it means that as government we are failing. Because if we were to argue the issue of access and look into the situation of Dr. Ruth Sogomuzi Mompati, it means that we are betraying what we stand for as the country. And I would believe that we should properly capture it. I've seen the mitigating strategy would say that you look into other avenues on how do you. In fact, you are not clear as to how are you going to resolve the problem. And I would want you to make a commitment as a department. We are aware of the financial challenges that the department is confronted with, but we have seen in other areas where certain sitters were brought on board in terms of both funding and assisting with the construction. From where I'm sitting, I don't believe that we should be saying that we'll look at possibilities of us constructing a TVET college. I want us moving out of this meeting agreeing that there will be a need. In fact, we are going to construct a TVET college. As to how it's things that we'll have to look into it. Because to me, it does not make sense, DG. Under provinces and districts, they are arguing that they must have TVET college in different municipalities. Whereas us in the Northwest Province, we are still struggling to get a TVET in a district municipality. I'm putting before you that, DG, we are doing an injustice for the people of Dr. Ruso Mompati, especially when the TVET college or the satellite college can only cater for 1,800. And I believe that in this medium term, we should be able to demonstrate on how we are going to resolve the issue of construction of a TVET college in Dr. Ruso Mompati. And I'm happy you are smiling, DG. It means that we are aligned in terms of views. I'm happy, DG. I thought that it's an issue that, as part of the mitigation strategy, that I believe you do not capture it properly. It must be clear that based on our oversight visit in the Northwest Province, this was our observation. And in terms of our mitigating strategy, this is what we'll be doing, constructing a TVET college that is aligned, of course, to the economic development plan of Dr. Somuzumbad. As to where we're going to get money, it's obviously the responsibility of technocrats and coming up with relevant strategies. That is one part. That one is very close to my heart, Dr. Somuzumbad. Let me go to other issues, Chairperson. Chair, in the report, I believe that as a committee, we must agree that there are 3 colleges that we need to take into consideration when we zoom into colleges that had made commitments and plans on how they are going to resolve that. 1, you've got Flavius Marek. 2, you've got Goldfields College. 3, you've got Obed College in the Northwest. This other 2 is in the Free State. The 1 is in the Northwest. With Orbit College, obviously issues in terms of ICT development, we are happy and we believe that other TVET colleges must be able to copy such curriculum in terms of responding to our ICT challenges in the country. However, the college continuously, since 2021, the college has been receiving an unqualified audit outcome. And in your report, you are not speaking about that, and you are not also responding as to how we're going to resolve this matter. We are in 2025. Since 2021, the college has been receiving an unqualified audit. And I'd like to get clarity from the regional manager as to what would be the mitigating strategy. You have said in the previous report that you will be putting systems in place. What are those systems that you are talking about? Because even today, we are still getting the very same audit outcome. Can I get clarity on that?
Thank you. Do you want it now, Chair?
Preferably.
Sorry?
Preferably now.
Okay. So, Honorable, in terms of the audit outcomes, the highest level is a clean audit outcome. And then the next one is an unqualified audit outcome. And then you get a qualified, and then you get a disclaimer. So on that scale, Orbit TVET College is quite high up with an unqualified audit outcome.
I'm sorry to just interject. The members, they know about that. Maybe if you can answer the question, we'll appreciate it.
Thank you so much. So to move from an unqualified audit outcome to a clean audit outcome, there are certain things from the management letter from the AG that the college works on. There's an improvement plan, an audit improvement plan that has been developed. It's standard across the entire country. And as a region, we monitor the implementation of that audit improvement plan. So the objective will be to raise the college from an unqualified audit to a clean audit. Thank you.
Chairperson, there's no response from... The question is simple. We have been receiving those unqualified audit, and our last interaction, I posed the very same question, and you said that there are systems in place that will then lead to that environment where we would want to change the outcome of the audit. The question is, why? Why have we been getting that outcome, in your observation as the regional manager?
Thank you, Honorable. So in the recent audit outcome, we will need to go through the management letter to identify that and work from there.
No, thanks, Chair. Chair, I think I'm not getting my response. I'll request the regional manager to... I'm worried that my 8 minutes is going to get finished in no time. I'll request the written response that speaks to issues that we had identified and mitigating strategies on how to resolve, so that we are able to check as to whether you are providing the necessary support as a regional manager. Chairperson, let me leave this one off. Let me go to the department. The issue of ministerial appointees. The council chairperson of Maludi TVET College, I just forgot his name. But before his appointment as a council chair, I think he was under investigation from the University of Fort Hare. Eh? Now he was appointed by the council chair of Maludi TVET College. I would want to understand from the department, are you aware that the chair of Maludi Council, before your appointment, was under investigation from Fort Hare University?
Thanks, Honorable Kabo. I think I will request Mr. Msipa to respond to that.
No, thanks, Chairperson. To respond specifically to your question, at the point of appointment, we were not aware that the chairperson of the College Council of Maludi TVET College was under investigation by Fort Hare University. But what happens is that there is a vetting exercise which is conducted, which a vetting exercise looks at the validity of the qualifications, whether there are criminal cases, directorship, and so on and so on. So as a result of that, you couldn't have picked if there are allegations or an investigation. But had there been any criminal case or something like that, you would have picked it up. So in short, Chairperson, no, we are not aware.
Now that you are aware, ever since we went to Malut, maybe let me remind you what was your response at Malut. You said that you are aware, but you are awaiting for a legal opinion on the matter. Now I want to understand from that time to date, what is it that you have done? And second to that, how are we addressing the issue of having a council chairperson under investigation of fraud? I'm just trying to get this investigation, even though he was trying to argue. Because once you are investigated for fraud and you are a council chair, expectation is that you are going to oversee the correct spending of the public funds. Now, how only history out into the cookie jar, DG? It means that we cannot trust you to guard that cookie jar. Because in the process, your fingerprints are all over the cookie jar, the very same one that you must guard. So my question is, I've reminded you what is it that you have responded on. Between that time and now, what is it that you have done?
Chair, that's correct. We had asked for that legal opinion, and subsequent to that, there was a request for additional information, specifically the code of conduct, because the issue here was that if we are aware of these circumstances, what recommendation would we make, particularly to the minister, since the person is appointed by the minister? So, and the legal opinion specifically was, what would be the legally justifiable basis to effect either a suspension or a step aside? So that would have required the legal team to look into the provisions of the Act to say that there is a provision for that, and on the basis of this, you can make that recommendation. So what I can report to the committee is that the Act itself, that is the CET Act, does not make provision for such instances. What I reported earlier on was that the other option could be the code of conduct, because the council is enabled to develop its own code of conduct, which regulates the conduct of members and can deal with all those matters. So that's where we're at now. When we say that in the report, we have not exhausted that matter. It's something that is still underway. We are waiting for that for that other part of the opinion so that we can finalize the matter.
No, thank you very much. That opinion, the last time when we were at the last time when we were at this TVET college, Malut was in February, if not mistaken. I think Malut, it was on February or March. Between March and June, have you not received the legal opinion on the matter?
Not as such. We've received the request for the code of conduct.
Don't do that to yourself. You said in June, you said you are awaiting, in fact, March, you said you are awaiting the legal opinion on the matter. My question is, have you received the legal opinion?
No.
Who must give you the legal opinion?
The legal services of the department.
Of the department?
Yes.
Does the department have a legal service?
Yes.
It's just like the do, but it's final. Let me know. While you are there, you're vetting the chairperson who was appointed, currently is the chairperson of council, who has a dark cloud over his head. Can you please explain the vetting? Was it done by state security? Because you are saying through that vetting, you could not pick up that there was there was an issue hanging on and around the integrity of the council chair.
No, it was not done by the security agency. It was done by the company, which is used by the department to vet staff for appointments.
Can I plead that we get a report? Because from where I'm sitting, it does not make sense that a company that deals with vetting would be unable to pick up a simple matter, especially that involves fraud or allegations of fraud and corruption. And can we get that report probably in the next 7 days? And also speak to that, speak to the issue of the company that you have appointed. Which company is that? The one that you have appointed to look into the legal opinion. But second to that, also give us that, that report. In fact, the request that you have made to the departmental legal services, requesting that information. Give us that trail to indicate that from March up until now, you have been interacting with the department legal service, and the department legal service seems not to be coming to party. We just want to put something. But in summary, Chairperson, thanks for the opportunity. Just wanted to highlight two things in closing. Two things in closing, Chairperson. There is a general crisis of learning and teaching material in most of the TVET colleges. We have picked it up, especially in your Obed, your Moteo, and Flavius. And I would like to get clarity from the two directors in terms of why are we encountering these deliveries of teaching and learning material very late? Which process are they following in terms of procuring? Do they procure as in when, or do they have a 3-year, probably a plan that is aligned to their intake in terms of students? The last part is that CET infrastructure issue of the Northwest. I think we must address that issue. It cannot be right. I've raised this issue with you formally or informally. But from where I'm sitting, I believe that if we want to make sure that the CET in the Northwest is able to do its work, let us not invest or lose a lot of money through hiring of properties when we could be constructing our own. You have made mention of the 1 billion. That's what you said last year. I'm not sure if it's still 1 billion or probably you have charged something. I remember in the last meeting you said that you had to prioritize Department of International Relations, if I remember correctly. If it's not correct, then, but I would want us to deal with the prioritizing of finalizing the issue of CET offices and facilities in the Northwest. Thank you very much, Chairperson. My apology for dragging it for too long.
Thank you very much, regional managers. LTSM procurement plans, quickly.
Thank you, Chair. I will have to check with the college, but what we did develop and needs to be strengthened, we have an annual procurement plan, which includes learning and teaching material. And in the majority of cases, I would say 95% of learning and teaching material is received on time. So we just have to work on that 5%. Thank you, Chair.
Gauteng,
Chairperson, order.
will come. Gauteng Free State. Will come.
Thanks, Chair. The challenge that I can indicate on the issues of learning and teaching material, it's when, after the procurement towards the end of the year, I think for 2020, let me say for 2026, after the strategic planning session for this year, for next year, which will be done this year, then colleges start procuring. After that, you find that some students will fail, and colleges has to do a top-up. Now, during the top-up processes or the preparation through the SCM process, that's when you get a delay, because most of the learning and teaching materials would have been received by colleges. Now, that's where the challenge comes in, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
We had ordered.
No, Chairperson, I've run out of that energy when I was calling that order. Because at that time, the regional manager was saying that it is just 95%. As a department, they will need to work on the 5% remaining. And there is enough proof here, especially from the TVET colleges. We were there in Vuselela. There was a complaint of teaching and learning material. We were there at Obed. Children who are dealing with the drawing and everything. Not Obed, Talezo. They were already in class, but not having the necessary material to deal with the drawing. So when you say that it's only 5%, it seems like you are saying that we are relying on sponsored views that we are not sure of. And we have interacted with these TVs, we have interacted with these students, and this is what they are saying. Unless the regional manager is saying that these people are lying, then I would gladly accept his response when he says that it's only 5% that they need to work on. Because my question was simple. How is the department handling the issue of procurement? Can they take us into consideration, into confidence in relation to the procurement plan? Because when we go to the TVET college at that time, at Vusalela, even at Talezo, it was around February. Classes had already begun. And some teachers, some learners, students, were not having the teaching, the learning material. How are we then saying that it's only, in fact, it's only 5% that we need to work on? That is not honest. That is not the truth from what the regional manager has presented. That's why I was calling order, Chairperson. Thank you.
It's fine. DDG.
No, thanks, Honorable Chair. Yeah, I think indeed we do have the challenge in terms of the LTSM, but a bigger chunk of that is the textbooks, because I think issues of books and writing books and what Honorable Khaba was referring to for drawings and so forth, but it's mainly on the textbooks. I think one of the challenges is that colleges, as the regional manager was saying, they plan and project numbers. They then wait until the actual numbers are realized in terms of confirmation. And why they do that? Because AG will come. They would buy, let's say we project 10,000 students, and they go and buy 10,000 students, and they only realize 8,000 students. So it means there's 2,000 surplus books. They must now, through an accounting process, develop the storage. And that's where most of them then run away, because one of the major findings why a college like Orbit will continue to have a finding or unqualified audit and not move is because of the PPN. And that's where most of the time you'll then find that in terms of how do they then store these books, but also the accounting process of ensuring that each and every textbook that we have assigned to a student, you must provide proof that indeed the students also received this. So I think some of them try to move towards a clean audit, and as a result, they compromise this issue of saying, let's go, if I projected 10,000, I must go buy 10,000. And then I'm sitting with 2,000 extra books that I don't know what to do. So the storage of those textbooks then becomes a problem. So to stay away from storing books, they then go and procure post the confirmation, even though in most cases it's the changes that are made on the content, but it's very minimal. If they change a textbook, it won't be more than 2% changes on the textbook. So they can do that. I think the committee also proposed at some point that maybe we also need to consider the issue of the retention policy, which we were doing in the past, but we got a pushback from the student leaders that I am student Sam Zungu, I'm allocated this money, and in this money there is money for textbooks, and therefore I need my fresh textbooks. I don't want anything that has got some notes written on it, and therefore we want fresh textbooks. So colleges must continue, was they could have a way of returning these books and make sure that when the teaching and learning starts, at least we have something that you have there that you've kept, even though if you then have to procure new ones, but you have the ones that you have purchased. Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, but when we were in the Northwest, I think it was in Vusalela, when this issue of the SAFETA and student leadership pushing you guys back on the return policy, we said, go and engage with the student. The first thing that we said is that this country as it is, we don't have money to be procuring 10,000 textbooks every year. That is the first point. We could be using that money to provide more support to these students. And we asked you, the reason why we must get these responses is because we asked you to go and engage with the student leadership of SAFETA and all the SRCs at these institutions. So this is the feedback we're expecting now, and we're not getting. Because, in fact, I made an example there that many of us who come from township schools. The textbook that I was using in grade 10, I was probably a fifth person to use it. It would have been used by 4 other people who were doing grade 10 from 4 years ago, 3 years, 2 years, a year ago. And because there was a mechanism to track, you only buy textbooks when Tebogo was using this textbook and they did not keep it well. There are pages that are not there, so if you give it to Honorable Khabu, you are prejudicing against him. So, but you don't buy 10,000 every. So this leadership of SAFET, I don't think they are monsters for us to be afraid to engage with them and say to them, this is a situation. As the department on LTSM, in fact, we don't have money, including at CET colleges. We don't have money to run colleges for us to be buying textbooks every year. We may need to have a proper discussion with you to agree on the retention policy. If it means these textbooks, after buying them, we put cover on them to protect them, because some students might not have money to cover them, so that when they return, they're still. Maybe let's have that discussion. Say, as the department will cover all these textbooks after buying them. It will be cheaper than buying a textbook every year. So I'm glad you raised that, TDG Zungu, but you guys have not went as far as what the members would have asked you to do on this issue of LTSM, because it really does not make sense. Honorable Msazan.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. Generally, Chairperson, we are very respectful and very soft in approach, but we do ask that we are not taken for granted in responses from the department. Chair, perhaps let me start by my first question that I would have asked to the Director General on the report that was expected to be handed over to the Minister on the 30th of May, as it relates to the allegations of nepotism, fraud and corruption on the appointment of the Regional Manager of KwaZulu-Natal. Can you confirm on record, DG, that indeed you have submitted that report to the Minister as per her submission in Parliament, in plenary, where she said she was expecting a report from yourself by the end of that week, which was the 30th of May?
Thank you very much, Chair. The Minister approached me yesterday. We had, as indicated earlier, discussed the matter, and I provided the Minister with the response. At the time, it seemed as if it was enough, the response that I provided. But yesterday, the Minister approached me again to say I must provide a written response, of which I've been alerted this morning by my office that this has been done. So I expect the Minister by tomorrow when I meet him to have received it.
Thank you very much, DG. Chair, again, it's very unfortunate that the Minister and the DMs do not provide themselves, do not come to the fore as often as they should to the committee, because certain things can't be answered by the DG, especially on this subject matter, because the DG is allegedly implicated on this matter. Because part of my request on this matter was that the Minister initiate an investigation into this matter, where we would be getting a report of the investigation, not just the report of the DG as it relates to that matter. But I'll move, Chairperson, and obviously, hopefully, the Minister will communicate that to us. Okay, I think the DDG Zungu has provided us with the timelines because the DDG Sokwiwa, in a submission, she used the words, we hope that the adverts or the advertisements of the vacancies will be out by the end of the month. I just want to caution you, the DDG, because you used these words twice. I'll still quote you again where you said, we hope that it will be the case, which can't be the words that you use as an official of the department, because you should know accurately when you plan to do certain things. So I won't speak to that. But I want to speak to the timelines for the appointments of the ministerial appointees. There were no timelines that were put in place here in as far as that is concerned. And maybe my second question, so that you just take both questions, relates to the establishment of the ombuds office. And on the report, it is stipulated that there was advice given by the Council for Higher Education, which the department is looking at. So I just want to perhaps gather what was the significance that was highlighted maybe by the CHE in terms of the necessity of having an ombuds office. Was there significance in the advice? Because you only just said that you are looking at the advice and then you'll further engage with the Council of Higher Education. Maybe just on those two questions for now.
Thank you, Chair. Honourable Member, the timelines for the ministerial appointees, we had hoped to have concluded this in April. I'm part of the secretarial support for this work. Unfortunately, it just could not happen as fast as planned. Firstly, because the secretariat team that I work with, of which I'm part of, had to align the diaries of the panel members. Then further thereafter was the challenge around once the a draft list had been produced, was to get all the shortlisted candidates to agree to the MIE process. That delayed. Sincerely, this is now within the ambit of the DDG Corporate Services, who manages MIE and vetting. That is outside my control, which is why I'm struggling to give timelines. The file of the shortlisted candidates, i.e. those who are willing to be vetted, was given to her, and we await that process. That's why I've not been pointed about a date. At the moment she's on sick leave, I would have called her prior to this. At the moment she's on sick leave, but as soon as she returns, I'll ask her for the set timeframes. That's where my hands are tied, Chair.
Chairperson, you see, we're going to have a problem, Chair, when I just cautioned the DTG now in terms of using the words we hope. You just said again, we hoped that would have been completed. You should have systems in place as officials of the department, and definitely timelines, because whilst you hope things will happen, there's an impact, a negative impact that this is having in the entities, in the operations of the entities. So we can't rely on you hoping to do certain things at certain times and it doesn't happen. No matter how you can make excuses around it, it's not happening. So I'm seriously at discomfort with that wording of we hope this, we hope that. I had asked a second question as it relates to the establishment of the ombuds, the National Ombuds Office, and the significance, if any, in the advice that was given by CHE.
I'm not sure if I understand the question, Chair.
You got an advice from CHE to establish, or about establishing an ombuds, a National Ombuds Office. I'm asking if in the advice, because we don't know the content of the advice, hence you said you're engaging with the advice of CHE and you then engage with CHE. So I'm just trying to understand if it is significant that you establish it as per the advice of the Council for Higher Education.
I'm losing the question, but I'll try and respond in the manner that I best can. CHE did a study at the behest of the then minister. Once they've concluded their study, they submit that report to the department. The department engages with that report and either executes or not executes. At the moment, that report has been processed, and we are waiting for an opportunity to process it internally. That's where it is.
Again, Chair, there's no timelines, and I'm also not gathering if the report says it's necessary or significant that you appoint a national ombuds. That's where I was trying to understand.
Okay.
If it does indicate that you should, because it remains an advice, but I wanted to gather that, and obviously timelines, because there's no timelines to what you are saying as well, DDG. Can I move from this one, DDG, with you noting that?
Maybe before, is it possible that you share that CHE advice, so that maybe members can go through and see what it really means, because I think that's where you guys are missing each other. Is it possible? It's not under embargo of some sort.
I don't think so. I will, through the DG's office, request Minister if we can send it to you.
Okay, thank you. Sazan.
Chair, the DDG mentioned that there's no procurement capacity of ITC at NSFAS. Was there an impact study that was done to measure the impact of that? And what are the timelines? I did gather that there were bank specialists, or 2 or 3 banks that were approached to, I think, assist in the matter. Was there perhaps an assessment that was done of the impact of that and timelines of perhaps implementing or procuring that particular ITC system for NSFAS?
All right, the impact has largely been done by the SIU. They've been working on the NSFAS system for some time, and they shared that analysis, which in many respects is actually quite frightening. So now that they have done that with the board, we have asked EXCO to work with National Treasury on specifications. National Treasury had done this before for NSFAS, but the then CEO simply did not incorporate the advice. And the then CEO effectively wanted a Rolls Royce, and National Treasury advised them what they could get with the same budget, but for effectively a Volkswagen that could do the same thing. So that's where it is. In terms of timelines, we said, memory serving me well, by September, October, we want to have something in place, be it because you can't procure a system overnight and you've got to build it over time. At least the basics in place, the ICT strategy, the enterprise architecture system that would support it, and we've been advised not to proceed with the ERP, which NSFAS had started procuring. In any case, the SIU made a finding, and I think the AG, I'm not too sure, on the ERP. It's the SIU memory serving me well. So that ERP system is on freeze. NSFAS is not proceeding with it.
Okay, DDG, I know my time is probably depleting now. Let me speak on this very important matter of the delayed submission of the 2023 annual report or annual financial reports by UNISA. Now, I did see that you mentioned that from this financial year, or this 2025-2026 financial year, there will be a penalty of, I couldn't hear you clearly if you said 40 million or 48 million if the submissions are made late in a university. So my question is, as it relates to that particular outstanding financial report of UNISA, what is being done by the department to ensure that that financial report actually gets submitted to the department in AG, I believe? And what was the findings of the previous financial report of 2022 financial year? And lastly, what is going to be done with these monies that will be, where the universities will be penalized for late submissions? What will be done with those monies? I think, Chair, I'll subside the for now.
Let me start with the last one. So ordinarily what we do with the penalty funds, they go back to the university, but in another form. So yes, because they've been through the budget vote, they cannot be used for any other purposes other than for the purposes of university needs. So it is in effect a penalty that is introduced to direct funds to other projects within the PSET system. So, for example...
Sorry to interject. Yeah. In the same university, so you penalize me and then you bring me back the money?
No, not necessarily. No, not necessarily.
Another institution?
It'd be another institution for another purpose. For example, in some instances, we've been using the funds for infrastructure projects for some of the other universities. Okay. With the UNISA matter, in terms of the 23, as I indicated, it came in last week. We are waiting. It now means that the 24 is late. We've advised the university. Firstly, we tried to understand what the problem was. They indicated the problem was the AG. We then engaged the AG, and the AG indicated, no, UNISA has peculiar procurement processes for appointing external auditors. We are engaging on that matter. So that took some time. And then when that was finally resolved, UNISA used that as a pretext for not submitting the annual financial statements and annual report. In other words, the external auditor came on late on board, and therefore they cannot submit. We gave them a timeline within which to submit the annual report. They indicated the best possible timelines, and we've been measuring them against that. The 23 annual report, they said they would submit by end of June. So it came through, but we don't have a timeline and a commitment on when the 2024 will come in, because it effectively means all the reports are going to come in late. And we want to instill discipline to avoid that, because it is the only basis on which we can support funding and confirm proper governance around the funds allocated to university. There are very clear steps that you need to follow in terms of the Act. And those are the provisions, that's the only provisions available to us around non-submission of your annual financial statements. We can't intervene and do the statements for them. We can only caution them around the challenges they will experience should they not comply.
No, thanks. There was another question on 2022 financial report that I also had asked on what was the outcome. Thank you very much.
Okay. We are doing an analysis of that in our financial reports because they came in late. Ordinarily, remember, the AG made a comment earlier that we just submit reports. We don't. The annual financial analysis report looks at the annual reports of all the universities, and then we start doing a trend analysis, which we are then able to present to Parliament. I.e., we'll be able to show this university is improving or this university is not improving.
Chair,
yeah.
Please protect me because it's your time now. I've just asked about the outcome of the financial report of 2022, and you're not responding to that because you know the outcome of the report, the financial report of financial year 2022. That's only response I need, Chair.
Yes, Chair, are you trying to find out, did they get a clean audit or not? Yes, no, they received, from what we've seen so far, at least on their admission, we still do have to do our own analysis. They have obtained an unqualified report.
Okay. I think did you have a responsibility to be seen to be consistent in how we treat institutions. When we were at UNISA, there were allegations that made by UNISA that they believe that we're not treating them well. They gave their own reasons. And the meeting actually almost went out of control. The allegations that have been sent to us to support that, I'll give you, well, just the button, to support that allegations of theirs that we have not been consistent in withholding funds. One, the 2023-24 audit of VUT was outstanding. You did not do what you did to UNISA. This is according to what they've sent to us. University of Fort Hare, outstanding. Nothing was done as this was done to UNISA. SMU, same thing, nothing was done. So when, then the question would be, what was different between all of these ones and this one of yours? Because if we don't ask it, it means we are unable to respond to the allegations that there is an attempt from the department to deal with certain institutions you don't agree with. So we have to give it to you to respond to it, because they are giving us this number of institutions that say this one, all four of them had the same problems, but we were harsh on one. Then let's make it make sense, TDG.
Thank you, Chair, for that opportunity. VUT, SMU, UFH asked for an extension. They met the deadline of the extension. UNISA, first year, did not submit. The department did not respond. They didn't even ask for an extension. Second year, still no submission. So unlike all the other universities, not one university to date, other than UNISA, failed to submit Fs, annual financial statements. The others asked for extra time, they met the deadline. UNISA is the only exception. So we were extremely generous with UNISA. The fact that they did not submit for 2 successive years without consequences before we withheld funds. The withholding of funds was the last desperate move on the behalf of the department to get UNISA to comply. So I want to put that on record, and I can support it. Other universities have asked for an extension, and at least, Fort Hare is the one we should have been most generous with, because the entire executive, almost the entire executive, including finance, some finance people, were arrested. So for them to have met the deadline was quite astonishing, because it meant they were able to cooperate with the external auditor. Furthermore, when we engaged the AG, UNISA again was the only one that emerged with procurement issues around the appointment of the external auditor. Again, the other institutions did not have that kind of challenge. So I want to put it on here once and for all. We were extremely generous with UNISA.
Well, thank you very much. AG, Like I said, this matter was discussed there in when we were at UNISA. The DGG maintains what she said there, that UNISA did not meet the requirement, did not ask for an extension. Then even when they had a query with their previous auditors, they did not raise, I can't remember the exact word, they did not raise any issue. But when UNISA, when they were responding there, they said they had written to the AG, if I'm not mistaken, or the minister, and asked for the AG's intervention on this matter, because they were saying when we were there, Honorable Soldier, you remember, and Maseko, they were saying that their auditors dropped them at the last minute after the independent assessor's report was released. And they did not have, or during, that was during audit, or something to that effect. I can't remember the exact words. And that is why they had a problem with submitting, if I'm not mistaken. But the bone of contention here is that UNISA did not ask from yourselves any extension of the ministry, I can't remember. But when we were in the meeting, they said no, they did ask. There were confirmation, or there were interactions with emails between themselves, the department, the ministry, or with yourselves. I think they did, the name of the AG came there. I'm not sure, Zama, if you have knowledge of the issues there, but you can just take us through. If not, we'll also take it, if you can just go and check with the team and then come back, but you can just come in.
Thank you, Chair. I think maybe for the details, I would just request maybe that you provide written response just in terms of what would have transpired. But in terms of the process, the AGSA process when it comes to, so what we do is a concurrence process, or the consenting to the appointment of the external auditors. So that would be the process that we as the Auditor General would be involved in terms of their process that they followed in terms of the procuring the external auditors. We do have that process of having a back and forth with the universities in terms of what are their processes, whether we're satisfied with the process that they followed, asking certain questions in terms of the requirements. That is a process that actually would take place before we actually give the approval of the actual external auditors. But at the same time, Chair, I think it wouldn't necessarily stop the university from submitting financial statements. Maybe that's where the clarity needs to be. In terms of when they're meant to be submitting the financial statements, I don't think the concurrence process should actually be affecting that. Unless the university would then be saying that there was a point where they would have submitted financial statements, but there weren't any auditors that were appointed to actually do the audits itself, which I actually doubt would be the case. But I think maybe in this particular instance, Chair, I would maybe request that I get the full details in terms of what would have transpired in terms of if there was email communication, then we can provide further details to the committee on that.
So that's fine. I'll give you sorry, their response. In fact, they did write to us. It was question 3. So in their response, they're saying they've attached annexures. So they're saying, as Annexure A shows, UNISA acted appropriately and time has been informing the Department of Higher Education, DHED, about the resignation of EY as the then external auditor of the university. In their letter dated 27 February 2023, which is Annexure B, EY cited the level of engagement risk associated with the audit as the reason to resign, something that UNISA respectfully disagreed with. EY's audit opinion about UNISA for the 2021 financial year is unqualified. Similar, the reason for the delayed commencement of the 2022 audit were communicated to DHEAD timelessly, in bracket Annexure C, as per the regulations. The Auditor-General of South Africa was fully engaged through correspondence and meetings. In summary, due to the resignations of EY before the expiry of the contract, UNISA was forced to look for a new external auditor, and the necessary governance processes had to be followed. Although the investor procurement process was fast-tracked, the concurrence of the AGSA could not be secured until the conflict of interest issue that the AGSA had raised were resolved. Eventually, after many months of engagement with AGSA, the concurrence was given. Subsequently, the tender for the external audit function was awarded in March 2023 to the current auditors in the name SMG Grant Thornton SMG. The preceding unforeseen circumstances meant that the 2022 audit could only commence in November 2023, significantly affecting timeline for the 2023 audit. During August 2023, the external auditors had raised concerns about several key financial areas, including property, plant and equipment, work in progress, inventory, commitments, and contingent liabilities, which needed to be addressed to prevent qualifications for the 2022 annual financial statements. These issues were resolved to the satisfaction of the auditors, and the unqualified audit report for 2022 was released in November 2024 and submitted to the Department of Higher Education and Training. Consequently, the 2023 audit could only start once the 2022 had been concluded, meaning the 2023 could only start in November 2024. I will send you this response with the annexures so that you can either confirm if what they are claiming here is true, because what they are claiming is different from what the department is saying. This one will just get to the bottom of it. I think we will give it to you, their response, and then you will just confirm that particular matter. Honorable Souls.
Thank you, Chair. DDG, can we agree that there's not been any decisive intervention on the concerns around the preference of foreign nationals over South African citizens in our institutions of higher learning? Would you agree?
Yes, there has not been any intervention. All we've done is studied the legislation.
What is the reason for not taking that issue seriously?
Chair, I wouldn't say we are not taking it seriously. We are very concerned. In fact, I was planning to have a workshop with universities and the Department of Labor, because this falls within the ambit of the Department of Labor legislation. Employment equities, what's Foreign Employment or Employment Services Act of 2014. So I felt that given the nature of responses we've received from a variety of universities, not just CUT, there's a need for a workshop so that there's an alignment on interpretation of that piece of legislation, because it is very clear either there is insufficient knowledge thereof or incorrect interpretation of what it means.
I think there's a mistake there in terms of the approach. We are sitting here with a situation where South African citizens are not getting employed and foreign nationals are being preferred over them. A workshop for all of you to get an understanding does not change that reality. My question is around intervention in decisively acting against this. It's there. It's a fact. And so what's disappointing for me is I listened to the presentations. The issue of foreign nationals has been mentioned twice. Once on the Gauteng side of things, just to say that there is foreign national lecturers, but they were there before, and going forward, South Africans will be prioritized. What that says is, it's an admission that South Africans was not prioritized. Then in the second occasion, no, not yourself, the presentation was made by your colleague DDG there. Then in the other presentation, at Moteo, there was the issue on foreign national was skipped because of time, but all the others was mentioned. But what was interesting is that there is no mitigation or turnaround strategy when it came to that issue on the presentation of Moteo. Do you see the unintentionalism in terms of your posture and your approach as the department on this very important issue?
So I cannot speak for, I think the DG indicated that the different components of the PSET system are governed by different pieces of legislation.
Who must I ask?
Please allow me, Chair, let me just say
It's just
this.
because of my time, because
Yes.
you're referring to the presentation
There are
that. So
different
who must I ask here? Who must I ask here?
Um,
If it's not you, who must I ask?
I was just going to give you this response, that there are different pieces of legislation in governing the different components of the PSET sector. What is common is the legislation that falls under Department of Labour. On our side, when I turned to the legislation immediately after that meeting with the CUT, I confirmed, because you got 3 different responses in that meeting, Chair. I turned to legislation, and it is very, very clear that the Higher Education Act gives complete right of employment to the council and the vice-chancellor of a university. So we don't have powers. That's the first thing.
You see,
Second thing,
you know what you're doing.
the second thing is that the multiple interpretations suggest
Let me rather
to
do
me,
that. Are you saying
Yes.
because of the interpretations, what they are doing is right?
No, what they need, rather than, because the legislation is so clear about their powers, is to consult them and persuade them to do differently.
No,
Because
they're doing something illegal. And do you know why they continue to do it? Because you have that posture. That is illegal, what they are doing. There is no law in our country that encourages, when a South African citizen is qualified, that you give preference to a foreign national. There's no law that justifies that. Do you agree?
absolutely, Chair.
So your posture should not be to consult. Your posture should be to direct them to say you are doing something illegal.
Certainly, I don't deny that, but
Exactly.
we wanted to do even more.
No. Start there. You can do more. There can be nothing more than giving South Africans jobs that they deserve. When I looked at the presentation, if you look at Moteo, let me give you an example of what your posture to this issue is creating. Are you aware of the allegation that at Moteo, the principal has taken Sunday World to court and on the 12th of June paid the attorney 300,000 rand, whilst they don't have money to pay employees? She paid legal fees of 300,000 rand, it's alleged. But here's what makes it worse. Do you know that the attorney employed by the college is the sister of the acting CEO, who's a foreign national? The lawyer is a foreign national.
Honorable member, if you allow me, it's Moteo is a TVET college under DDG Zungu.
Honorable Souls, I'm not aware of those allegations. I think I'm hearing those for the first time. Obviously, we'll have to investigate them in relation to what we have raised.
Please, I put it to you that that is what we have received.
President.
DDG, what does your policy framework on internationalization say in section 3, subsection 3.6, subsection 3.63? What does it say? I'm asking you that because the usual defense is internationalization. Kindly share that with me.
Unfortunately, I don't have it here with me, Chair.
Let me read it for you.
Thank you.
It says, initiatives to attract and retain international talent in South African job market, including positions in higher institutions, must not be to the detriment of job opportunities for equally qualified and experienced South African citizens. That's clear. It's not ambiguous. It's your framework. The institutions are not aligned to that framework. What must you do?
Chair, we approved the internationalization policy framework. We published it in the Gazette. We secured all consultations.
No. You're telling me what you did with the policy I just read to you. It's your policy. I'm asking you, based on that, this empowers you to act. This is the framework. And we have shown you that institutions are not in the ambit of this framework.
I agree, but the challenge is the same policy, because I went and looked at it, does not give me an instrument on which to penalize or contravene policy. My preferred way, given the complete misalignment of multiple institutions with the internationalization policy or the legislation.
I have to stop you. Do you know what you're saying? You're saying they're wrong. But there's no document that tells me what must I do when they're wrong. The document shows me a framework when they are wrong, but what to do with them when they're wrong, there's no document. I don't know what to do. When the law is silent, and you, by virtue of the fact that you can show that there's grounds, that they are outside of the framework, the law supports you to use your discretion to deal with what is clearly wrong. Let them be the ones that says you did something illegal. But you sitting there, waiting for something to tell you, while South African citizens are suffering, like Professor Mpekwa. CUT has given preference to a foreign national over a qualified South African. And it's your posture that is in this way that is causing her still to be marginalized. The same foreign national that is now the dean at CUT, the same foreign national has employed an HOD in her faculty that's a foreign national over and above a South African that has 10 more years of experience than that gentleman. You know why? It's your posture. Your nonchalant attitude. While South African academics are suffering, Let me show you another example of what your posture, DDG, and the department, what your posture, your nonchalant attitude is doing to these people that are doing this wrong thing to South Africans, how they talk to them. I'm going to read you emails of CUTUS liquidators. They have went to voluntary liquidation, voluntary. The same people that agreed to the liquidation of the subsidiary was the management of the subsidiary and the management of the principal institution. That's a conflict of interest. So they close this one thing, people lose their jobs. 2 out of those employees is asking the liquidators for the UIF letters. This is how the liquidators respond. It's in Afrikaans. The gentleman's name is Martin Botha. Chair, there's some age restriction words here. I'm going to say it so that it's quoted. Martin Botha says to these 2 employees asking for their UIF documents to be corrected so that they can get money now that they have lost their jobs. This is what they are told. Die tweekies is en was deel van die CCMA klomp. Hulle kan gaan kak en klagtes gaan lê waar hulle wil. You know what that says? Interpretation? They can go shit. And they can go take their concerns wherever they want to. That's how South Africans are being spoken to. Almost done, Chair. Listen to what they continue to say, the same gentleman. When calling mommy to the rescue did not work, like you, I have time on my hands at the moment, not because I'm unemployed or being on a mission, but because I manage my time effectively. You were an employee of a company that was liquidated by its shareholders. If I recall, you are one of the lower ranking of employees and did not even make meaningful impact on the success of the business, but more likely contributed to the failure of the business. Listen to the arrogance. Lastly, and I conclude, please go ahead and do whatever will make you feel happy, and please include the office of the president, the deputy, as well as every minister in cabinet. Looking at your mailing list, people that has nothing to do with this liquidation, seems you include them only for one reason, and that is to try and score some points. Well, I don't think you will be employed by the CUT. Ever. But that is their prerogative. Maybe you are an attention seeker, I don't know. At the end, you are unemployed and most likely will remain so because you have time to write emails instead of sending out your brilliant CV. Do you think you will get a good reference from CUT with your behavior? Lastly, I will still help you get the forms for the UIF amended, but stop being such a bloody nuisance. Marty, is that what you called your landlord before you got evicted? She didn't have an income for 3 months. As a result, she got evicted. The liquidator is making fun of her eviction, and she has no job. A South African. DDG, your department and your posture is responsible for the struggle of South African academics. It's disappointing and it's disgusting. Thank you, Chair.
Maybe if you can just, for the record, give us the name of that liquidator.
I'm going to have to check, but the person, the liquidation company's name, I have to check the name, but the person representing the liquidating company and who's written this email is Martin Botha. And I shall submit the name of the liquidators. But this is Martin Botha.
Thank you very much. DPG, I did not want to interrupt there, but so we've got laws in this country. The law says if institutions under you under your department, like CUT, hires a non-South African, there's a process that they must follow. Must show that no one in the country had that skill and all of that. And you are saying the Act does not empower you to do anything. It's a problem because even the Higher Education Act does not supersede the constitution of this country. And the laws that are made, I mean, the Foreign Nationals Act that you are telling us there, that you looked at, Employment Services Act, amongst many others, tells you that if this institution does this thing under your department, there's something you must do. It's illegal. It says it's illegal to hire Tebogo, who's not South African, over souls who's South African, if both of them qualify for that position. It says it's illegal. And you are saying to us, there's nothing the department can do. It's a big problem. It then tells us why these institutions can do as they please. Because you create the framework, and this framework says this. An institution goes and does something outside of the framework and quotes the same framework, and then you agree. It's a big problem, DG. In fact, I'm going through something around that I'm reading. And I was hoping that by this time we'll do a joint committee meeting between ourselves, Department of Home Affairs that is responsible for creation of these scarce skills jobs, and Department of Labor that has a responsibility to arrest people, to open cases against these employers who are employing non-South Africans illegal. And the Department of Higher Education can say, TG, there's nothing we can do. When Department of Labor is right here next door, we have asked them, what do I do when a university of mine, that the framework says they can employ up to 10% of the staff, they've employed 14%. What is it that I can do? They'll tell you, go and open a case there. Very simple. Because you are responsible citizen. So if you are saying, no, nice DDG, there's nothing I can do, you are giving us a worry. But more than a worry, it's the confidence that you are giving to this institution that worries us even more. Honorable Law.
Yo, Chairman, thanks very much. I've read the report, and I want to go back to the college where I would have posed a question about the spouse who was appointed and alleged that she was appointed unprocedural. And I remember vividly, Chair, when we posed a question to the department, they did not know as to what was the process, both the regional manager and the DDG by then. I'm raising all of this because that even looking at the type of reports that we received from responses and on how the department has dealt with issues, it says we should be concerned. We should be concerned in such a way that the department has not covered all the aspects in such a way that they could have responded, so that when they come here, they give us a progress report. And as they come here, they have, in their way, in their modus operandi, they have extended their scope of work as to how they're going to close vacancies. One, still at the point where vacancies are not closed. There's a college that had close to 49 vacancies. I made a note here, and I only saw that they managed to close 13 out of 49. Now, the issue of vacancies, I'm raising it as a matter of concern. Yeah, indeed, everything is wrong here. Everything is wrong. We don't blame the gadget. So, the matter of vacancies, we did say at the oversight, it hinders what progress of teaching and learning. The elements and attitude where colleges are receiving money and they are misdirecting money for construction and not for teaching and learning and responding to the needs of the students, and also making sure that there's adequate training and support for workers, is as a result of the collapse of our institutions, Chair. Let me make a typical example. I want to ask the department one question. When we left, there was a concern on the matric results that seeks to impact the commencement of the academic program at universities and TVET colleges. I want to check what engagement so far, how far you, or how have you engaged the basic education department, or what is the progress at hand to mitigate this situation that is seriously dealing with, that is impacting very bad on the academic program, that is not well aligned. How far are you with engagement with the Department of Basic Education? As you promised to say, you will have a meeting, there's the progress.
Chair, may I? We met with the Department of Basic Education. The staff are adamant that they cannot change that date. They have various reasons. But what we have found ultimately is that the Department of Basic Education could not agree with Labour on the changing of those dates. And it seems like that stalemate is what has brought us where we are. USAF engaged with DBE, wrote letters to DBE, we engaged with USAF, we did the triangle cross-verification, and the common point is that Labour and Department of Basic Education cannot agree on a date. So that is the response on that particular one.
What is your engagement with basic education as higher education with regard to the issue? How far are you? What is your discussion? I hear about Labour. I'm speaking about both two sectors. The other one is dealing with basic, the other one is dealing with higher foundation and intermediate. Now I'm asking based on the relations. Remember we spoke about stakeholder relations, not only on the metric, but what has been your engagement?
We have various projects that we do together. For example, we do teaching and learning, and we train teachers. We have those projects throughout the branch, in the teaching and learning particularly. Then the DG, DBE, and DG Higher Education have set up a steering committee. I think we've met thrice during that steering committee.
DDG,
So I'm not too
can I assist you?
Yes.
Maybe I'm a bit fast.
Yeah, I think so.
The relationship with the Portfolio Committee of Higher Education and Basic Education, at a particular moment, they are at a discussion of making sure that there's integration in terms of key issues that are affecting learners and the migration of learners from different high schools to colleges, to making sure that as we sit at basic and higher, we look at the current scenario of our students, what is confronting them, and how do we therefore integrate and assist those from DBE. Now, so far so good. We've got an outstanding meeting that we must convene with Labour and higher and basic to come and make one program. That's how far we are. And so after so far, we've agreed that we are going to integrate our programs. That's my response to you on our relationship. My question was, so far, ever since we left you, what has been your relationship? What have you done so far with regard to the critical matter of the leave Labour on your issue What is the answer? How far are you? What are you saying? What are you advising with? Remember, you are dealing in intergovernmental relations. You are not working in silos. No matter your different mandates, as per the Millennium Goals or as per the NDP, what is expected from us. But what becomes quite significant, what we have said to you, let's remind you, maybe to assist you. We have said, go and sit down with DBE and see to it that you interrelate your programs, you amalgamate your programs, and then you give effect in terms of what therefore will be the best way to agree on the date, because it impacts you as a department and colleges and universities. You should be significantly at the center of making sure that you pursue the discussions and you explain the significance and the importance of that. So I take it there's no progress in terms of that. And then we'll get a written report when we get to that, given the time that we've been here for the whole day. And this question has been coming for a full time from the department. So I'll prefer that I get a written report, because I'm serving in a basic education committee. If I must tell what we got there, it will be very difficult. Can I get a report and then we'll take it from there? Thank you. And then again, we would have visited Monteo College, and then we are quite content, or other colleges, they've got agricultural farms, they've got clothing factories, they've got beauty and nail departments and so forth. However, Section 9, subsection 6 of the Continuing Education and Training Act, it stops colleges to do business or establish businesses in terms of any other legislation or common law. Now, it is reported that the department provided a legal opinion which advised the college that they could establish a business unit which should be under the college management. I wanted to check, has the department shared the legal advice for the colleges for them to establish a business unit on Moteo? Okay, DDG Zungu?
I requested Mr. Msipa to respond on that.
All right. Ndade, Varigyao.
Yes, there is a legal opinion to that effect, and we have shared it with the college.
No, thanks. You'll share it with me. Thank you, Ndade. And then another slide. I'm on Swane College. I'm trying to run after the time, Chair. There's another slide on labor relations investigations. I would have went outside. There is an investigation on the Ernst & Young investigative report. And there were key findings on the report where the first finding was to say reconciliation not done for 2017 to 2022 till now, no record keeping, and unavailability of minutes and meetings not taking place in line with the NSFAS guidelines. What is the view of the department on the disputed Ernst & Young investigation report? Because I've got a view that the investigation was instituted by the department. The Ernst & Young, there's a dispute on the reporting that was done by the department. What is your view as a department emanating from that?
I think it was Tshwane North.
Tshwane. It is Tshwane North, TVET College. The slide is administration and management on that slide.
I come Mr. Msipa on that one. I'm trying to recall the...
But I recall that slide that spoke to the issues of Ernst & Young. I think there is a justification for the question because it sounded quite weird that our own initiated investigation is disputed by, in the way it's presented, it doesn't sound like we are on the side of the report ourselves. I think that is how I received it when it was presented. The actual response in this regard, Chair, would be for us to just follow that matter through and provide a proper response to it. But I agree that there was a discrepancy in the manner in which it is presented in the slide.
No, thanks. 3 questions outstanding. I've not yet marked you.
Let me pause your time. DG, we must state that we're not happy with this answer. Let me tell you what happened there. And because you don't remember. So the ministerial task team asks you to investigate allegations made by students that are funded by NSFAS on maladministration and corruption by the college. It's a very serious allegation. This Ernst & Young is appointed. They submit a report in September 2023 to yourselves, 9 September 2023. Touch sheets for 4 people are done, including the principal one. You remember, it was raised even when we were there, including the principal one. And as we speak, there's no progress. Principal. TG. And yourself as the employer there, department, we can't say, no, we'll look at it, we don't remember. The purpose of this meeting is to deal with the issues that were raised in oversight. And this matter was sharply raised in that meeting. And we're coming here, we're not responding, you're not giving us feedback on this thing. There were many issues that were raised there against the leadership of the institution. No record keeping of funds, reconciliations not done, no minutes,
lack of policies for payment of
lack
allowances.
of policies, meeting taking place outside the guidelines. There were many allegations. So the response that we are giving is not inspiring confidence that now we'll see. I mean, it's a serious allegations that were sharply raised when we were there in Swami. So please, colleagues, next time let's try, and when we ask you to go and do this, let's do it. We'll get it in writing, Dr. Msipa. Honorable Law.
Yes, I was saying, Chair, 3 of my questions were not answered. It takes me back to the SMART principles that I could have referred to earlier on how the department wants to approach the issues of South Africa. So I'm raising all of this because at this particular moment, there is no progress we've made ever since from the oversight. And this seeks to qualify is what people normally say is we are there for parading and pictures. And then there's no action that is taken to see to it as consequence management. Now we're going to have a difficult 5 years where the department will always say we don't have jurisdiction. And the constitution of the country, like we have said, Chair, I think it's section 146, there's a section there, and then I'll just remind myself, it gives departments full powers that says that where you give money to an entity or to an institution, you've got a duty to play an oversight role where you must put corrective measures and you must take proper channels of making sure people account for the money. Now again, the lack of knowledge of me understanding the law, the juristic person who deals with education and students is a department, no matter what becomes the way. Even when you go to court, you will be accountable for the student because they get registered under yourself, and then you are the ones who could have had subdivision in terms of your entities. Now, there are 2 processes that we need to agree upon here out of this analysis of the oversight report, Chair. It is that we would have said, I remember, to the department that go and look on the Higher Education Act, because we would have spoken about the autonomy of universities and colleges, so that you see to it that you recommend and amend the act that is going to respond to say that we have jurisdiction on top of the institutions. So it would not be, it does not make logically sense that we must give money and then at the ultimate end we can't put consequence management and people can account for the money. And at the ultimate end, for those who are the actors, who are the participating people who at that particular sector of education, it's students and workers who are depressed, others were excluded in these institutions. The labor issues that were raised at the chair, as I wrap up, at the oversight, most of the labor unions leaders are being charged and patched and victimized because they could have raised important, significant issues ever since we left the colleges. We've got a number of their letters. They have been patched, others have been threatened, others have been dealt with because they spoke out outrightly. It hinders what the relationship with stakeholders. Now, I'm raising all of this because before you go to a classroom, the problem starts with the management, whom we expect to be more capacitated and understand much more as to how to lead and guide the department. So I wish to recommend that, Chair, we really need to engage the department on all of their discrepancies and see to it that we align issues accordingly. Because it's embarrassing that we come here 9 o'clock, we are going to leave around 6, 7, would still come back in another Wednesday, still have the similar issues to be raised, I can assure you. Textbooks, no allowance, failure to pay, safety of students, corruption, failure to take consequent steps to deal with internal issues and controls. Yeah, we know them by heart. But how will they be dealt with is upon the department. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. We've been here for the whole day. Only a few things. You are calling me to order.
Not to order, Chair, just to state for the record the question that you had for me earlier.
Oh yes.
So the first correspondence came from Honey Attorneys, represented by Voter De Vos and Donovan Majid. And then the application was made by DLBM Attorneys to the High Court, represented by Philip Lessing. And together with them, there's also Martin Botha, who represents FMBP. And then also Christopher Roos, Sebenza Trust. And then the advocate representing was Advocate Maslangu. That's the information for the record, Chair.
Well, thank you very much. I must say the tone of their attitude, the tone of their letter and the attitude is not right. That's why I wanted you to read it for the record, so that even people who wants to give them business, they must know what kind of people they're dealing with. People who believe just because they've been given business, they have a right to speak to people who are only looking to get their UIF details. And they give them that kind of attitude. So that's why I wanted you to place it on the record. Department, I'm only going to give you 2-3 questions. And then we're going to close the meeting. First, a comment, DG. CET Act. I'm laboring a point about the lack of legal in the department. You know, it means we've been doing a lot of, what do you call this thing, wasteful expenditure. As we're paying people to work for legal in the department, and they don't do. I mean, when you say the CET Act does not provide for somebody to be put on precautionary suspension, or as my party puts it, step aside of any council member when they are charged for corruption or fraud elsewhere. So this is what the Act says, that there's nothing wrong with that. and we don't see anything wrong with such an act. So it means I can be charged for rape whilst attending that case. The department will, the act will not find it strange for the department to appoint me as a council member of any institution where what I'm even accused of, sexually harassing females, I must now come and look after females. There's nothing wrong. And then the excuse here is that the act sees nothing wrong with it. It can't be. So you see the legal department, DG, that, I've raised one with Skills Development Act, one with the Higher Education Act. I'm raising now with the CT Act to emphasize this problem of a legal department that does not do its job. It's a big problem. And it's not small things. These things are huge. They're huge. The Act does not speak about what DDG Sokiko was saying here. Because the Act should be able to empower the department. Even on certain things, it says the Act should at least be saying the DG or anybody else delegated by the DG in their different branches would then be responsible for even opening of cases against accounting officers of this institution if what they are doing there is against the constitution of the country or something to that effect. But I'm not a lawyer, But, you put something in this act. This act must then, because the DG says, no, I can't do anything because the act says I can't do anything. The act says it's wrong, but it also says she can't do anything. So this weakness of this act that we have, it's not these members or us attacking the employees of the department. Was simply saying at this point in time they are not assisting us to make sure that the PSET system works for everybody in the system, including the students, the workers. But not only work for the big bosses, because these big bosses have shown to be abusive towards taking advantage. Two questions. Motel, when were there, colleagues? Which is something that appeared last week when we were with Ingwe. When we were in Motel, there were 9 cases of sexual harassment. And 7 of them were never suspended. 2 were put on precautionary suspension. 7 lecturers were still waking up and going to same campuses with the people, the victims or alleged victims who opened cases against. And we said that can't be. We even made an example, the DG. We said, this young child, this young student, somehow draws within her the inspiration to report a case of sexual harassment against a lecturer. That can't be easy. Maybe what makes it easy is that she sends it to a female person who's a principal. The betrayal there is that you then say, no, We can't afford to put this person on a precautionary suspension. You must enter the gate, the same gate with this perpetrator or alleged perpetrator of yours every day. You guys must cross paths here in the corridors. The only thing we're going to do is that this alleged perpetrator is not going to come and teach the class where you are. The bad thing about that, DDG, is that we are assuming that the class that where this alleged perpetrator is teaching, those young kids, those young students are not threatened by him being there as an alleged perpetrator, alleged sexual harasser. So we are assuming, or the only victim here is this one child, that this person allegedly did this thing to, and not her friends who she went to cry to, who probably told her not to do it, or who encouraged her to report this matter, or who encouraged her not to report this matter, whatever the case may be. We are assuming they are not affected. We are assuming that when in school a child dies, it's only their families who would be affected. We don't consider why when there's such basic education organizes people to go give moral support to the entire school. They do so because they know the effect of this thing moves deeper. Doesn't move from here to only family, it goes. So how you have responded to this issue, it's not satisfactory. Because your answer is not telling us what's happening. You are just saying to us the cases are addressed with awareness workshops, SACE support, and suspensions. We are not telling us that when we were there were 2 suspensions. Are you saying now, if we can ask, maybe if I can say student leadership, you will target them. If I can ask anybody at that institution, are you saying all 9 are suspended? And what is the process? I don't know who's going to answer that one. That NCOP or DDG.
No, thanks, Honorable Chair. I think perhaps there are limitations in terms of responding on a PowerPoint slide. And I've picked up on a number of other issues that perhaps we should provide the committee with a proper comprehensive report that will detail each one of the cases as to what happened. I think the responses were just being limited by what we need to present to on a PowerPoint presentation. But maybe it should be annexed with a proper report under each one of those cases, which will then request the committee to afford us an opportunity to do so, Chair.
Okay. Mamvuchan, on slide 59, you spoke about the exit strategy that the department has developed in making sure that the students, when they leave, they're able to access both the university TVETs and all of that. So what is that exit strategy? Or in practical terms, what does it mean when you say you've got partnership with universities on this exit? What is a practical example?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The students in our city college, those who are doing academic programs, they are in the majority. And when they finish their academic program, they get the equivalent of a grade 12. Many, by the time they enter, their aspirations is either to go to a university or to go to a TVET college. The exit strategy for them, and these partnerships are mainly at the college level, Honorable Chair, if I must indicate, for those students in the academic programs, is for them to then exit into university or to exit into a TVET college to further their studies. That is one. We now also have the new programs, but that is new, as in 2 years new, through the NSF funding of 100 million, where we introduce skills programs into our city colleges. There is no exit strategy for the phase 1 of those programs. However, in terms of the proposal we are putting together for phase 2, it will include an exit strategy which will look at, amongst others, having entrepreneurship hubs within the CET college, where when they finish a skills program, they can then be placed in that entrepreneurship hub and assisted to either form cooperatives or form their own businesses and exit into those. Currently, they are doing that on their own. Some are succeeding, unfortunately others are not succeeding. So they do need assistance to be assisted to set up their own businesses. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Okay. A DG and DDG Sotuk. Your universities are very naughty. They're very naughty. On the 4th of June, I don't know why I'm hurrying to July. This is probably the second or third time. I meant to say June and I said June. On the 4th of June, we had SMU here. And students, workers, IF, they gave an account after we've asked them to give us the state of readiness, state of governance, management, from where they stand. And we want your management, let them not victimize students, workers, and so forth after they've done so. They are not the first one. There are many. UFH Fort Hare did it in 2023. Wasted university money. And they targeted the chairperson of one union there, fired him. He went to court and won against them. CCMA instructed them to pay this guy the monies that he would have lost during this period, including his legal team. Wasted money of the university. We met with them last year. We told them, don't do that. At least we have not received any reports after. I think they've listened. But when we met with them, University of Limpopo was here. And immediately after they've left, they went to victimize workers who reported on account of workers their issues here. They are continuing with that thing. SMU, as we speak, we met now. Or before that, we met with University of Mpumalanga. Despite their challenges there, they did not do any of those things. And we must commend them. We met with vets, they did not do any of those things. We met with the SMU now. And we are receiving emails, even now as we are here, that they are targeting, victimizing the students. The DG, you must speak to your people because, you know, I'm looking for an angle. I don't know how I'm going to get a legal angle where when these people take them to court, we are, even in our individual, we are not scared. Individual basis, we are able to enter these courts as friends of these cases. Just to ask the court that, court, if you rule in favor of this work or this student, please rule that these people must never be paid. These lawyers that just lost must never be paid from university funds. They must be paid from these people's funds, because they are doing these things because they think they've got the resources of the state to do all of they are bullying people. That University of Limpopo, they've lost, on this thing of conferring people degrees. I can tell you, I don't know how many cases are there. They don't care. I know now. I was reading their response last week or a week before on a new case. The same lawyers who lost that other case with costs of those two students, Muguni and Kele, the one that we told them they are going to lose, in the same law firm, it's the one that's again representing the university. And you ask yourself, but what's right in Abashab? Are these people okay? On almost the same principle. You don't see anything wrong in briefing the same lawyers. That cost you, I don't know how many millions, less than 3 months ago. I saw them, Honorable Susan, on TV saying the case, the lawyer, the judge did not say that we must confer degrees. They said we must reconsider that thing. When you read that judgment, they don't play. The first thing that the judge there says the decision of the university not to confer is reviewed and set aside. That is the first. I don't know, I'm not a lawyer. But what does that say? It tells you that there you have lost, the judge does not end there. He says you must go for redetermination of these things. You know what they are saying to you? You have DG, you have a PhD, Dr. Taratusa. Yeah? Uri judge. Decision ya as university, you are not giving Honorable Maseko their degree. Is reviewed and set aside. What does that mean? That's the first sentence, the first line on judgment. Uri, what does that mean? It means wow, instruct go and, because the judges, by the way, can't give you a degree. In fact, if they could, 9.2 there, the judge could have said, this court is ruling that these two students must be given their, but the judges can't say that because the law does not allow. You must take this matter to what? What is that? Senate to deal with this thing. So the judge can't replace the Senate. And then when I, as a spokesperson of the university, you go on media, no, but the judge did not say we must give them. But you know, by law, this is a democratic or constitutional democracy. The judges can't say that. They must send it back to yourselves. They go further. But on a scale C, while hitting you with costs. Normally, what does that mean? It means whatever case you put there, you wasted the court's time. In fact, the people that you must pay, they were not even supposed to be there. You have wasted their time. And then, yeah, I'll give you, you don't have that. It's that university where you went to and then you said everything is fine. That's why members on that day wanted to fight with you, and I asked them, oh no, wait, we will still get a time because it's there. Those, there's another case 2 weeks ago. There's one that they sent me yesterday. I can tell you if they go to court, that university is going to be defended by those same people. And when people then send us claims that maybe these law firms are not even there to win these cases. They are there to siphon money. It's not us who are saying it. It's these people who say, but okay, how do I then even disagree with that? It's a propaganda, maybe fair, but if there's 3 or 4 cases where this company, Tebogo Attorneys, loses cases for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, but you don't see anything wrong when, as the DG of the department, to brief Tebogo Attorneys. What must people must think, no, there must be a relationship between you and Tebogo Attorneys. Because you are losing cases, you are costing the department money. Yeah, but SMU, please speak to them. We're still going to meet with them because our meeting did not conclude. But we don't want to go to them. There were members have got an attitude that we're dealing with people who think they own that system. It's going to disrupt what we are trying to do. What we are trying to do is to build relations as stakeholders in the sector. But when members come here and we ask them, be honest, and because they were honest with us, you decide to hit them. It means ubashayela or bakupila or babueso. So please speak to them. If you want, I will give you these emails that we have received from complaining about this victimization by this university people of Sfagomakat. We don't want to, I don't want to write to them. Some of these institutions are very naughty, Honorable Msazan. They are very naughty. I almost said something, but let me leave it. DDG, you want to say something, and then DG, I'll give you, and then so that we can go home. It's late now.
No, thank you, Chair. I was going to say that it would really help if we get that information. On my part, I want to state that I do hope that in the process of us doing our work, we will also get protection. That in the process of us doing our work, we'll also get protection. We will not be vilified. Yes. By the very stakeholders that you require us to oversee.
We must, this is a loaded statement. We must unpack it, DDG, when we have time. And we will. Because it's not an easy, it's not a soft statement. It's a heavy statement. That even employees of the department feel threatened to do their job. That's an, this might mean our institutions of higher learning are not what they are supposed to be. Because if we are scared as senior officials of the department, or if I hold this university accountable, this university is known for hiring people to kill people, then we have a serious problem. Something that I heard you, DDG, maybe off camera, maybe we'll, DG, as we close.
Thank you very much. I will be very brief, but I trust my submission will assist the way forward. Firstly, I brought a big team today to Parliament. That includes DDGs right up to regional managers. And we've presented to Parliament a progress report, and members of Parliament have commented on our report, and they've indicated and cited areas of weaknesses in those reports. But I trust that another message that is quiet also is a message that shows that the Parliament was taken seriously. I think shortcomings in terms of areas that might not have been covered aside, but as a department, it has not happened that after an oversight process, we reflect on the work that we've done and we look into the matters and we dig into what our weaknesses are. Chair, I'm the DG of the department, so I'm in charge of the narrative of the performance of the department. So at times when you have a different view, it does not mean we undermine your view. It just means that I have a job to do to articulate that. After 20 years of democracy, we wrote a report about the performance of the system. And amongst issues that we reported was the victory on the curriculum transformation of the department, completely eradicating old curriculum, and we have a new curriculum. 30 years, with another report now, 30 years of democracy, that actually looks into what we have achieved over the time, changing the lives of people. If you look at the profile of all our PSET institutions, you will see that the profile has changed. But it's important on an occasion like this to acknowledge that there are certain issues that have emerged today that as a department we are going back with a particular homework on, further to just we are responding to you. But we also have learned a lot in the engagements that we've had. We have learned today that we might be committed to ensuring that our institutions, especially universities, we deal with issues where there is abuse of the legislation when it comes to the autonomy of institutions. And it was clear in your summation that the amendments to the legislation that are due needs to be finalized so that we move forward into those issues. I'm happy to say that in that regard, we are ready to report progress at a given time because it's a matter which we are looking at very carefully, Chair. Honorable Sons has questioned our attitude and posture, that beyond just fixing the legislation, which means we might fix the legislation and get the issues around autonomy, amend the Higher Education Act, but if the attitude is still the same, we will not achieve what we want to do. That is the homework that we are taking, which we are going to look into seriously. And I trust that in future meetings, you will see the change in that posture. On another day, I would have loved to speak about our framework on internationalization, because I think that framework, it has not assisted because it still depends on those councils to take decisions. So you have a framework, but still that framework is subjected to people who are not necessarily aligned to the direction that you are taking, which supports the point that you are making. Chair, we welcome the advice, we welcome the direction we've been given. We also welcome positive and critical comments that we have received in a number of areas. The big one being the issue of the filling of vacancies in the department and the improvement of the capacity of the department so that the rest of other issues. And in this regard, you suggest to us that it's important that we also prioritize, because there's too big the number of positions we have advertised. And it's going to be important to prioritize those that enable the department to increase its capacity to then do work in the AGSA. There are silences, there are certain areas where we have not responded adequately, and we have committed to saying that in those areas we will provide further clarity. I think the DDG Zungu captured it very well when he said that because we are presenting on a PowerPoint, kind of in instrument, the interpretation and the presentation did not necessarily always did justice in capturing all of these issues that we have dealt with. Honorable Khabo, a number of issues that you have raised, but I think the issue of a balance in the way we roll out infrastructure to provinces is crucial. It is bigger than anything, because it's about justice, it's about fairness, it's about the fact that all South Africans deserve to benefit from the resources of the state. And the fact that there is a particular region that has not benefited from our rollout of infrastructure on TVET colleges. It's a matter which I think in the past we have said to you in our response. We have accepted your comment, and we would like to interrogate the matter further, and we would like to act on it. But I think we've reached a different level today in the conversation on it, which I feel that it shows an understanding that, notwithstanding inadequate resources at our disposal, but there are ways we could find to look into those issues. I thought that that input was quite profound. Thank you, Chair. Your comments precisely right at the end, Honorable Letsia. There are 5 points which you raised. You said you raised 3, but you ended up with 5. Those points that
I think we're happy with the medication we're taking.
The legal capacity of the department, the importance of the amendments to the pieces of legislation, to things, the attitude towards serious cases of sexual harassment that emerged from one of the institutions, and the lack of clear indication of how these have been taken. This is taken seriously, and it's identified as an area of to be. You concluded by alerting us on a bullying attitude of some of our institutions, and the importance for us to follow up those areas that are there. I wish to conclude by thanking the team from the department for their commitment, but I think all of us have learned that there's much more that can still be done to actually take us forward. We take the people of South Africa seriously, and we take ourselves seriously. We take the opportunities we are given by South Africa to serve very seriously. And we are committing very clear that there are challenges before us. Chair, we are going towards the budget for education, which I think is very important for me, and I spoke about the narrative of the department. I hope that when we go towards the budget for the department, it's going to be clear that we feel that we are aligned with Parliament in terms of what should be the priorities. Because it's easy to see when you look into what resources we allocate to which areas of, of policy that we are writing. I think on that note, we appreciate your leadership and support, but rest assured, our determination to turn it around cannot be questioned. That's why we are here. We are here not because of any other reasons, because to us it's an opportunity to serve our people. And we trust that you are going to see this going forward. Thank you, Chair. I will have an opportunity as well to talk to the Minister tomorrow. And some of the issues that are key that relates to matters between that have been lifted will be touched upon in that regard. The department remains committed to its mandate, and with your support, we believe we will succeed. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, DG. I was worried when you are turning that page after page, girl. Maybe it's the whole book that you have written there. But thank you very much, members. We have 4 sets of minutes, 28, 30. They are just recent, were sent to you. Very recent, 4 and 11 June, 28, 30 May, and then 4 and 11 June. Anybody wants to correct the minutes? You want to correct?
No. I wanted to move with a proposal that we must adopt them as they are, as all of them as 4. And further propose that in future we must start with the minutes so that we give it the necessary attention it deserves, Chair, because this is the second time we're taking this approach. But because of we know it's our resolutions, we have went through them, we take them as they are. Thank you very much.
Honorable Law.
I second the minutes with the input and amendment of Honorable Khabu, Chair. And Chair, before that I forget, I think, Chair, we did an injustice to the people of Pampilstad when we made a joke that they are uneducated and they don't know these things. I think they took offense, and I don't have access to go home, so I want to sincerely apologize to them. We never meant it that they are not educated. We just meant that, hey, we apologize, Chair. I will make another example. I'll be in trouble again. So I think we must apologize on behalf of the committee and the remarks we would have made, me and you, when we said we are not from there. They are educated, and we apologize, Bahulu.
Yeah. This one I'm going to speak very slow on it. DG, if you can close the mic. There are a lot of people that we sometimes when we joke, we offend. I understood where the joke came from, but some may not understand. So maybe let's start with the people from Pampilstad. We apologize for the sensitivity of the joke. It was just a joke. We did not mean it. The second one, I also met last week after the city, Honorable Brian Molefe as well, who said we're joking about him getting a master's or a PhD. Yeah, master's. And then we said maybe he got it from some RPL somewhere. So maybe masters we could go demo. I also want to apologize to him sometimes I will not intervene because I know members, they're just joking, but I apologize on behalf of everybody, myself and the committee, to him. We've also been receiving a lot of complaints about maybe me specifically not protecting our invitees. When members are asking questions, they don't give them time to respond. They speak to them like children and all of that. To those that have written to me, I've apologized on behalf of members. And I said, I apologize, we'll try and do better. But I want to apologize again and say, look, we will try and do better. I hope today we tried to indicate. Sometimes it's very difficult when you are the chair. It becomes as if you don't want the invitees to respond to certain questions. It becomes as if I was, not so long ago, I was accused of being a lawyer of the DG, protecting corruption, when the committee had just resolved that this matter will be parked for the other time. So it's also very difficult to deal with, but we take criticism. The DG. In the meeting of the 30th, the DG there was not supposed to speak, but the way he was whispering, I still think we must have a commission of inquiry on what was the DG whispering. Because every question the DG seems to have known the answer. That was on a lighter note, DG, but we want to thank you. I know I was supposed to ask you questions about the certificates that you guys are not giving our kids who finish in your cities, your TVET colleges, because when we were outside, DG was claiming that there's no one in South Africa who knows examinations like you. And I said, I don't agree, because my kids, they send me hundreds of emails complaining that we finished in 2018, 2020, we still don't have certificates. And we have said to you, to the DG Future, if we can't give these students their certificates, they are going to think these CETs are fly-by-nights. And the reason why, even on your slides, 2 provinces at least, 1 is to 8 and 1 is to 10, the ratio of students, it's probably because you are not releasing certificates, and therefore the image of CETs in those provinces have totally diminished to a point where they think it's a scam, the fly-by-night. So I want to thank you. Next time, I'll ask specifically that you must come, and I'll bring a file of each person who has not received their certificates, and you will tell us. And they are not affected by these irregularities. This is just a system not working to help our kids. But I want to thank you. PLOs, I saw 3. Steve left, said he was going to deal with the, as members of parliament, were supposed to declare things, and then he was going to declare that the final date is the 30th. So he said he was going to declare, or to start the process to declare for his boss. DG, you don't have to declare, but your PLO has been here. Thank you very much. PLO to the DG. Well, there was a point when I was making an example about NSFAS not paying, and I looked there, you were not there. So I made an example about me. But I needed to make an example about you, because at least, physically it was going to make sense. PLO to the minister, thank you very much. Please give an account to the minister. At least David does not have to work overtime. DG was here to give the account of what would have happened. But Steve, I'm sure he will, and Kay, I'm also hoping that he will do so. Senior staff or NSA, CEO, thank you very much for joining us. There are certain things that we have requested, DG, from yourselves. We are hoping by next week we'll just write to you tomorrow, just to remind you. If that letter does not come, don't say you are not responding, because the letter did not come. You know what we are expecting from you. At least you are here, your PLO was there, Cabo there, and your office was well represented. And we have got DDGs. Yeah? Or you are well represented. So no stories. Acting CFO, there was no question to yourself from members. I think we must have a proper, especially, but I think next week, because we are dealing with issues related to you, the strategic plan and APPs of the department. So please come prepared. Regional managers, thank you very much. I hope next time when we meet the regional, there will be a regional manager, not acting DDG. We don't want acting people. You know, in the TVET sector, everybody is acting. It's bad. With Ingwe last week, it's acting throughout. SMU, DDG, so it was acting everything, everywhere. And when they do acting, these people, they create a lot of problems. The person who's acting register, okay, when they advertise position register, they said they want masters. There's somebody they have their file. This person is now acting DVC, teaching and learning. There, they put somebody who does not have masters. When they have two deputy registers who meet the requirement, they put somebody who does not. When Labour tell us these things, they go and victimize them. Yeah? They are raising genuine issues. Or motagore muginzemmo. Have meet the requirement of the position here. There's two deputies who are in that system who meets. You don't put them. Labour or, can't remember if it was Labour or IF. They raised it with us. Now we've just received emails victimizing. It can't be. Please go speak to your people. Because tomorrow we will get a situation where, in fact, it happened in one university. I don't want to name them. But they advertise a position, director legal. I'm not going to name them. They say there, requirements, academic requirements, PhD or that level, NQF level, Mammang level. They say, they bring these stories that, I think that stories from the department, that you've done interviews but you don't get the suitable person. That's what they do. Then they bring somebody who does not meet the requirements of that advert. It's him who acts. Market director legal. Meet the requirement the same thing. And Koraba Borehile Vela, they just write. The same people who were giving those spaces without qualifying. So tomorrow, what they will do, they will advertise and say we want a vice chancellor, minimum requirement, PhD, must be a professor, added advantage, this and that. Then tomorrow they will then hire somebody without even a PhD. Because you have allowed it. And that's what Honorable Sols was saying. So the attitude allows such things. If they try to do it, you must tell them you are not going to allow it. Us. Because we are empowered at least by Section 55 to do oversight over you, DG, and all these public institutions under your department. So we are going to do it, Jim. They will hate us, but we are going to do it. Members, it's 6:30. Thank you very much. We will see each other next week when we are dealing with the APP and strat plan of the department. The meeting is adjourned.